Vamos a ver si ya voy. ¿Ya está? Vale. Venga, gracias. Vale, vamos a seguir, chicos. Estoy viendo que aquí veis que hay un poco de shootering en la misión, ¿vale? Del tráiler. In situ no había esto. Iba muy fluido, ¿vale? Esto es un problema de... Esto es un problema de ellos streameando a Twitch, ¿vale? En lo que es la visualización de allí, esto no iba pum 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 pum, ¿vale? O sea, iba súper fluido. Ah, pero ya os digo que allí se veía mega fluido, ¿eh? Mega fluido. Muchas gracias, Leris. Muchas gracias, tío, por apoyar el canal. Esto fue de paja. O sea, esto fue, pero... locura. O sea, la peña se volvió loquísima al ver la destrucción. Pero loquísima. Star Engine. Es que esto es la presentación de su motor, de alguna manera. Esto cambia mucho la película.
I think that sequence holds the record for the longest spline in the history of computer games. I think we're close to 1 billion kilometers traveled during that whole sequence. So hats off to the engine team and supported by our cinematic artists that put it together. I also need to call out Pedro Camacho's music, which is always beautiful and sets the scene so well. And it's pretty stunning to think that hopefully from this video, and we're going to go into some of the new features later on in more detail, and you'll see actually better representations of some of the simulation that was happening there. But it's pretty amazing to think that all that happens inside the engine seamlessly without switching, loading screens, or anything else. You can go from down up close to a blade of grass all the way out, looking at a whole planet to moving to another star system. And that's actually one of the hardest things to do, especially when you do it at the scale we do online with that level of physical simulation, with hundreds of players, thousands of AI running around. It's hats off to our tech guys who are going to be coming up and talking about what they're doing. Now, obviously, some of the things in here aren't in the current live build of Star Citizen. Like, for instance, at the very beginning, I don't know if you noticed the conductor with the hair blowing and the tails blowing. That's all simulated in real time, and we'll talk about that on the physics part of the upcoming speech. But I'm going to turn the stage over to the core technology group to talk about some of all this new tech that you just saw and go into more detail. And we'll be rolling into Star Citizen over the next 12 months or so. And some of it, like some of the new cloud stuff, will actually come in 3.22, which is great. But before I do this, I wanted to introduce Benoit Beauchesseau, who, as a lot of you know, Turbulent have been our long-term partners here in Star Citizen since the end of 2012. And they built our web platform and our digital distribution platform.
Vale, entonces ahora sí que ya podemos volver a la parte en la que estábamos, que sería esto de aquí, ¿no? Ya podríamos volver a esto. Darme un segundillo, chicos, que voy al servicio y ya regreso. Vale, ya estoy de regreso. A ver. Me encantó el formato que utilizaron cada desarrollador explicando brevemente lo que había implementado su equipo.
Star Engine. So Dynamic Fire is a driver for gameplay in both FPS and multi-crew experiences. It creates emergent sandbox gameplay, and it can be used by designers to craft very dangerous scenarios for players. And as you can see from the video, it gets very intense. Okay, so how do fires start in Star Engine? Well, there needs to be a source of ignition, and there are multiple ways in which it can occur. For example, weapon impacts or misfires, explosions or damaged items, and the player needs to be alert to their surroundings with fire an ever-present threat. If a fire does break out, you're going to see it dynamically propagate through the area, causing damage to environment and player. And at this point, the player needs to limit the damage, of course, by extinguishing the fire in any way that they can. So when doing so, they're going to need to wear protective clothing to protect them from extreme heat. They're going to need to wear a closed helmet to protect them from smoke inhalation, poor oxygen levels. And there's actually multiple ways the fire can be extinguished, including the removal of heat, for example, using the fire extinguisher, which is my personal favorite. It's a lot of fun doing that. The removal of oxygen, for example, locking off the area, venting the oxygen, creating a vacuum. Or simply, the fire's burned so fiercely that it's done everything it needed to do. There's nothing left for it to destroy. And if you let it get this bad, it's probably time to consider repairing your ship.
Okay, so how do we achieve this from the technical perspective? Well, the first thing the artists and designers do is they mark up their scene to tell us what physical properties each surface is made from, whether it's wood or metal. But not only on the surface, we have to describe what is behind the surface. You might see a metal panel on your spaceship, but has it got cladding or wiring behind it? It's important we know all this so we know.
Ali Brown me lo encontré llegando a Los Ángeles al aeropuerto y le digo, hombre, tu cara me suena. Tú yo creo que trabajas en SIG, ¿no? Y me dice, sí, trabajamos en SIG y tal, porque estaba con varios developers. Y le digo, nada, es que yo soy aquí streamer de la comunidad hispana y tal, un placer conocerte y tal. Oye, vamos a jugar hoy Pyro. Y dice... Claro, no pueden decir nada, ¿no? Pero nos echamos unas risas, la verdad. Parece... buen pavo también. Es que en general son gente que tiene mucha pasión por estas historias, ¿no? Bastante simpático el señor.
How flammable it is. Then after this, we have to define all the physical properties that go with these surfaces. So, for example, the masses, the energy density, combustion temperature, fuel ratio. And we use all these physical properties and we sum them up in each voxel, which is a 1 by 1 meter cube. And then once we have these voxels, this forms the basis of our simulation. So then first thing we do is we look for sources of ignition, and then we're off. So here's our debug mode that shows us what's going on in the simulation, and is what we use to track it. And you can see these squares enlarging to show us where the fire is spreading. For each of these voxels, we're tracking the fire, the temperature, fuel remaining, the amount of smoke, and the fire is propagating via convection and radiation, which are both accurately simulated. And it's consuming the gases and producing the knock-on products as well as it goes. And because we're using a proper simulation, like Mike mentioned, when you vent a room, not only are you removing the oxygen and putting the fire out, but if the temperature remains the same, if oxygen is reintroduced, the fire will reignite and it will continue burning, just like it would in real life.
Está bastante chulo el tema del fuego, la verdad.
So, what's next for this? So our focus has been on interiors, in particular spaceships, but all interior spaces really, and this voxel grid really helps us solve that problem. Our next focus is going to be on planets, Obviously, they represent a slightly different challenge, the vastness of them. We have to transfer this over the network and simulate it slightly differently. And we also have to render it at scale. But the way we've done it, the core tech we've used, we should be able to scale this up quite easily. So that's going to be our next focus.
Okay, so how do we create realistic dynamic fire visuals?
Es bastante harto lo de que quieran recrear un incendio en un planeta, ¿no? A escala planetaria, que dice que, bueno, que con la tech que tienen que es viable hacerlo. Creo que no hay ningún juego que tenga una simulación en tiempo real de lo que puede ser un incendio a escala planetaria. Es una auténtica animalada.
In Star Engine. Well, we start with the simulation, as just described by Ali, and this gives us the data we need to drive the visuals. Then we bring in the burn shader. So this can be applied to static environments, and we have a lightweight version of the shader for entities, which is kind of based on the dirt shader and wear. Then we've got the glow, which is an animated surface decal shader for static environments. This is where we start to bring in some nice motion. And then we bring in the GPU particles, which are spawning from voxels and in screen space. Obviously, these are doing a lot of the work visually. Then we bring in the lights. These are spawned for clusters of voxels as opposed to per voxel as an optimization, a cluster being a representation of voxels close to each other. And then we bring in the fog. So this is height-laid volumetric fog. The smoke fills the room and it goes up to the ceiling before filling the rest. And we're simulating that. So to finish, we're going to take a look at all of that put together in the game. Thank you. Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Hello everyone, I'm Will Hain. I'm here to talk about water in Star Engine. So, water is a huge part of both of our games, Star Citizen, Squadron 42, and we wanted to give it a major upgrade. We were going to set 3 ideas that we wanted to impart on our water. We want it to look as good as possible, obviously. We want it to look realistic. We want it to be beautiful. We want it to be in motion constantly. It should always be moving and always be reacting to everything around it, whether that be players or objects or vehicles. And we wanted this to work on the whole scales of all of Star Citizen, all the way down from footprints in puddles to enormous ships crashing into the ocean. I'm going to talk about our updates to the water rendering first, and then we'll move on to that other stuff I discussed. So first of all, the water shaders, particularly the ocean and the river ones, were in dire need of a major upgrade. They were currently using a technique called deferred shading, which is really fast and fantastic for opaque objects, but does not translate well for transparent ones, which of course water is. So the first step that we made was to transition to forward shading. That allowed us to introduce more physically based techniques, such as proper lighting, reflection, and refraction. It allowed us to integrate the atmosphere properly into our water lighting setup. And it also meant that we could get more fun techniques, such as wave crest backlight scattering, and adding better foam rendering, which includes halftone blending, surface haze, and much more detailed bubbles on the individual bits of foam. I've got some examples of that here. In this particular screenshot, you can see the icebergs in the near frame. You can see we're refracting the iceberg underneath. It's correctly refracted. In the mid frame, you can see that the iceberg is reflected back onto the water. That is now accurate. We weren't doing that properly before. Here you can see our accurate water lighting from this really beautiful screenshot of the Gladius over the water. I love this one. So this is the objects under the water being correctly lit, which is new. And then we are applying the lighting changes from the specular highlights on the surface and also considering the lighting from the suspended particles in the water, depending on how deep and dense the water is, which gives us this really beautiful effect. This screenshot just looks good, but what is going on is that it's demonstrating that the atmosphere and the water are sorting properly. This looks like everything is normal, but it's challenging to implement with forward-rendered water and proper ray march clouds like we have in-game. Props to Alan, who works on all of this. I did the next bit. And here we can see the wave crash light scattering. See how the sun is coming across the back of those waves? It's lighting up the suspended particles in them. It just looks gorgeous. Here we have the multi-layered foam. And from a distance, we have both surface foam and subsurface foam rendering correctly, looking really, really nice. I've just got a video here before and after. First of all, this is our lakes on Stanton 4. Next, we have water volumes on Horizon. There you go. And this last demo, this is a Clio on the Stanton system. This is what it currently looks like in-game, and I think you'll agree, pretty dramatic difference. So the next bit that I want to talk to you, that me and the team at Planet Tech and Graphics have been working on, is of course water surface simulation. This has been an absolute pleasure to work on. So we had a few aims for this. We wanted it to be multi-input. We want physics to influence this. We want our MFX system to influence this. We want bullets. We want everything. We want high concurrency. You guys, it's a sandbox game. You're going to break it. You're going to stick 1,000 picos in our puddles. It's got to work. And it's got to be scalable. It's got to work from the tiny scales to the footprints in the puddles all the way up to, as I said, giant ships crashing into the ocean. So the technique that we chose for this is a form of surface wave propagation. It's GPU-based, it's highly realistic at a low cost, and it can be scaled for waves of different amplitudes. So we can have all of that built right in just by adjusting a few constants. I've got a demonstration here. We're going to have the player walking through the puddle. As you can see, as he steps, you get a bigger ripple. But even as he's stepping, the toe is being dragged through the water and moving the water accurately. This is not a cop-out. We're doing this in 3D. You see as I'm jumping. And then this next demo, we're going to fire some bullets. This is a bit loud, this one. Right, the one more thing that we had to look at. So it's all well and good, this working on a puddle, but Star Citizen is not made of puddles. It's made of oceanic planets. It's made of everything. We needed to make this multi-scale. So we wanted the water near and far, not just in a square around the camera. We wanted lots and lots at once. The solution we picked was a multi-region water sim. Now, this was really, really tricky to get right, but I really think we have now, which basically means that we can dynamically allocate all of the simulation regions depending on what is colliding where and what resolution we need at what parts of the screen. We can optimize this very heavily to make sure that you get what you want to see at the right time. We still need to get that information onto the water, though, and that's a bit trickier. So what we devised is yet another set of regions. Now, the regions are slightly different. The simulation regions need to happen wherever something is contacting the water, and that needs to happen regardless as to whether you can see it, because if there's a collision going on there, I look away, and then I look back. If it stops going and has to restart, that looks bad. Whereas the water, we only need to know the total result when it's actually in view. So we have these new regions which cover all water in view. And the beauty of this is that we can use this for multi-input and multi-output systems. Anything can influence our water, whether it be the simulation, whether it be weather, whether it be VFX. And then anything can be affected by water now. So the water rendering reads from this. But then we can also spawn VFX particles from wave crests. We can add screen space effects. We can have a line across your visor. We don't have this yet. But it's accurate to the displaced water in front of you. We've got this technology now, so we can use it to influence any of our work going forward. And here's a really good video of some of it in action. I'll let that play.
Esto está bastante guapo, la verdad.
Essentially, we're moving a sphere of basically infinite mass through the water. And as you see, if we pan out a bit, we make our sphere a bit bigger, we get a much different result from the sim. Spawning the foam properly. It looks really nice. Really happy with this one.
Está muy guapo esto. Es un gran cambio.
So what I'm going to do in a second is I'm going to turn on the debug mode so you can see where the regions are. You see we've got these gray boxes. They light up green when there is a hit inside the box. We've also got different sizes going on. If you look near the shore there's a big cluster of text. That is a whole bunch of other regions because there's some stuff floating there causing little ripples that we can't actually see. And as you see, these scale properly. We can add the results from multiple sizes of simulation together, and they influence and interact with one another accurately. You see those big waves crashing over the little sim there. It works pretty nicely. I've gone ahead of my subtitles, but I'll just let that video play out.
La CitizenCon bastante guay. Buenas, hippie.
What does that look like when we bring it all together?
Pero estoy viendo
What's it
ahora.
going to look like in game? Now, you did see a little bit of this in the Star Engine trailer, but actually, I think this video does a
Estamos viendo ahora lo que es la CitizenCon porque no he tenido tiempo. No he tenido tiempo para... lo diré. No he tenido tiempo para ver los vídeos mientras estábamos haciendo todo el tema, ¿no? A ver, un segundito, chicos, es que me están comentando una cosa que tengo que mirar. Esto tengo que confirmarlo, pero... ¿Qué coño ha sido eso? Ha hecho una cosa súper extraña el audio. ¿Lo habéis escuchado vosotros también? Que ha hecho ahí... como una guitarra así toda jodida. Ok, vale. Muchas gracias, Miguelitos. A ver, vamos a seguir viendo, chicos. Muchas gracias, Miguelitos.
a little bit more justice to it. So I'm just going to let that play out for you. Forward in a second, you're going to see the wake start to happen behind us there. And from the cockpit perspective, water droplets on the glass thrown up from the water sim. This is what I'm talking about using multi-output. And that's us. Thank you so much, CitizenCon. Handing back over to Ali.
Hello again. So, I'm here to talk to you today about a few other graphical things we've got coming in. I'm really proud of the work we've done on the fire and the water. They both look amazing features. I'm going to talk to you about a few smaller features and a few longer-term R&D features we're coming in on the visual side. This first one, something we wanted for cinematics and telling a story, but also to tie into our active feature system, which is to get the face to tell a little bit more story on our characters. So this blood, sweat, and tears system is something we implemented recently, and it allows us to use a GPU particle simulation, which we project onto the face, and then we integrate it into the skin shader so we can get realistic reflection and refraction of water on your face. And we even make the skin go a little bit redder to simulate the extra blood flow when you're tired or upset. So none of this is a pre-canned animation. It's completely dynamic. We have complete control over everything. We can keyframe every single tear if we want to. And we can even simulate blood, like here. So next thing I want to talk about is our scope shader. Design came to me telling me that they really wanted to up the game with our rifle scopes. They weren't quite good enough. They didn't really feel realistic for them. And they thought it was a real core part of the first-person shooter experience. So to give you an idea of what we used to do, we used to use these type of fake scope meshes, which you see here, which is where we type of slice the scope in half so you can see through it. And sometimes we put these big black planes around them to obscure your vision. And we put a bit of glass on the front of it, but there was nothing really to tell you that it was a lens. So we've worked on a new scope shader, which is now going to be on all of our scopes moving forwards. And I'll give you a quick show of what that looks like in game. So on the first scope here, we're going to see it's got an infinite projected red dot scope sight. We've got lens distortions. You can see this little refraction and bending of light on it. You see it works when you don't have to be actually holding the rifle for it to work.
Está muy guapo.
We've got a correct emulation of eye relief on the scope. So we have the blur, distortions, chromatic aberration. And then we've also got support for digital displays like this one, which has light amplification and has support for EMPs. If you get an EMP, you're going to have the display is going to get distorted. So we're quite proud of this. We think it's going to give a much better, more realistic simulation.
Claro, esto es, al ser un momento digital, pues le tiran un MP hasta luego.
It's not a fake effect. It applies to our scopes no matter where they are. You don't have to be using the scope. You could look down somebody else's scope and see the same thing. It's fully integrated into it, so it's really quite proud of that. Next feature I want to talk about, hopefully if any of you have a HDR monitor and you've been playing 320, hopefully you've given a go of the HDR feature. We're really proud of this. It looks really good. And we've got some great feedback from you guys as well. There's been some strong feedback about we want extra black level controls, so we're going to be adding that for you. So make sure you can tweak the image exactly how you want. And there's a great user guide on Spectrum as well if you want to know how to get the best out of it, because it's not always a straightforward text to get the best out of. Just to give you an insight of how this works, we've got something called Unified Tone Mapping Curve, and this is the process where we map the real-life colors of real-life intensities of light onto what your monitor can display. And rather than having an SDR mode and HDR mode, we have like a smooth system where we can blend between SDR and HDR depending on the peak brightness of your monitor. We also pay a lot of attention to make sure we preserve the colors and the hues to keep an accurate image for the artist, and especially for skin tones. We don't want them turning red or white or doing anything bizarre. Just one thing to mention, we've got some content adjustments that will be ongoing. We've got a lot of content in Star Citizen. It takes a little bit of time to make sure we balance everything so it doesn't look too dim or look like a supernova. Next thing I want to mention, temporal upscaling. This has been something that's been asked for a long time, and we're proud to finally get it into your hands. We've got 3 different techniques we're going to be implementing. We've got CIGs, we've got our own temporal super resolution solution called TSR. We've got AMD's Fidelity FX Super Resolution 2, and we've got NVIDIA's DLSS 2 as well. They each have different characteristics and hardware requirements and trade-offs, so Porter is important to get you all free so you could have a choice of what you want to look. On the left here, I've just got a zoom in from one of our outposts. That's no anti-aliasing for people that really love to see jagged edges. The center one is our TSA, which is what you've got in the current release today. And on the right-hand side is TSR without doing upscaling. And this is going to be replacing the TSA solution. And this gives us better quality and more stable image and hopefully much less ghosting. We can use our TSR to do upscaling. Here's the example of how it looks at each resolution. And similar results from AMD's FSR. And some numbers here, which I'm sure you can pour over later, but basically we can get about 2 times GPU performance if you're interested in using the upscaling technique. Obviously, if you're CPU limited, you might not get quite them numbers. It depends on your machine. We also intend to look at frame generation techniques like FSR-free and DLSS-free, but these are going to come a bit later. We're going to focus on GPU performance, getting that up first. Frame generation isn't really applicable unless you've got a really good performance first. Some other quick updates. We've got the screen space shadows as added to Alpha 320. It gives us some extra detail in our shadows across characters, and it's particularly on planets, it helps a lot. And we've also got a new texture and mesh streaming engine that helps us get as much possible detail as we can onto your VRAM on your GPU. And it does something we call load balancing. It will scale dynamically for your GPU to make sure we can get the absolute best possible results. We've also got some more streaming improvements coming in the next release. Just to give you a quick show of what the screen space shadows mean, here we've got a planet with no shadows. I think it's Microtech. The shadow maps, so you see these, the
Claro,
shadow maps that fill in half.
esto que están enseñando mola bastante porque es todo el tema del escalado, todo el tema de que esto ayudará pues a que, en definitiva, con un equipo más comedido, pues se pueda disfrutar de una experiencia más fluida, ¿no? Lo de las mirillas y tal está muy bien, la verdad, está chulo también. Buenas, Jagger. A ver, el tema está en que vamos a ver si meten también lo que es, si se deshacen de los LOTs, porque ojalá pudieran. Vamos a seguir viendo.
But then when we get the screen space shadows, you look in the top of the screen or in the flowers, they type of fill in the detail for the rest. They really help type of bed the scene in and stop these things looking at floating. Next up, just want to talk about planets for a little bit. It's something I get asked about a lot of what's happening next with planets. So we've got quite a lot of R&D in progress. First thing, we've got 2 new pieces of tech being started recently. First is virtual terrain texturing. It's quite a technical detail, but what this means for you is we're hopefully going to get much less popping or no popping at all. And we're going to achieve this by moving all the calculations to the GPU. And we'll be reusing the same type of patch-based system that Will talked about in his water presentation. And it should give you major CPU savings as well. So we're quite looking forward to getting this in. Another benefit is that it's going to give us the ability to add more complicated logic on, so we can type of do more diverse and interesting terrain, like things like, you know, we don't have beaches at the moment, we'll be able to achieve that. And there's other similar things where, based on the local conditions, we're able to do more advanced decision making.
Lo de tener playas estaría guay.
Next thing we want to look at, which is probably the thing we get asked about the most, is our scattering system, which is responsible for putting all the trees and the rocks down in the world. We're going to, again, move this to 100% to the GPU, and that should let us have vastly longer draw distances right up until the horizon and much better performance. So we'll finally get rid of the dreaded pop of trees coming in for you. We also have to integrate it with our harvestable system, the resource system, and the awesome fire system.
Esto hay que mirarlo, o sea, que quieren como mover lo que es el tema de los cálculos de las físicas y todo a la GPU, perdón. El jet lag y sus jugadas. Quieren moverlo como a la GPU. Y que dice que esto reducirá el popping. Lo que pasa es que, claro, o sea, al final lo que realmente... O sea, yo lo que quiero ver es que a ver si consiguen hacer los LOTs estos por inteligencia artificial, los niveles de detalle. Eso sería la hostia. Que lo pudieran hacer para todo, pero bueno. Supongo que será el camino, ¿no? Que todo esto irá evolucionando y en algún momento podríamos tener eso. Espero que sí.
Another point is it's going to be a hierarchical based system, which what that means is we'll be able to use nearby vegetation or rocks to influence what other vegetation and rocks can grow or will show up. And this lets us produce much more complicated rule sets, so we can do things like have a tree that maybe underneath it doesn't have any grass, or maybe certain trees come together in clumps, and we'll get a much more natural distribution of vegetation. And final thing we want for planets is we want to be able to build them much easier, much faster, and we want to make sure they are truly unique. At the moment, our planets are unique. However, they are built from type of tile sets, like pre-built things that get mixed and matched together and blended in complicated ways so that you don't see the repetition. But it's not truly unique, not in the same way that the Grand Canyon might be, or the River Nile, or Mount Everest. And that's what we want. So to get that, we need to replicate the complicated natural processes on Earth, like geology, climate, erosion, and these things aren't trivial. So we've got three options. We've got offline tools, Houdini, Terragen, things like this. We could simulate all these processes in the engine. But we've started some R&D a few months ago on whether we can use machine learning to do some of this. So just to give you a quick idea of how that would work, or how it could work, if you just start with some random input here, it's just like some noise. We run it through a temporary simulation, so we can type of get a more reasonable approximation of simulation at different altitudes and latitudes on Earth. And then what we do is we categorize all this into different biomes. So based on the temperature and moisture, you'd find out what is a desert, what is a forest. And this part is crucial. So this is the input for our machine learning algorithm. We could come up with this image any other way. You could hand paint it as an artist, or we could just randomize the noise to get a different set of images. And then what we do is we take the large data sets we already have from Earth, from Mars, and from the Moon, and we train it on exactly the same distribution, so biomes, so forests, grasslands, and things like this. And by training it on exactly the type of data we get in reality, we can take this and then push just that, and then we can get these lovely height maps out of it that tell us a really realistic distribution. You can see here, this is a height map, so the black areas are low. You can see all the little rivers and valleys, and this had zero art input aside from this image, which is a very nice result. It's early days. This is based on something called a custom diffusion neural network. It's, like I said, it's pre-trained on Earth data, and it's been built up in patches so that it just doesn't become too expensive to build. And the little circular patches get like added together, and to avoid any seams in the image. And then just to help you visualize it, I've just put some colorization on it to show you where like snow and beaches might be, and just wrapped it around a planet to give you a better sense so it doesn't look quite so abstract. Yeah, but this is very early days, this stuff, but we're hopeful this will be helping the future of how we build planets quickly and efficiently. Thank you. So the last thing I wanted to talk about today is our Gen 12 renderer and Vulkan. This has been ongoing for quite some time, taking a lot longer than we would have liked, but we're finally getting to the end of this long journey. For those who don't know, the reason this was being implemented is largely for performance. We're going to be getting at least 2 times better performance on our CPU submission for rendering.
Un segundito, chicos. Voy a por algo de... Tengo hambre. Venga ahora. Ya. A ver. Voy a comer algo, tío, porque es que tengo un hambre que te cagas.
Which is often the bottleneck for the game, so that will directly, hopefully, translate to performance improvements. We also get better control of memory with advanced GPU features like resizable bar. And it also opens the door for some things like ray tracing and new mesh shaders. So we've got a video of a Vulkan running, it's live captured. So I can't remember which ship is this, but it's yeah, it's all working fine now. There's a couple of hitches in performance, so we can't quite release it yet, but we're looking into them, the last few performance issues and stability issues, and hopefully we'll be releasing it soon. So, like I said, the one thing, or one of the things we really were interested in by implementing Vulkan was to get support for new hardware features, and one of the big ones was ray tracing. So with that, I want to hand you over to Ben, who's going to talk about some of our lighting research.
Hi, I'm Ben Parry, and this is Global Illumination. So, as Ali just said, moving over to the Vulkan renderer, and now that that's fully online, we've got access to hardware ray tracing on the GPUs that have support for it. And the best thing to do with hardware ray tracing would be to create a new, updated global illumination system for us to use. Now, I'm here to give you a fairly early preview of the work that we've done so far, but first off, I'm just going to simplify some things and ask, what is global illumination? Well, you can break the lighting in a game down to 3 components. First off, you've got direct lighting. That's not global illumination, but that's the sun, lights in the level, that kind of thing. Next up, you've got diffuse global illumination. Now that's like a whole hemisphere, like a soft lighting that affects the entire, that takes from the entire scene and lights up the pixel. And then finally, you've got glossy GI and reflections. That's like your shiny surface glints, your mirror reflections, that kind of thing. And now all of those combine together to form one glorious penguin. Now, now for the rest of this presentation, we're specifically talking about this guy, the diffuse penguin. Glossy GI has actually been disabled in all the videos. Even the old system videos don't show the glossy GI here, just to aid the comparison. First off, we've got a video from Chris Campbell, who's going to make us look cool. So next up, the boring or the interesting bit. How are we doing it? How does the tech work? I'm just going to dig into that just a little bit. So we're closely based on AMD's recent paper, GI 1.0. We're probably going to build on top of that, but at the moment we're quite close to it. We ray trace against a simplified world so that we get like smoother lighting for the, since it's a diffuse scene, we want a sort of diffuse smooth signal. This also means that we get more rays per millisecond, which is always good. And we do generate a lot of probes. So the new system is generating, well, for comparison, the old probe was about 1 probe per room, and the new system is about 25,000 probes.
A ver, os voy a hacer una cosa. En lo que es los PCs, los equipos que teníamos de Pyro, ¿sí? Para probar Pyro estaban 7800 XT y 7800 X3D. Eso es lo que tenían de equipos, ¿vale? Y con 32 de RAM. Iba que te cagas. O sea, en el canal de Senior pues estará por algún sitio y tal, porque le compartí a los chicos la partida de Pyro en directo, ¿vale? Y tuve oportunidad de probarla un poquito antes, también. Y aparte de que el server iba entre 26 y 30 FPS, o sea, el cliente iba, pero... No, 7800 XT. A 2K. Resolución 2K, si no recuerdo mal. 7800 XT de GPUs. Era 2K la resolución. Era 2K y eran a las 7800 XT. Pues no sé. Las mesas que había allí, ¿no? Había bastantes. Iba que te cagas. O sea, iba pero brutal. Y estamos hablando de la 7800 XT. Solo por curiosidad. Además, seguro que tienen por aquí. CLX Gaming. Seguro que tienen por aquí lo que es el equipo. A ver. ¿Y cómo se puede hacer? Porque era esta movida parecida. Mm. Intel, AMD. Ok. Sería algo como así, más o menos. Vamos a ver, sería esto, tenía líquida. Era más o menos esto. Luego tenía motherboard, puede ser que fuera esta. Memoria 2 de 32. Graphic card era una 7800. 7800 XT. Claro, es que esto son 2000 y pico dólares. Construido por O sea, al final... Voy a mirar. Estaba mirando a ver si lo tenían ya de serie ellos hecho, ¿vale? Porque es la compañía que printó los equipos. ¿En cuánto está la 7800 XT? Tarjetas gráficas... 7800 XT. Está por 500 y pico. 500 y pico, hay aquí alguna. Y... Esto es para mirar algo súper rápido, ¿eh? Tampoco... Podríamos seguir viendo la con, pero es para hacerme una idea. Claro, es que esto es un pepino. Es que es un pepino de gráfica. Comparándola con una... Es que no hay color. Comparándola con una 4070 Ti. Vale, es un poquito más pepino. La 4060 Ti. O sea, estaría entre una 4070, quizás. Como una 4070. Como una 4070, pero por 100 pavos menos. ¿No? Sí, bueno, está un poquito más barata. Pero sí, como una 4070. Como una 4070. ¿A cuánto está la 4070? Ah. A ver. Yo en este caso para el Citizen entre la 4070 y la 7800 XT al final no lo sé, o sea, está el tema de la combinación de AMD con el procesador que le da ese extra rendimiento. Yo iría por AMD, la verdad. Vamos a seguir viendo.
That are all on screen at the same time. And we're going to see that now. So here's a scene that I've dramatized a little bit just to give trouble to the other lighting system. And this is what the ray tracing sees. So it's a simplified single color per object kind of thing. But then we've also got this kind of a 3D dictionary of average light values so that the light is kind of shared over things in a similar area. So going back to the scene, this is the old system. So you'd render a single image from the center of the room, blur it, and then slap it onto the entire scene. Now, as you can see, like the middle of the scene is about the right lighting, but everything else has got the...
Pero con el trazado de rayos no es donde sufren las tarjetas de AMD. Con el Ray Tracing, tecnología de Nvidia, es donde las tarjetas de AMD sufren. ¿Vale? Pero en este caso, te están diciendo que van a utilizar una tecnología de AMD para poder hacer el Ray Tracing.
The middle of the scene's lighting. Like these red lights at the sides, they're basically drowned out by the table bounce that somehow made it across the room to them. So we want to replace that system with 25,000 probes, each one of them only providing light to a small area around themselves. And then we interpolate that to provide like a smooth bounce. And you can see already in the distance, like the red light is really bouncing up there. And then we add a screen space occlusion pass just to tidy up the edges on things. And there is the final composite.
A ver, el tema de AMD que la tecnología que tiene son abiertas, se la puede utilizar
What
también
else does it
Nvidia,
do?
¿vale?
Well, because it's real-time generation, it means we can do a real-time bounce, and we can do that with quite small areas. You can get like a really vibrant bounce that picks up off small objects in the scene. Ooh. And that means that the art team can really lean into like strong local variation on color. As again, we will see. So we'll do a side-by-side comparison on this one. As you can already see, like the spotlight's really like throwing stuff into the scene. This is just one light in the room. And we did have live updating, as you can see in the old system, but it was designed for like time of day changes rather than this continuous smooth view. And finally, it means that we can do things like glowing surfaces can just illuminate the world without having to add special lights to fake it. So yeah, there's two really common cases in Star Citizen particularly that this is going to help with. First off, cockpit brightness. We capture at the moment the at the moment we capture that cockpit probe in a setup scene, and then we don't update it as you're flying around. So you're not going to get the sky color in, and you're not going to get the ground color in. And then we've got the opposite problem that I don't have a picture for this, but cargo bays, sometimes they're light, you land somewhere dark, you open up the doors, and now you've just got this weird little light room with nothing spilling out of it. So again, let's have a video. Oh yeah, so this is the old system. The sun's working, but you can see there's no sky, there's no ground lighting. By the way, I've turned off a lot of the cockpit lights so that you can see this. And then in the new one, you can already see the skylight is kind of helping a little, but then as you turn over, you get all the ground lighting.
Qué guapo.
And yet there's more. See, one of the concerns we had was that we didn't want to create a two-tier system. If people have got hardware ray tracing and it's working for them, that's great. But you can't really have the art team optimizing Wasim for one type of lighting and then having to optimize it for another type of lighting and having to trade off decisions about the two of them. So what we've been experimenting with is trying to create a new low bar that's higher than the old low bar, as well as creating a new high bar. And the idea for this is basically to take that single room environment probe system that we have been using, update it so that we can do live relighting on that, and then to sort of slot that in where the ray tracing would be while still keeping all of the other stuff, like the 25,000 probes and all that kind of stuff, can look at the old system and we kind of Frankenstein them together. So I'll show you what we've got so far for this. So this is just the old one and the new one so that you can see the problems. Like it's overly lit, let's be honest. And now this is what Star Citizen would have looked like if we released it on the PS1. The sharp-eyed among you may have noticed also the ship is missing, but you know, we can't do dynamic objects in this. You'll be surprised. It doesn't seem to mind. And there we have software GI in the middle, which is, yeah, like I say, it was using the same 25,000 probe system, but not having to use any kind of hardware ray tracing. As you can see, it's not a perfect match. It's not identical, but it's a lot more dynamic than the old system. And finally, I'm just going to show you a to-do list here. I don't have pictures because it's stuff we've not done. Glossy reflections. Obviously, we want to complete the picture, and for that, we need to handle glossy reflections. That's self-explanatory, really. I don't know what to say about that. Secondly, you've only seen it on opaque surfaces so far. The next step is to extend this so that it can support glass and water and all the other transparent things in the game. And beyond that, we've obviously got fog, we've got other atmospherics. We want to expand GI to make sure that it affects everything smoothly and equally. And the final thing is a Star Citizen thing. We've got giant scenes, we've got a ridiculous scale on some things, and we've got plans to make sure that this GI extends to handle that full scale. Anyway, that's all I've got to tell you now. I've been Ben Parry. Next up, we've got Starquark with Chris Rain.
Bueno, está bien.
Hello, everyone. Hi. I am Chris Rain, and I would like to show you not one, not two, but 3 new physics of our physics engine. And I would like to start off by introducing Star Cloth, our new character cloth simulation with a short video. So this is just regular player movement. That was actually me playing. You can see the cloth collides with the ground. You can see multiple layers of cloth that do not interpenetrate. Cloth gets influenced from wind and has accurate collisions with the player's body. We now have support for collisions from dynamic objects. You can play football in any outfit. Starcloth supports the full range of motion a human can make, from fast movement to extreme poses. Starcloth is designed to be a first-class member of our physics engine. It interacts with everything we have to offer, from character movement over forces like wind, thruster backwash, explosion, to projectile impacts and collisions. It's efficient. It always updates at 120 FPS, regardless of the frame rate, and is hand-off.
Esto va a estar muy chulo porque, o sea, cuando estemos a mitad de un combate, un tanque meta un petardazo, nos va a mover toda la ropa para atrás. Eso va a estar muy guapo, va a ser muy cinemático.
We want to raise the bar with this. The visual geometry you see on the right is complex and not suitable for simulation. The visual geometry is made with visual quality in mind, and that does not translate well to simulation. So we decided to add the ability to use bespoke meshes that are made to simulate well and let their movement then deform the visual geometry. This allows us to share the same sim setup across multiple visual meshes, which is a huge productivity boost for tech art. We can seamlessly blend the simulation on and off, so we can disable the simulation at a distance. Back to the football. Everything that is dynamically simulated is able to interact with the cloth, from ships, over crates, boxes, and even footballs. We ensured that the collisions are accurate and believable. As you can see in the image, the football parts both layers of the gown. The cloth itself supports self-collisions, which means it will create folds and wrinkles, but not interpenetrate itself or other layers of cloth. The same applies to the static environment as well. The cloth will drape itself around the environment, so brushing up against objects will result in the behavior you expect. We added tapered capsules to improve collision detection accuracy. A tapered capsule is a capsule which has 2 different radii at the endpoints. Human anatomy is complex, and we need to accurately represent it for collisions. The traditional capsules we use on our ragdolls lead to jumps in the collision surface. Now, notice how there is a jump between the elbow and the lower arm, and another jump where the forearm connects to the hands. These jumps pose significant problems for our cloth simulation. If you look at the upper torso, you can see the collision proxies are actually completely hiding the cloth, and they're essentially completely useless. So now notice the difference on the same body represented with tapered capsules. We can now faithfully represent the hips, legs, and arms of the character. An additional benefit of tapered capsules is that the collision detection is significantly faster than with regular capsules. Currently, we're only using them for cloth collision detection, but in the end, we'd like to use them for everything. We simulate the cloth always at 120 FPS or 120 Hertz, regardless at which update rate the game is running at. We do this to be faithfully able to detect collisions with a fast-moving character. As we're simulating at a higher rate than the game updates, we have to interpolate the joint positions between updates we get from the game. At each simulation step, we perform collision detection, simulation, and update the cloth sim cage. Now, if the game is running at 120 FPS, we do one update for the cloth simulation. If the game updates at 60 FPS, like in the image, we simulate the cloth twice. Now, if the game runs slower, like at 30 FPS, we need to update the cloth 4 times. You can see this in the image. It becomes apparent that we need to make the cloth run as fast as possible, and we spent a great deal of amount of time optimizing this with various techniques, including handwritten vectorization and using every trick in the optimization handbook. The effort pays off because we can faithfully capture very complex movement and fast-moving characters, even at low frame rates, without any clipping or tunneling. Thank you.
Esto está bastante guapo en realidad. Es mucho curro.
One area that poses a significant challenge for character cloth is when multiple pieces of garments layer on top of each other, like a tight-fitting jacket that lies on top of the pants, as you can see in the image above. This is a very difficult region to simulate properly because you don't have much space and the simulation collisions have to be absolutely accurate. This, what I'm going to show you, is a very subtle effect, but once you notice it, you cannot stop noticing it. I want to focus your attention to the waist region of the character. Here we tweak the simulation settings in real time to see the effect. Here you see a rendering with a high-fidelity cloth disabled. And here the same scene with it enabled.
Qué bestia. Qué bestia.
To be continued, tomorrow much more can be seen about Star Cloth in the character advancement panel. Be sure not to miss out. Thank you. So, next up, Star Hair. Currently, we have the ability to simulate the effect of moving hair with joints that are essentially simulated pendulums. The hair is skinned to these joints, and when these joints move due to the pendulum simulation, the hair moves with it. This leads to a fast and believable movement of hair. However, the quality is directly correlated to the quality of the skinning, which is tedious for tech art to achieve for some complex hairstyles. Further, apart from gravity, the pendulum joints do not react to external forces, like collisions or wind or explosions. So we asked ourselves, can we somehow improve upon this? And I'd like to show you some early prototype results of our research. This is
an image of the raw geometry you saw in the previous image. You can see many strands of hair, and we thought to ourselves, maybe we can simulate all of these strands. This is a single strand isolated from the rest. As these are simple triangle meshes, we initially thought we could simply use our cloth simulation and simulate such a strand like a sheet of cloth. That didn't work out at all. It turns out hair does not behave like clothing. Also, the sheer number of strands and their individual triangles and vertices are simply too much to simulate efficiently, even for our highly optimized cloth engine. We realized then that our artists are actually using splines to create these strands. And a spline is a smooth curve or line through space. You could see that in yellow. And we thought maybe we can just simulate these. They're much simpler. And hair simulations need to be able to maintain the original hairstyle. You cannot have the hair simulation change the visual appearance of a character. One of the reasons why using the cloth simulation for hair did not work out at all is that the cloth only simulates vertices and they have no concept of orientation. So you do not know how the next segment has bent in relation to your current segment. In other words, you cannot easily simulate twist with vertices alone. For splines, however, that is very easy to do. So all of this together allows us to simulate the strands according to the theory of Cosserat rods. A Cosserat rod allows you to model the behavior of slender one-dimensional rods, exactly what our splines are, and simulate bend, twist, stretch, and shear, exactly what we need. Hair also needs exact collision detection to not intersect with the head, the ears, the cheeks, the jaw region. The video I'm about to show you is some very early prototype footage of how such a simulation actually looks like.
Ahí está la rana mitra, chavales, dándolo todo.
So this is a test of various head
Está
movements
bastante
to
guapo.
see how the hair reacts. Hair simulation is one of the hardest things to simulate, especially in a
Las
real-time
orejas.
context, and very tricky to get right. We're actually simulating all the hair strands.
Qué guapo.
So we will have characters being able to run their hands through their hair and have the hair react realistically. A barber simulation next. Actually, being a bald man, this was a very touching moment for me when I made this video. Thank you. Thank you.
Bueno, habrá que pillarse la 5090 o la que salga, chavales. O la
Next, I would like to introduce
8970.
Maelstrom, our physically based destruction system. And I would like to do that with a video that I believe speaks for itself. See the water splashes? We want players' intuitive prediction of the effect a weapon or a collision has to actually happen in the engine or in the game. So we decided to move away from hit point pools or other abstract models to simulate damage, but rather have damage be calculated from a physical model and from the physical material properties of each entity. If something breaks off due to its structural integrity decreasing below a certain threshold, Maelstrom allows it to break off in a realistic fashion. If you shoot off a wing, the missiles and weapons on that wing should still remain attached. If the broken off part still has power, electric items should still function. This means Maelstrom was needed to be designed to work with a hierarchical setup to begin with. From the hierarchical representation of the geometry we want to break off to the same hierarchy on a higher level for items like power plants, lights, weapon systems, and so on. Maelstrom is persistence and networking ready. We designed it from the ground up to work with high latency situations, to persist and replicate easily. To achieve all this, we gave each physical geometry instance an identifier to be able to uniquely identify it within the universe. So your Gladius wing is your Gladius wing. We added physical material and damage properties that can now be replicated across the...
A ver, un segundito, chicos. Bueno, ya estoy por acá, chicos. Se me dio el mouse al play de la pantalla, vaya tela.
The network. One of them, and that's the most important one, we call integrity. And this determines how much structural or internal integrity a physical geometry has. Integrity is modified from dissipating, or rather absorbing, energy from kinetic impacts or energy weapons, and also in the future from absorbing energy from external factors like extreme temperature or fire, as you've seen before. We also track which physical part or geometry belongs to which visual geometry and which high-level entity. So if the structural or internal integrity collapses, we know which visual geometry is affected and which item might be affected as well.
A ver, una pregunta, chicos. ¿Habéis escuchado bien el sonido de la alerta? ¿O no se ha escuchado bien? Bueno, Nomada se ha suscrito, pero no sé si se ha escuchado bien, ¿no? Si me puedes confirmar. Con distorsión. Bueno, he de mirar a ver cómo resuelvo eso. ¿Vale? Porque hay cositas ahí que tengo que revisar. ¿Sí? Vale. Ya miraré. Vamos a seguir. Ya lo miraremos más tarde, ¿vale?
Well, so a power plant will cease to emit power or implode, explode. A weapon will cease to fire, and so on. To make things break apart, we create what we call breakable clusters. A breakable cluster is a set of physical geometry, the visual geometry, and the entities on top that can break off. Between breakable clusters, we create abstract cantilever beams to be able to model stress and strain. I'll go into more detail in that in a bit. Breakable clusters are hierarchical. They mirror the hierarchy of all attached entities involved. They also embed the hierarchy of all animated joints, and they also embed the hierarchy of all physical geometries. They essentially represent a ground truth of the entire hierarchy necessary to perform all our goals for Maelstrom. This image is showing a breakable cluster graph of the gladius. I'd like to show one more video of Maelstrom before we continue. We needed to find a good way to easily and efficiently determine when a breakable cluster breaks. We chose a well-established model from material sciences and structural engineering, cantilever beams. In essence, a cantilever is a structural member that has a fixed support and a free end. Forces experienced on the free end can be used to calculate the amount of stress the fixed support is enduring. The basic ideas behind that are best explained from a very simple example. If a ship were to collide with the horizontal part of the crane in the image, far from the vertical part, the fixed support would endure a higher stress as if the ship were to collide closer to the vertical part. But not only does the point of impact determine how much stress the cantilever beam experiences, also how large the surface area is connecting the cantilever and the fixed support has a large influence on when a cantilever beam will break. In our case, this actually means we analyze the cross-section of the intersection of the set of geometry from two breakable clusters to calculate the surface area. A wing attached to the body has a rather large connecting surface area compared to the surface area calculated for the stabilizers connected to the body. We then project forces from impacts and explosions onto these cantilever beams and calculate the stress the beams experience. Over time, this stress turns into strain, and if we reach a certain threshold, the beam snaps. The result, simple, efficient, and deterministic breakability. But this is not just about ships and buildings that you saw in the videos before. We want Maelstrom to be a systemic system that we can use on all types of entities. So here's some video of some test footage of AI shooting each other behind breakable cover and Maelstrom barrels.
Qué guapo. Qué guapardo, por favor.
Physical material properties influence damage and breaking and have a direct influence to how things break and fracture. To achieve this, we added various properties: density, yield strength, resilience, thickness, toughness, Young's modulus. And this is more or less what I wanted to talk about Maelstrom, but I don't want to leave without showing one more video of what carnage Maelstrom can create. So thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Benoit.
Great, thank you. All right. I am not this person, but I'm filling in with him. So far, I mean, do you guys think this is gonna change your game up to now? All these new features? Hell yeah. Okay. So we've seen updates from fire, water, we've just seen force, we've seen sun and light. So the next thing that's left to build a ludicrous space game is audio. And so I'll leave you with Graham, who's going to show you some of the new audio enhancements we bring to Star Engine to make it even more realistic than it is now.
Es importante el sonido.
Hi CitizenCon, Graham here. Good to see you. Recently in the audio team, we've been looking at how we can create a greater psychological connection and emotional impact within our games through the use of improved audio technology. Audio can play a crucial role in the immersion of the player, and with that in mind, the audio code and technical sound design teams have been looking at all of our tech from the ground up. For example, when you're under threat, you should feel a real sense of danger. When you're armed, you should feel the dangerous power that you hold within your hands. Earlier this year, we showed you our resonance tech, which allows us to bring the action much closer to the player even when they're deep in the bowels of a ship and far away from where all the hits and the explosions are happening. But that's just one part of a much larger push to create a better, more immersive audio experience. With that in mind, let's take a look at some of the tech we've been working on. First, let's listen to some of our weapon sounds in action. They're a great simulation, but we wanted to take them further and express the sound pressure, the forces being exerted. Our new in-house audio effects, particularly the multiband compressor, tuned by our sound designers, give us this result.
Qué guapo.
The compression serves to illustrate the power of the weapons and the effect that they have when going beyond the limits of the listener. Let's show you the same audio effects applied to the ship weapons, taking us from this to this.
¡Ay, Dios! ¡Qué maravilla! Dios.
But it's not just about feeling powerful. Changes in audio can create a sense of danger, of being out on your own and under threat. Here's an example of ship combat.
Uf.
Sounds good, but what if we wanted a little more realism?
¡Qué guapo!
The audio propagation tech that we've been rolling out makes it easier to change the soundscape in real time, and a nice use of that technology is to provide a more realistic option. Here, your own weapons resonate through the hull of the ship. Only what's in the pressurized cockpit is heard clearly, and the threat level feels higher due to the isolating lack of enemy weapon and ship audio. Making these changes creates space in the audio, both spectrally and temporally, making impacts seem bigger, more damaging, more of a problem for the player. This realistic mode isn't limited to the flight experience, it's applied appropriately to the game as a whole. Here's an FPS battle in a depressurized area. With realistic mode, we get that sense of isolation again, giving the location a different colour and adding variety to the audio experience.
Qué guapo.
Player breathing and foley are exaggerated, and other sounds are transmitted through physical contact.
Esto mola muchísimo,
That's all from us for now. We look forward to getting these new audio features into your hands.
Está muy guapo. Esto en una batalla campal tiene que escucharse, pero que flipas, Qué bruto.
All right. Hello, everyone. So, persistent entity streaming, replication layer, and beyond. My name is Paul Reindel. I'm Director for Online Technology. And I'm going to show you a little bit insight in our technology for persistent entity streaming and the replication layer. I thought about what's the best way to show you something about that tech. And I thought about putting some technical drawings on the slides, or maybe show video like we did 2 years ago. But really, the best way to show you how persistent entity streaming works is to give you a live demonstration. And that's what I'm going to do. All right. So this will all be live, so please bear with me if there's any glitches. So let's keep this rolling. I think I'm supposed to press the button. No, it's already switched. Before we start, a little bit, I just give you a little bit an overview what you see here. Let me set up everything. One moment, sorry. So on this left side, you will see my client window. And on the bottom side, you will see the server renderer. So for this demonstration, and I start a second client, I'm just stopping that. Sorry about that. This is live, all right. So again, on this side, you see the client. And he just logged out because I started a second client. So let's do this again. One more time. On this side, you see the server renderer, which is currently, it has nothing streamed in. I'm showing a small demonstration level. And on this side, you see the entity graph, which is our online database. That's powering what you see in persistent entity streaming, what you play since 3.18. And I also have some metrics on the screen which shows the entity graph worker, the requests per minute, per second, the mutations, and you also will see entities created and destroyed once I do that. All right, so let's wait for my client to come up and join this level. So the first thing that will happen when I join this level, you will see on that server, everything streams in, and my client gets connected and also streams in everything on the client view. What would happen on the behind the scenes is that my player just got unstowed into that shard, and we at real time created everything for this player. So you will see his body is attached to the player, you will see his mobi-glass, his head with all his customizations, his undersuit, and then all his customizations as well on the undersuit. What you also see is that this player just got unstowed and attached to a static zone object container. And this is how our zone system works. Basically, on the server, you will see 3 different zones, purple, green, and red. And each zone comes with its own coordinate system and its own physical grid. And this is how we actually, on live, do zone transitions between your ship, empty space, space station, or a planet. And you will see, as I walk between those zones, I will, at real time, update it in that entity graph. And this all happens seamless. So for a client, this is completely transparent. You don't notice that. But this is actually what's happening when you step in or out into a ship. And this is very unique to our engine. No other engine has this zone system. And this allows us to do all the amazing stuff you saw in the videos before, transitioning in and out of planets and go from the smallest scope to the largest scope. So everything we do in a shard, so this is like a mini level, like the mini PU level, is also persisted in this database. When we create new entities in our engine, in Star Engine, those entities get pushed into our entity graph, into our online database at real time, and then from there replicated to our clients. So if I go ahead and spawn a couple of plushies here, you will see they spawn, they get created immediately on my entity graph and replicated on the server and on the client. So spawn a couple more here. And you see this, the pengus I spawn in the other zone get attached to the other zone. And then if I go and transition one of those they will also transition between the different zones. And the same works for ships or more complex entities. If I spawn this buggy here, you will see this one gets created with all its attachments and everything else attached to it. And this is just my small demo level here. On live, we have up to 600,000 dynamic entities that get created for one single shard. And this is just the initial state. After 2 weeks, 3 weeks of gameplay, when you guys go in and destroy stuff, spawn stuff, play around, it goes in the millions of entities. So this in itself is pretty amazing tech. The next time I want to talk about is our streaming system. Most engines do stream on texture or geometry. We actually stream entities, and we do stream persistent entities. So when I turn on the streaming system here and I walk into this, if I walk over to the red area, you will see that the purple area will stream out together with all the entities on that server. So it does not only stream out on my client, it actually streams out on that server. And when I come back in the green zone, that purple zone streams back in with all the entities in there with their full persistent state. So now I have a second player joined. Benoit is going to join me. So Ben, if you want to join, okay, I think you see him over there. Hey, Ben. Sorry. Nice. All right, I'm going to spawn a couple more penguins here. Because the next thing I want to talk about is new technology we are right now developing, and we are about to put on the tech preview for you to play. And this is actually the replication layer split. And that's the big next step in our great vision, obviously, as you might know. So in this demo, my client and my servers, they are no longer directly connected. Actually, I have a new service running here, and that is our replication service. So my client is connected to this replication service, and my server is connected to this replication service. And the replication service, the sole purpose is to get all the entities which are in the entity graph and stream them to clients and servers which are connected to. And what's really cool about this is, let's do a little experiment here. I mean, you all know our game has bugs. It's still alpha, and sometimes things can happen. So let's see what's happening when I kill my server here. So this is my server, the actual console. So let's just shut it down. And yes, this is where you would usually see a 30K or something. You can see Benoit kind of froze there for a bit. And the buggy does a bit weird stuff. I can shoot those pingus, but the world is really in a frozen state right now. But I didn't disconnect, because I'm connected to the replication layer and not to the server anymore. In the meantime, I'm just starting a new server. Let's be a bit patient for it. It should come back online in a second. And as you can see, now that the server came back, it restored the state. It restored the state, and the simulation just continues to work as before. So this will be, again, this is very early tech, but this is a great benefit of what we have with our replication layer split. But there's one more thing. And let's try this thing again. I just killed my server, and I'm trying to do that again. But this time, we're doing something different. So let's first go in here. This is my development tool. I can talk about it in a second. So let's stop that server again. And restart. this will take a little bit. I'm running this tool you see here. This is our internal development tool. This tool runs the entire stack of our game on this PC. This is obviously for development only, and I can do that with my small test level. But this really helps online devs and all people who work on the incredible, complicated tech we hear to be able to develop our game. And because I run everything on this PC, it's a bit slow. So let's wait and see what's happening here. All right. Simulation continues. I can see Ben moving again. Hey, Ben. However, what just happened? Well, as you can see on my screen, I no longer have one server connected. I have 3 servers connected to this replication layer. So what you guys see here, this is the very first version of a working server mesh. All right. So now I'm going to explain a little bit how this magic works, because it is truly magic. Each server, when it came up and the replication layer realized there are 3 servers, we assigned different zones to those servers. And we said, OK, server 1, you are the authority over the purple area. Server 2, you are the authority over the green area. And the last server is authoritative over the red area. You can still see that those servers have all those entities replicated, but only the entities within their zone are actually authoritative on that server. So while I'm in this green zone at the moment, my entity is simulated on that green server and just replicated on the other server. And now, as I transition between those zones, you will see that on that green server, I just lost authority, and on that purple server, I just gained authority. And because my player was replicated on both servers, this completely works seamless. And again, let's do that a couple of times. You see on my client here, I don't notice anything of that. This all happens behind the scene. And this doesn't work only on me. Let's turn on the zone colors and the object, the authority assignment on the client as well. You can see that even entities, as they transition into the other zone, seamlessly transition to that zone. And not only that, I can also interact with entities that are on the other side. So if I go on the green zone, for example, and I shoot this, I can still shoot that purple entity. And I can also just go ahead and destroy that buggy which sits on that other zone. There you go. Always fun to blow stuff up, right? All right. So there's more to this. The first thing I will do, let's spawn a fresh buggy. I just destroyed my old one. When I go into this buggy, I will become part of the aggregate. And that means that now my buggy and myself will transition authority together. And this is how we make sure that my player, while he's driving this buggy, is always authoritative on the same server. So you can see, as I drive around with this buggy between the zones, I will switch between the different servers. All right. But there's more to this. So remember when I turned on the streaming earlier? The same streaming mechanics work here as well. Like, obviously, in this example right now, you can see all those servers, they have all those entities replicated. And it's a little bit wasteful because you have 3 servers, all need to replicate all those entities. And that's where streaming comes into play. I can turn on streaming here, and you will see that suddenly my purple server no longer has the red area streamed in. And the red server no longer has the purple area streamed in. So let's see what's happened when I drive my buggy backwards into that into the red zone, what happens on that purple server? And I just disappear. So right now, on this server, there's only Benoit replicated. And Benoit, if you come to me over in the red area, you will see that now on this server, there's no client at all. And in theory, we could now completely stream out the entire area on that server, or stream in a new area. And you will also see, as I drive back into the green area, I will magically reappear on that purple server. And this obviously works on the other side as well. Let's get a couple more player join. I have a couple more QA in the back, so you can just see the whole thing running in live with a bit more things going on. Get out of this buggy. And you will see on each server renderer which clients are currently replicated on those servers and which clients are actually authoritative on those servers. And you can see this, the green server, because it's the middle one, has most entities replicated. And then you can see this purple one at the moment only has one client replicated. Yeah. So yes, this is pretty much it. I hope you guys enjoyed this. It has been a long time to come to this point, and I just can't put in words how much tech and work we had to put into this. Big shout outs to the network team, big shout outs to the online services team, big shout outs to Chris to let us doing this.
It's been a really long journey to get to this point. And I've got to say, the team has done an amazing job. They've been working diligently for the last 4 or 5 years. We've had a couple of false starts. We finally have an incredible, the way the replication layer works and how we can spin up servers and down and keep the state constant, even if a server goes down, is, I think, a genius design. And the first time I saw this, about 3 weeks ago, working fully, I cried. It's like giving birth.
We did it!
And we wouldn't have been able to do this and work on this kind of tech without all your support.
That's right.
100%.
Now, you guys
and your trust.
allowing us to take the time to do it right, to really build it. So thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So much for everyone, and thank you everyone at CIG that's really worked hard to deliver all this amazing stuff that will be either in your hands now or in your hands very soon. And this is just the beginning of CitizenCon. We got a lot more stuff to show you.
Yeah.
That's what we need for this MMO, guys. That's what we need.
Great demo, by the way.
A ver. Estaba viendo todo esto y tal. Y sí, la verdad que mola bastante. Efectivamente a mí me habían contado esto y no sabía qué es lo que habían enseñado aquí. Y la verdad que el verlo pues está bastante guapo. Está bastante guapo. O sea, tal cual Benoit me lo comentó, mira, hemos hecho esto, esto y esto. Entonces estaba esperando a verlo para poder hablar sobre ello, ¿no? Porque quería verlo bien, primero. Y sí, estaban muy ilusionados, muy entusiasmados todo el equipo, la verdad. Y moló. Y moló bastante el rollo. Mola bastante que esto esté así. Y bueno, pues esperemos que lo tengamos a lo largo de de este año, ¿no? A lo largo de este año que podamos empezar a ver algo del server mesh. Le estuve preguntando a Benoit sobre el tema de... bueno, el pasado se hizo sobre... se hizo como una exposición, o yo le pregunté, oye, Benoit, pero entonces el server mesh podría funcionar de la siguiente manera. Es decir, si yo voy al Orville, en lo que es todo el Orville efectivamente estará lo que es un server, y luego si me meto, por ejemplo, en la zona de viviendas, allá habría otro server, y en el bar de la zona de viviendas otro server. Y dice, sí, podríamos hacerlo de esta manera. Tendremos que ir viendo cómo evoluciona y cómo queremos resolverlo en el futuro. Pero sí, o sea, que es algo que lo que habéis visto ahí de las zonas y tal, pues puede ser un comienzo interesante. Lo que me gustaría saber ahora es cuál es la definición de server estático y server dinámico, ¿no? Porque esto que tenemos aquí es como que tienes una especie de híbrido, ¿no? De zonas asignables para distintos servidores, ¿no? Y lo cual no está mal, pero hay que ver a ver cómo... Supongo que el punto está en que en vez de que haya zonas predefinidas, entiendo, esto me lo estoy sacando la chistera, en vez de zonas predefinidas, que de alguna manera tengan algún tipo de administrador de dibujado de zonas para poder acotar a las fronteras de las zonas según se necesite para ver cómo pueden pues luego ser asignadas a los servidores, ¿no? Porque yo creo que eso sería la parte dinámica. Esto es lo que estamos viendo, puede ser el estático, entiendo, ¿no? Esto es lo que... Pero bueno, hay que ver cómo avance. La verdad que tiene una pinta tremenda y ya os digo, estamos en ruta porque se nota sobre todo la forma de hablar y la forma de tratar el asunto es súper abierta por parte de los devs de CIG y se nota que tienen muy claro el camino que están siguiendo, ¿no? Y las cosas que están haciendo pues definitivamente van a funcionar. Es uno de los pilares fundamentales del juego. Eso lo tenemos claro, ¿no? Es uno de los pilares fundamentales del juego. Vamos a seguir viendo otro más. Vamos a ver qué más cositas hay. Teníamos, vale, hemos visto esto, Shaping Reverse. Supongo que será el siguiente, Navigating the Universe, ¿no? Entiendo que sí. Vamos a ver. Mm, Vale, o sea, el tema de lo de las naves... O sea, ok. Sí, o sea, estoy viendo nada, estoy viendo el texto ese que has puesto y tal, y sí, o sea, básicamente es que ya han probado las transiciones de naves de pasar de una nave a otra entera, o sea que sí. Server meshing could maybe, o sea, podría ser quizás, a ver, sí. Yo lo que os puedo decir es que el server mesh hay la intención de probarlo, obviamente, pero es que esto no es tampoco ningún secreto, ¿no? Hay la intención de probarlo lo más pronto posible, ¿vale?
How you doing, Los Angeles? Boy, there's a lot of you here. It's great to see you. Hi. My name's David, but everyone calls me Bone. Don't ask. Or maybe ask me later. So my job is to oversee all the technical implementation of the UI across the company. And if I'm lucky, I get to do some programming from time to time. At previous CitizenCon, one in the flesh, in Manchester, I talked about UI tech with my friend and colleague, Zain Bien. And we were making new tools and technology to help our developers with, to develop their UI. So that was a few years ago now, and now I'm really privileged to share with you how this technology is being utilized by our talented designers to help improve your experience in the verse. So, along with some of my UI friends that are hidden out the back there, we'd like to show you some of these improvements which are going to help you, the players, navigate the Star Citizen universe. Huh. So, why are we doing this? Well, Star Citizen is big, really big. There's so many unique places, massive planets, moons, space stations, rest stops, you know, there's just loads of places to explore. We have a huge range of spaceships of all shapes and sizes. And there's an enormous amount of things to do and see and people to meet. And all this can be shared with friends online. And as we've seen today, as our amazing online technology grows, it takes great leaps, and our online player count grows, the possibilities become almost endless. So how are we going to make sense of all this? Right. Well, one of the main ways we do this is with a user interface, or UI for short. Well, that's where we come in, fortunately, being the UI guys. And we do this in loads of ways that you see already, whether it's your vehicle MFDs, or the HUD, or the kiosks, where you get your spaceship, or you trade commodities, or buy weapons, and all manner of diegetic UIs that you see, diegetic meaning like things in the world that you can interact with. But our first real opportunity is through the helmet visor display. Now, the visor display gives you vital information about your status and the environment around you. But this display has gone through many iterations over the years, and it's been built upon and adapted. And I don't know if who remembers Arena Commander 1.0. That came out about a year after I started, which was primarily space combat and racing, so the visor was geared towards that. And then it evolved with our first ventures into the online universe. And as all the features get added and all these new things, the visor grows and we put things on it to show you, different statuses and like tells you all about what's going on. But with all this evolution, we sometimes lose focus. There's so much we need to know, and when we need to know it is important. So how do we zero in on what's important and at what time? So leaning on this technology that Zane and I and the UI tech team wrote a few years ago, we're trying to take a smarter perspective and rework the visor for you. So I'm not going to tell you about that. I'm going to invite Simon Bursey onto the stage, and he can tell you more about it. Simon? You on this?
Hey everybody. Okay, so Star Citizen, as you know, is a big project which has evolved over its lifetime. Early on in the project, we added the visor, which is the display you see on your helmet when you're walking around the universe in first person. Because the game is always expanding, we often add new gameplay features, and with those come new UI. The various teams slotted pieces into whatever place made sense at the time, but this eventually meant the view became very complex. As you can see, the current live UI can get very cluttered. We have lots of information competing for your attention, so you don't always know where to look, and sometimes the overlaps can make things difficult to read. So, as you can probably tell, the UI team wanted to do a redesign. We wanted to improve the player's experience by presenting the important information in a clear way. We also needed to create a new framework that supports all the existing features and allows us to add more in future. And finally, we wanted to bring the visuals up to the high standard we're setting for Squadron 42 and soon the Star Citizen persistent universe. So how do we go about that? I believe user interface should always be a collaboration with the teams who build the underlying features. So we worked closely with them on a new layout, keeping some pieces, combining others, and maybe getting rid of a few. Once we'd figured out the design, we built a new framework using our 3D UI system, and then we worked closely with the various game teams to take all that complex data that existed before and hook it up to the new user interface. When we designed player-facing UI, we often tried to start with the worst case first, so we can see everything we have to deal with. It was important for us to keep the central area as clear as possible to make it easier for you to see the underlying game. We designed a set of regions that attach to the different parts of the view, and with each of those, we have a set of widgets that can show, hide, and stack when you need them. So, I've told you about everything we wanted to achieve, but wouldn't it be great to see it in game? Does anybody here want to see a live demonstration?
Nadie la quiere. ¿Para qué?
Good. I was hoping you'd say that, otherwise it would have been a very short demo. Okay, so we're going to show you some of our new UI running live in the game. Everything you see is in real time, but I have to tell you we've created a special mission just for the show, which is a little different to what you see in the live game. Okay, so as you can see, Bones driving. I'm going to say Bones' name a lot, and the other guys too, so it's probably the most times you'll hear that in any presentation. Okay, welcome to the Orison Providence platform. You may have spotted it earlier, but today is the first time we've shown the new visor we developed and tested in Squadron 42. But you'll be happy to know all the UI you see today is going to make its way to Star Citizen. But this is secret UEE Navy tech, so we'll give it a different look for the persistent universe. As you can see, the display is very clean by default. Many of the elements are contextual, meaning they appear when you need them to avoid cluttering the screen. We've also temporarily hidden a couple of things so we can focus on them later in this demo. Okay, Bo, let's move into the scene, please.
All right. Okay, when we get a new mission objective, it appears in the top right of the screen.
Okay.
and you can see that our first mission is to repair a radiation leak. We've done a major overhaul of the augmented reality marker system, so we can follow the yellow on-screen marker to get to our objective. At the top of the screen, you'll also see the compass. Okay, Bone, let's head towards the objective. We were already happy with the way the player status widgets worked, showing you contextual information about your character and environment. So we've given them some visual polish and added a few new ones. The environmental radiation here is quite high, and over time it will wear down our suit and damage the player. Looks like we can see the source of the radiation there. I think somebody's damaged a pipe, so how are we going to fix it?
Qué guapo.
If we were in space, we could use a salvage and repair ship. Luckily, UEE have some advanced portable tech. Bone, please equip the military multi-tool. The military multi-tool from Squadron 42 has various modes, one of which gives us the ability to salvage and repair while on foot. Okay, Bone, let's use the multi-tool to repair that pipe. Okay. Right, we can see at the bottom left of the screen, the radiation levels are decreasing. So let's head into the scene. Go on, Bone. Let's walk forwards a bit. Okay, now we fixed the damage, we need to find the enemies that caused it. While we're on the way, you'll notice that the on-foot emissions at the top of the screen. We're emitting infrared, electromagnetic radiation, and also sound. If any of these go higher than the background levels, it will be easier for the enemies to detect us. Let's take a look at the bad guys, Bone. As part of the emissions and radar tech, we also have the ability to scan while we're on foot. If we tap the button, we can do a quick scan to reveal info about anything that's in our view currently. Okay, Bone, let's do a quick scan.
Okay.
This highlights whatever's in our line of sight.
Sí, señor. A ver qué más.
There's also some risk and reward to the scanning system. By holding the button, we can charge our scanner, and this reveals enemies through walls using a more powerful wave. But it does cause a spike in our emissions, which makes us easier to detect. Okay, let's do a charge scan, please, Bone. Okay. We can also see the augmented reality box outs, which give us a summary of what we've detected. Okay, let's have a look at our weapons. Let's get the gun out, please, Bone. Okay, we wanted to help the player see their equipment during combat, so we upgraded the weapons display. As well as the ammo in the gun and the spare mags in their pockets, we also now show the player's explosives and med pens. Okay, let's fight the bad guys. There you can see our new explosives marker, designed to help you spot deadly grenades, mines, and missiles more easily.
I got you covered.
Did you do it? Okay. Well done, Bone.
Igual tienen que tener cuidado con lo de abusar de lo de que aparezca la realidad aumentada en los enemigos. Me está tirando pulsos.
Success. Okay. There's no more hostiles nearby, so let's take a moment to talk about the Moby Glass. The Moby Glass is the Star Citizen equivalent of your smartphone. It has various apps that hook into the
Un
gameplay.
segundito. Ya regreso, chicos. Hola. El mio nombre es Pepe. Pepperoni. A ver. Un momento. Voy a comer algo más de pasta que me quedaba por ahí, chavales, que me ha entrado otra vez el hambre. Pepe. Pepperoni. A ver. A ver, espérate un momento. Que... A ver, vamos a ver cómo hacen esto y espero que esto... Es que claro... Hay que verlo, Monkey, porque sí que es cagada... No lo sé.
Systems. Like all the UI we're showing you today, we wanted to redesign it with the player's usability in mind, to make it look good and also lay the groundwork for future expansion. Let's bring up the mobiGlas, please, Bone. Pretty cool, huh? We've redesigned the interface to give a smoother user experience. We've overhauled the visuals, as you can see, to make it feel more
Otro rollo, ¿eh? Otro rollo.
Pretty cool, huh? We've redesigned the interface to give a smoother user experience. We've overhauled the visuals, as you can see, to make it feel more three-dimensional and holographic. This is actually a sneak peek of the UEE military mobiGlas we've created for Squadron 42. This version has a focused selection of apps, and we're going to expand on that when we bring the mobiGlas to the Star Citizen persistent universe. We'll also have more of a smartphone feel in the PU with a wider range of apps. Okay, let's briefly talk about this home screen. It gives us an overview of our health, the environment, and even our ship. We can also check our mission objective. Okay, so that's enough about the mobiGlas. We've got some more really cool UI just around the corner. And to tell you a bit more about that is the very talented Zane Bien.
Throughout human history, as we have ventured towards the allure of the unknown, we have used cartography as a key component to help shape our understanding and make sense of the world around us. Without these systems in place to catalog our experiences and to chart our journeys, we are forever lost amidst our own environment, and we are just running around aimlessly. This is why it is super important that you, as citizens of our ever-growing, ever-evolving, persistent universe, are equipped with the tools necessary to make your ventures meaningful. So, with that said, I want to show you something that I think is extremely cool. So, Bone, our next objective is to go to the map kiosk and download a terminal. Let's go ahead and activate it. What you see on screen, zoom out a bit, what you see on screen is a fully live 3D representation of the environment that we are in. You can see callouts of the various default points of interest. You can pan the map around, you can rotate it, and you can even cycle the floors that you're on to isolate the visuals of the floor that you're on. So our current objective, it's much more interesting if we can actually take this on the go. So let's download it to our databank. As you'll notice, we now have the representation of the environment in the upper left corner of our visor. Now, the thing that's really interesting to note at this point is not all environments will have such a convenient kiosk available. You may encounter run-down settlements, or you might come across a cave that no one else has ever set foot on before. What will happen in this instance is your radar will incrementally update your map, and it will incrementally reveal your environment and just save that to your databank. So you kind of reveal it incrementally. So this map, what we see in the upper left corner of our visor is not really just a map. What it really is actually data. It's our radar. And we can see contacts on our radar as we scan. And it's basically what we have available stored in our databank. So because we have the location data saved to our databank, we can obviously access that via our mobiGlas. So let's go ahead and pull it up in our mobiGlas, because this is going to get really interesting.
Un segundito que dejo esto en la cocina, chicos. Ahí estoy. Ahora sí estamos.
So Bone, I would like you to cycle between the different floors for us, please. So you can see this lerping transition between the different floors and marker callouts of our objective and also where we are. I would like to talk a little bit about the tech behind this. What you're seeing is not a pre-baked asset. And I want to reiterate that because all of our environments can be very dynamic and they can change. They can take damage. Perhaps economic shifts might cause changes in the environment. And we can't export totally custom assets. So what we've done is we collaborated with our graphics team to enable us to render the environment in this way. And what it is we're actually whitelisting objects that we render and excluding everything that we don't need to render. So in our level markup, we basically have the designers and artists mark up only the bits that are necessary for the map. This lets us have a very compelling visual, but without much of the cost. So I think what we can do at this point, what I want to show you is something very interesting. So we might look around on this map and note down certain areas that might look interesting that we might want to revisit later. We can see some doors on this map, and these doors are entities that are called out on the map, and they may change state. So there can be some doors which have a locked state, which they will display red. And doors that are open will be green. And there are other entity callouts that can happen in our map. So let's go ahead and find a location to put down a pin, please, Bone. Maybe that one. Maybe that door looks interesting. Press T. So what we can do is set a marker, and we can customize the details of that marker. Now, what you'll notice as well is as we set markers, there's metadata that is encoded into each of these markers on top of the customized name that we can specify. So we can mark as many markers as we want in this map. And these are all saved to our data bank, and we can eventually share these markers and even sell these markers on the market. So the thing about this, we can't really talk about markers without mentioning data running. So you might specialize in exploration, whereas perhaps a miner might specialize in the equipment, and they make investments in their equipment. So you, as an explorer, might be in the business of going around and exploring and finding locations that are very valuable to other professions. And the role of these markers are very important in coming up with the data. And yeah, so it's very important. We can basically, when you name your markers, you can make it as maybe obvious, or you can leave it a mystery. So you'll have, when you sell it on the market, you could get rated for how accurate the data is. So the other thing is, we have a mission objective.
Vale, es que se está explicando como el culo porque yo creo que el señor está un poco nervioso. O sea que nosotros vamos a poder vender este mapa en el mercado, o nuestro mapa lo vamos a poder vender en el mercado, y nosotros vamos a poder como configurar marcadores, ¿no? Una de las ideas que tienen es efectivamente que nosotros podamos utilizar marcadores para poder hacer el mapa atractivo. O sea, al final es lo que se llama un pathfinder, ¿no? De alguna manera. O sea, si nosotros vemos, pues ponemos imaginaros algo más harto que esto, ¿no? Y pongamos un mapa que diga, bueno, pues zona de minado. O zona de tal. Entonces, bueno, pues le compramos. O zona para facilitar la vida en área 18. Pues dices, mira, pues vete aquí a este sitio. El 1, el 2, el 3, el 4, el 5, os lo vas marcando con numeraciones y eso, y pues por eso, pues la gente que te pague por eso, ¿no?
As well. And it would be very nice to be able to route to that mission objective. How do we get there? That is another purpose of the map, is basically navigating and letting us know the way towards that objective, towards a destination. So let's go ahead and plot a route to this objective. So we can see a line being drawn from where we are up the stairs to our destination and where we want to go. So you will no longer be lost amidst all of our super complex environments. And what's worth mentioning at this point, and what's really cool, is this under the hood is actually utilizing another piece of tech, AI pathfinding. And so what that allows us to do is leverage other existing tech to basically, it does all the heavy lifting, we just make it look pretty. So because of that, there are certain cases where the path might be blocked. It might have a locked door, or there might be a fire that is in our way. The AI pathfinding will account for that. It will go through doors, it will handle elevators, and it will handle fires, locked doors, and it will just handle everything. So that is an example of sort of a piece of tech that we've leveraged under the hood to help us achieve this goal. So, one last thing we can do at the moment is we want to ensure that there are no more hostiles in our way as we make our way to our objective. So what we can do is we can send out a ping. Bone, if you send out a ping, please. So the scanning will also be represented in the map in the same fashion as it is when you're in FPS. So we know that there's no more hostiles. Let's go ahead and make our way to our objective. As you can see in the upper left corner, we now have the route line represented, our destination, and the distance it takes to get there. As we traverse this path, the path automatically updates, and if you deviate from that path, it will recalculate the route you need to get to your destination. So there's our buddy. He's flying in. So we'll make our way up to the Carrack here, to the right. You'll also notice the pin that we've laid down, as well as our marker objective called out on the map. And as you'll notice, as we head up the stairs, the floor will dynamically change as you head up the stairs. If we can get past this first bit, if we don't trip up. So as we make our way into the Carrack, it's not just environments or caves or cities. We can represent the ship on our interior map.
Qué guapo.
And it's totally seamless as you transition between the two. So let's go ahead and pull up our mobi-glass again and get a wider view of our ship. So we are now on the technical deck, but we can also see the other floors. If you traverse the floors, Bone, just to demonstrate it. Here's our cartography deck. Down one. And our habitation deck. So you will have noticed from a previous presentation that this was very similar looking, right? It's utilizing our tech. So not only will this benefit you as a player, but it also benefits us as developers, because we generalize this system so that other developers can leverage our map to create compelling gameplay. So other teams can leverage our tech, and we leverage the tech from other teams, and it's a circle of life. And I think that's just too cool for school.
Un momentito.
App to create compelling gameplay. So other teams can leverage our tech, and we leverage the tech from other teams, and it's a circle of life. And I think that's just too cool.
Okay.
For school. So, we've been talking about environments, cities, representing ships on our map, maybe planet terrain. These are quite, I mean, our universe is quite big, right? That's only a small fraction of what our universe is.
Star map.
What happens? Have we tried this? What happens if we just take your mouse wheel and just zoom out a little bit?
¿En serio va a poder hacer zoom?
Keep zooming out, all the way out, all the way out. Let's go. So, it's not just the interior map, it's not just the radar, it is the map. It is one single unified system just across different scales. And I want, at this point, we are above Crusader, and at this point I want to invite Emily Hansen onto the stage to talk about the map as seen at this scale. Thank you very much, everybody.
O sea, que están por encima de Crusader, eso que vamos a ir la mitad de Crusader.
Hello, CitizenCon! Are you ready for this? Phone, do you want to click on the marker? As you all suspected, this is the star map. I'm so excited to be here today to reveal this to you all. I hope you're excited too. Now, I think we all know the current star map needed a bit of work, and we've done that. Now, mapping the universe is no easy task, but we've taken some big steps forward with this upgrade to make it so much easier for you to navigate the stars. Before we dive into the details, let's just take a second to admire Crusader's new look. Bone, why don't you take a look around? Much like the interior map, the star map is holographic. And this lets us add some cool interference effects and details to our planet textures. You can also see our improved player marker and that we're currently at Orison. The player and location markers have merged at this scale because they're so close together. The player marker takes priority, which is why the marker displays the player icon and color. By smartly merging with bigger points of interest at larger scales, the player marker always remains visible to you. You'll always know where you are relative to points of interest near and far. So, is everyone ready to see more? Bone, let's take the step back button. That's the one on the right over here. So we can see, take a look at Crusader and all of its moons.
A ver, vamos a ver ahora si funciona. Claro, porque esto... Quiero ver cómo funciona,
so here we
cómo
are,
trabaja.
Crusader, its moons, orbits. You can also see that labels have received a major visual update. They're now fully 3D, and this gives them a really cool perspective. Most labels are aligned to the galactic plane, and they rotate with the map. Bone, give the map a spin.
Okay.
Bone, can you tilt past the horizon, please? Cool. When we do this, the labels flip so you can always read them clearly.
Okay.
Labels for city markers and outposts work a little bit differently. Bone, let's double click on Selin now to focus on it.
Okay.
Surface labels face the camera and appear when they're in the central part of the planet, reducing on-screen clutter. Bone, want to show this in action?
Ok. Ok, esto sí está guapo, joder. Ok.
Markers on the far side of the planet fade out, so they don't take focus from the locations you currently care more about on the near side of the planet.
Y se ve de puta
Bone,
madre.
can you double click on one of the points of interest? As we selected this marker, its label will stay visible at all angles. So far, we've showed you that you can use buttons and double-clicking to jump to objects you're interested in. But wouldn't it be nice if you could also freely zoom out and into locations? Shall we try it, Bone? Let's zoom out until we can see Crusader.
Okay.
We wanted to ensure you have freedom to move around, but this flexibility requires us to be really careful about how and when markers appear. Markers need to disappear when they get too small, but also stay visible when they're still relevant to your view. This isn't simple because objects in a solar system are vastly different sizes. Think about the size of a star versus a planet versus you, the player.
Claro.
You're kind of small compared to a star, right? Our solution is a technique we call cosmetic scaling. This allows us to draw a marker at its real size when we are close to it and artificially increase its size as we zoom out until we reach the point where it collapses into larger points of interest in the hierarchy. You can see this in action here. There's no way Crusader and its moons are this size at this scale in reality. They've been scaled up massively so you can see them. Bone, let's zoom out a bit more so we can see the moons disappear. You can also start to see Crusader's orbit line around the sun here. But before we go back to before we move on to that, let's zoom back in so we can see everything come back as we get closer. As well as zoom, you can also pan around the map unrestricted. Bone, feel free to have a quick look around. As we draw closer to a marker, the cursor automatically magnetizes to it. This ensures you never lose track of what you're trying to view when you zoom in. No more zooming in on empty space. Bone, let's use this technique to take a closer look at Yela. The magnetic cursor does not require us to click on markers. Keep zooming in. Bone, can you keep zooming in? Thank you. You can see that the surface markers appear without us needing to select Yela itself. Imagine how much easier finding that outpost will be now. Crusader, as you all know, isn't all there is, though. We've got a pretty big universe out here. Do you want to see some more? Let's have a look at a location further afield. Can we just pan to Calliope, maybe? Bone, let's give that a try. Yeah, I think we're getting lost. Pretty sure we can all disagree this might not be the best strategy. So what can we do? Bone, let's try clicking on the middle button over here. This returns us to our previously selected marker. As I mentioned, we did not select Yela, so we've gone back to Selin. So now we know where we are. That's a step in the right direction, but we're still not at Calliope. So we need to find a different way. Bone, could you use the step back button until we can see the whole solar system, please? There it is.
Qué guapo. Qué guapo.
I think Calliope is one of Microtech's moons. So if we double click on that bone, we should be able to see it. And there it is. Bone, let's pan to it.
Se tiene que poder utilizar
el
buscador todavía, tienen que poner
magnetic
eso.
cursor in action again. Can you zoom in, Bone? Thank you. It's so cool to see more of our moons and planets and how different they all look. Okay, so this is great. But what if I hadn't already known where Calliope was? Surely there's a faster way. We've got you. We've provided a drop-down that lists the points of interest in the solar system.
Oh,
Bone,
por favor, dime que sí.
want to expand it now?
Hostia.
We're actively working on ways to improve the way this list is presented to you, to make it even easier to find what you're looking for. And yes, this will include search functionality.
De acuerdo, incluirá la función de búsqueda. Perfecto. O sea, ya está, lo que queríamos, chavales. Efectivamente, ya está.
But for now, Bone, let's use this to go to Ariel.
Ya está, o sea, esto ya está.
I absolutely love zooming around on this map. Bone, want to find Area 18 for me?
Qué chulo.
So, Area 18 is currently on the dark side of the planet, it seems. Of course, it's not just planets and moons. Bone, how about we take a look at Security Post Korea? Quite a long way down, isn't it? This is where the upcoming search will really come in useful. Bone, want to zoom in a little and show off our holographic model of this station? Bone, can you also drop down again, please? Thank you. As you may have noticed, the recent list in the drop-down populates as you click on locations in the list. It will remember your 3 most recent selections, so you can use this to quickly return to places in case you want to check something else again. Bone, let's use this to go back to Ariel.
Claro, poner las localizaciones más recientes que has visitado, o sea, está muy bien.
Okay, so we've done a lot of exploring. I think it's time that we head back. We could do this by selecting Orison from the list, but we also have our own marker that we can take advantage of here. The eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed that the player marker clamps to the edge of the map, keeping it visible to you no matter how far away you go. To get back to our position, we could double-click that marker, or we could click the first of the navigation buttons to zoom straight there. Now, I'm sure many of you have been wondering if we can go back to our Carrick map from the star map, just like how we got here from the carrot map just a few minutes ago. So let's see what happens when we focus on our player marker. Go ahead, Bone.
Qué guapo. Qué guapo, por favor. Muy guapo. Esto está muy, muy, muy guapo. Esto mola mucho.
All right. So yeah, here's our Carrick again. Being able to simply zoom between these map contexts lets you draw meaningful connections between what's on the ground and what's in the skies like never before. Bone, just for fun, let's zoom all the way back out so we can see the entire Stanton solar system. It's just so cool to watch the verse open up before our eyes.
A ver, hay que recordar que esto es el mapa para Squadron, que es rollo militar. O sea, esto es un Mobilas militar. Hay que esperar a que salga el civil.
Moving around the star map, you should never find yourself lost again. The controls are so much smoother and easier to use than the star map you're all used to, as I hope Bone agrees. Knowing that what we've shown here today is just the beginning for the upgraded star map. You saw pinning in the local map, and we'll add this to the star map before you get hit. Just imagine being able to mark something interesting you find out there in the verse and then sharing that location with friends, just like Zane said. Exploration is about to get a lot more interesting, and we're doing everything we can to ensure the star map is your brightest window to the stars yet.
Está muy bien. Y aparte que luego hay que pensar que esto es la parte base. O sea, seguro que en el futuro pues hay diferentes aspectos para el mapa y cosas así. Personalizaciones. Era la idea que tenían desde un principio, ¿no?
Thanks, Emily. Thanks a lot. So we're really, really excited about getting all these features into your hands of the players of Star Citizen and Squadron 42. We know they're going to make a huge difference to the way you make your way around the universe. So let's just quickly review what we've seen. We've rebuilt the visor display to give you a better understanding of the environment around you. With the new minimap, with the integrated radar and ping, and it will help you find your way around. There's a new Mobiglass coming with its sleek new design. We're improving all the existing apps, and we're going to develop some new ones too along the way. So we've got a video now. And then there's our interior map technology, which will truly help you understand your surroundings. Better awareness of your surroundings and threats, exploring new mapping new areas, pinning locations for later and sharing these with your friends. Or the Idris. That looks great.
Está bastante avanzada, ¿no?
Some more of Horizon. And of course, our entirely new integrated star map with its new interface and, let's face it, a much needed refresh to the user experience. No more getting lost, a whole new perspective. With all these upcoming features, where will you explore today? Thank you very much. Cheers.
Vale. Upa. El siguiente sería... Character Advancement. Character Advancement. Vamos a darle. ¿Cuánto dura? Vale, una horita, vamos bien. A ver, la verdad que esto del Movilas está de puta madre. O sea, las cosas como son. Esto del Movilas mola mucho, tiene muy buena pinta. Preguntabas antes por ahí sobre el tema de la 1 como nave única o la F8. La F8 no sirve como nave única. O sea, no tiene cama. O sea, si una nave no tiene cama, yo la descartaría como nave única. Directamente. Y la 1 sigue siendo una nave demasiado específica. Sí. Evocate a Pyro a partir de esta noche. Efectivamente, Monkey. No puedes estar ahí toda una vida en el espacio, ¿eh? A ver, darme un segundo porque tengo que mirar. Estoy poniendo música de ascensor para que se entienda que estoy poniendo música de ascensor. Un momento. Pasa esta imagen ahora por el concierge. A ver, un momento. Más cosas. Ah, la Jump Point. ¿Ha salido ya la revista Jump Point? A ver. From the cockpit. Guate. Guate. No, esto no. Esto tengo que mirarlo después, chavales. No voy a mirar eso ahora. Porque me va a hacer spoiler de cosas que no. Vamos allá. Con la calma, chicos. Nos tenemos que ver un montón de cosas todavía. Sí.
Hello there. Hey everyone, it's so good to see you all again in person. Thanks for coming out. So I'm Ian, I'm the art director for Star Citizen. we're going to kick off the first ever day 2 of CitizenCon by talking about some of the awesome work done by the character team. All right. So first, let's talk about life in a frontier system like Pyro and how this influences the character designs. So we wanted to create something unique compared to what we've seen in Stanton already. We wanted to give a wider visual palette.
¿Cómo que última página ya es? Me cago en todo, ¿eh? Vale, pero solo aparece lo de la IAE. O sea, solo aparece esto. Vete a pasear, Antonio. Me cago en todo, ¿eh? Me cago en todo, ¿eh? Venga, ahora.
And a feeling of historical age between the different solar systems. So this chart describes the fashion pillars for humanity. We can see where all suits, armors, and fashion items should belong. In terms of material use, manufacturing technology, and novelty. So you can see Earth fashion on the left, Terra fashion on the right, and frontier fashion right in the middle with a little bit of overlap of Earth. So essentially, frontier fashion is function over form. They are repurposed and repaired, and generally are misfits rather than sets. Outfits are purposeful by having storage solutions. This implies survivability along the frontier. Okay, let's take a look at some of these assets in the game. Okay, awesome. So hopefully you guys that played Pirate Playground, you will have seen a few of those assets being showcased. So as we saw from the video, pouches and storage are a key part of the Frontier aesthetic. This drives the feeling of survivability. But from here, we thought it'd be really cool to give the functionality, but also some customization options. So let's take a look at a video we just developed internally, and this is for modular storage items on the player.
O sea, son objetos modulares para el jugador de almacenamiento. Qué chulo. ¿Cómo mola esto, chavales? ¿Cómo mola? Mola mucho, Mola un montón.
Pretty cool, right? So I think this will provide loads of customization options in the future. We're super happy about that. So we also created some extreme weather costumes for Frontier locations, and these also follow the same mismatched and repurposed design aesthetics. Now we've also been focusing on achieving a higher visual benchmark. So this is all driven by our new Layer Blend V2 shader and its texture library. And we focused on more consistent wearing between 0 and 100% values. So to showcase this, let's look at a quick example asset.
Es el casco del Goodies Pack. Qué guapo, qué locura, ¿eh?
All right. So as we saw in the video, the insides of the helmets are looking fantastic. Now this is us getting them ready to animate with put on and take off.
O sea que, buah, pues esto es que es claro, es que se están preparando para que tengan el interior tal para poder animar lo que es el que agarremos el casco, ¿no? Como aparece en los vídeos.
Is expanding the visual design palette for humans, giving a more credible feeling of age and history when you travel across multiple solar systems. All right, now let's talk about something different. Now we're going to talk about some of the gangs in Star Citizen. So Ninetales have been one of the main gangs in the game. So far, over 105 million have been taken out by you guys. So you guys have been busy, great job, all right. So it was like, all right, now we're gonna need to introduce a few more factions to the game, okay? So the first faction we're going to talk about is Rough and Ready. So the aesthetic of the gang was to be subtle. They're understated in terms of clothing, and they almost blend into their environment. On closer inspection, you'll notice their tattoos. These signify rank and progression within the gang. Let's take a look at a quick video.
¿Alguna primicia primiciosa?
I
¿Os voy a
think they
contar algún
look
detalle jugoso? No.
absolutely fantastic. Okay. So the rough and ready can be found in some of the space stations around Pyro. Now the tattoos, like I said, the tattoos form a progressive design. This illustrates the hierarchy within the gang. As a player, you'll be able to earn these tattoos.
Vamos a tener claro una cosa. Sobre primicias y tal, o cosas aparte de lo que haya en la CitizenCon, ¿sí? Los trabajadores de CIG firman un acuerdo de confidencialidad al entrar a la empresa. Por lo tanto, no va a haber ningún tipo de esa información. ¿Vale? O sea, lo que tengan que contarnos ya nos lo contarán en su momento. Lo único que os puedo compartir es lo mismo que han compartido conmigo, que este año pues va a estar muy chulo. Y hay más cosas. ¿De acuerdo? Lo del francés, lo del francés que contó no sé qué, no sé cuánto. Squadron is feature complete. Eso se ha salido en lo que es a lo largo del evento. No hay guillotina de ningún tipo. No entiendo. Vamos a seguir.
Okay, cool. The next gang we're going to talk about is Headhunters. So this gang is also located in Pyro, but offers a completely different frontier aesthetic. More of a wasteland vibe with lots of personality, and this will translate into the behavior types. Now this gang is currently in production, but let's take a quick sneak peek. Okay, so cosplay competition next year. I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. All right. All right, so they're looking awesome. Now the last gang we want to talk about is Dusters. So Dusters are a criminal gang specializing in mining-related crimes. Now internally, I love the original Desert Nomad armor. You can see him here, right? Now I wanted to use it as a starting point to establish the Dusters design language. So here we can see...
¡Oh, qué guapada! ¡Qué chulo, por favor! ¡Qué chulada!
So here we can see the Dusters gang lineup, showing armor leveling and rarity. So as a player, you'll have horizontal armor progression. This will define your role and playstyle. Then you'll have vertical progression. This is your progression within that role and playstyle. For example, a common bounty hunter armor set will be weaker than a legendary, and as armor progresses in strength, it's harder to acquire. So harder missions, rarer drops, higher reputation. Now, as we're talking a little bit about armor sets, let's recap a little. So the goal is that players should consider which armor to equip based on the role they wish to fill and the scenario they're heading into. There will be also greater differences between the current armor types. So light, medium, and heavy, and this will be in protection and mobility. New armor categories will be combat, specialist, utility, and support. And these will define the type of items that are quickly available on the slots of the suit. There will also be additional functionality
vale, veo que esto se está,
in your chosen...
Veo que esto se está traduciendo como el culo porque le he hecho un vistazo ahora. Y esto es lo importante, ¿no? Que habrá de combate, especialista, utilidad y support. Y que además tendrán pues diferentes tipos de ranuras de expansión, ¿no? Para poder...
utility and support. And these will define the type of items that are quickly available on the slots of the suit. There will also be additional functionality to assist in your chosen role. A matrix of armor type versus category will provide a variety of roles, with each providing best-in-class benefits. There will also be hindrances to out-of-role gameplay. For example, if you're wearing a heavy armor set and you're trying to fly a little snub fighter, you'll have restricted visibility and less vehicle control.
Ok. Pero espérate un momento.
And you're trying to fly. Also be additional functionality to assist in your chosen role. A matrix of armor type versus category will provide a variety of roles, with each providing best-in-class benefits.
Esto es un giro a los acontecimientos muy
There will
grande.
also be hindrances to out-of-role gameplay. For example, if you're wearing a heavy armor set and you're trying to fly a little snub fighter, you'll have restricted visibility and less vehicle control.
Claro, o sea, han pasado de decir que quieren restringir el uso de armaduras pesadas para que no puedas llevar una armadura pesada en una nave, así poder hacerlo, pero que tendrás visibilidad reducida y maniobrabilidad reducida. Esto cambia un poco la película. Esto cambia bastante la película.
So in this scenario, like a flight suit armor type with resistance to milder G-forces would be preferred. Okay. So as we saw in Ali's presentation yesterday,
Claro, o sea, que ahí dice que, por ejemplo, pues un traje preparado para el vuelo resistiría mejor las fuerzas G. O sea, que al final va a ser importante.
hygiene simulates and tracks the accumulated effects of a character going unwashed for any length of time. Poor hygiene can lead to disease, lowered health, and snarky comments. Hygiene decays faster if a character becomes dirty or wears dirty clothing or armor, and visual effects are going to be displayed on the character's skin, such as blood, sweat, and dirt. Certain usables, such as a shower, will reset the character's hygiene and clean away all of those dirt effects. So let's keep clean. Yeah. Okay, so that covers a quick recap on armor sets and hygiene. Let's get back to a video showcasing the dusters.
Mucha información, ¿eh? En un cachito, o sea, mucha información concentrada, ¿eh? Bastante guapa la armadura, Me mola. Dentales sí, se supone que son de Stanton. Los Dusters. A ver, no que sean de Stanton. En Stanton los hay. Pero que sean de Stanton ya es otro tema.
So you'll be able to find the Dusters scattered around various derelict settlements and wrecks in Stanton. And the Dusters will be available Q4 this year.
Claro, o sea, estos asentamientos ya los hemos visto, chicos, en el PTU de la 320, ¿os
And with
acordáis?
that, I'll hand you over to Sean Tracy. You guys have been awesome. Enjoy the rest of your show.
Joder, no tuve oportunidad de saludar a John
Hello,
Tracy.
everyone.
Qué pena. Me hubiera gustado.
All right, so I'm Sean Tracy. I'm the Senior Director of Tools and Tech Content here at Cloud Imperium Games in Los Angeles. So today I want to talk about Starcloth. And Starcloth was initially unveiled at a previous CitizenCon kind of in an early stage. So it's now rolled into full production, and it's used in both Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. So it's going to be seen on more and more assets like some of the great art that you just saw. So what's really cool about it is that it's unified with the physical world, whereas before it wasn't unified and was based completely on character movement. Now, it's faster than the previous cloth setups, and in the end, it just looks a whole lot better. So today, I'm going to cover some of the tech, the pipeline, and we'll see some results. So let's get and see it in action. Trench coat. Cloth is hard. Guys have to run upstairs, they have to crouch, they have to prone, it's got to collide with the environment. And even more difficult, it needs to hold up in high-end cinematics. Cut that one just before some good spoilers, so yeah. All right, so how's it all work? Well, Cloth uses two meshes, a simulation mesh or cage, and the render mesh itself. So vertex colors indicate how it's constrained to that cage, and thus the simulation. So for example, black vertex colors indicate a full constraint. Basically, it follows the skinning. White vertex colors indicate unconstrained vertices. So the movement is determined entirely by the simulation. And then we can do a blend of gray values that is used for fine transitions and blending and fall off in between the fully skinned and fully simulated assets. So in the end, these meshes are sent to the engine where we bind the cage to the render mesh, and then tech artists can leverage some of the runtime tools. You can see up on the image that the sim cage mesh has about 5,000 triangles, whereas the actual render mesh is about 45,000 triangles. So it's obviously much more efficient to simulate the sim cage mesh versus just the render mesh itself. So part of the technology is the runtime iteration support, which you can see in the image above me here. That's with all the red spheres. Here we're actually painting the collision radius of every single one of the vertices, and it allows us to fine-tune the simulation without having to add arbitrary collision meshes, though we can. We paint a variety of properties, so some of these other properties are mass or displacement. In the top right, you can see an example of the old legacy implementation using pendulums. And this uses joint chains and collisions, but assets with multiple layers like the one that you can see there, or ones like skirts or gowns, they were really, really difficult to do with pendulum simulation, but they are solved with Starcloth. So I mentioned it's completely unified with the physical world. And what that really means is that wind, impacts, object collisions, thruster backwash, all these kind of things actually react to the cloth reacts to these things, and so much more. So it's not just character movement. Now, it's a hyper-efficient simulation, and it's several orders of magnitude faster than the legacy implementation that we used before, and has a lot of easy-to-control parameters for tech art, which are compression, stretching, and bending. So as mentioned yesterday by Chris Rain, our senior lead physics programmer, we support soft body tapered capsules, which are twice as fast as our ragdoll capsules. It's also key to solving one of the most important aspects of plausible cloth simulation, and that's mitigating the tunneling or the clipping that happens through a character. So it's very, very difficult to solve with pendulums. So with all this tech in mind, we can do really complicated assets like the Duster and the one I want to show you now. So here you're seeing about 5 different layers of cloth going on and self-colliding between each other. It's reacting to the planet wind, which is always changing. On the front, there's a big leather apron. So this one's actually a lot heavier and it moves a lot differently than the cloth on the back.
Con barba.
So he's walking into the wind here. And in the end, as I mentioned, it just looks a whole lot better. So with that, I want to hand you off to my friend, Andre Piers, who's going to talk about hair.
Thank you, man. Hi, everyone. So, nice to be here in LA with all you guys. So, I want to start with a question, okay? How many of you are actually excited that we're getting new hair into the verse? All right. So, I'm Andre. I'm the lead artist in our recently formed hair department. We branched out from the character art team and created this department. And it's a pleasure to be here today with all of you and tell you that we're damn proud of what we achieved. It's been a long road, but definitely worth it, okay? Now, we're going to start by just looking at the most impactful changes that we have in our workflow, okay? A bit of a technicality part. Then you're going to get to look at the benchmark assets we have created. Okay, and from there we're going to take a glimpse into the future of what hair could be with a more diverse hairstyle, where we're trying to run away a little bit from the military look that was driven mostly by what Squadron 42 was, so because we did a lot of work for that as well. And yeah, from there, as a last note, I'll have a special announcement for you guys. Okay. Don't want to spoil it, but you stick around, you're going to love what we have, okay? So, first thing I want to touch now, very simply, okay? Hair for games is hard. It's really hard. Oh, by the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets in the persistent universe? Fully rendered in our engine, okay? Game-ready, performant, ready to be shipped, okay? So, hair is really hard, like I was saying. It is a AAA challenge, basically. You see games that get it, games that don't. Some of them get it more or less. Either way, for us, the challenge is the same. We're not different, and the challenge is real. With the scope of Star Citizen, like day-night cycles, all these light shafts, all this MMO, people running around with the hairs, a lot of motion, a lot of fast-paced movement. Yeah, it is hard. But the best thing is, we have arrived, okay? And it's, yeah, clap. It is, it doesn't end here, okay? Yeah. It does not end here, okay? It's the nature of CIG. We just keep pushing the boundaries, but like I said, we're really proud of what we're showing you here today. So let's dive in what we made all this possible, okay? On a high note, on a high level, basically, a successful hair requires 3 fundamental elements, okay? There's the texture, there's the placement, and there's also the shader. If one of these elements fails, all of them do, okay? So it's basically, you can have a great texture, great placement. If your shader is wrong, no go, really. And the same if the texture fails or if the placement fails. So really vital, really important that everything works together. But The good thing is, by breaking down the hair into these three parts, it also allows us to actually go deep into each of them and push the quality up. Or like Chris Roberts would say, bring the high fidelity, right? So, on the texture end, there was a lot of changes. What you see on the top there, the common approach of a AAA game would be to have true black, true white on a transparency map, a bit of taper on the tips and roots, and call it a day. That's what happens in 99% of the games. Now at CIG, we went a bit further than that. We tested all the thicknesses that were actually reasonable to test, of course, and we came to a realization. The hair doesn't need to be thin enough. It just needs to look thin. We do need it to be thicker enough, thicker than the real life hair, because if you take one of your hairs, you'll see it's really thin, right? So it does need to be renderable. That means if it's really thin, it will be sub-pixel rendered at some point. With the motion and all that, we will get a lot of artifacts. And so that would be a no-go. We do need it to be thicker than in real life. But can we make it look thin? That was the question. So we came to the realization that from hair, or from scalp to hair, and from hair to the background, so these 2 points, the transition points, are the most important ones for the hair. So we aggressively tapered the tips, which is what you see over there, and added a gradient to it. So no longer true black and true white. Now, this is a lot of technicality. You will see practical examples of this, but that allowed us to have smooth transitions and basically achieve the result we expected. On the placement side, we came up with hair libraries, basically. Now, I could be here all day talking about hair libraries, okay? Because I'm a very technical person, and if you see me around the venue, feel free, I'm Andre, you can just come and talk to me about this. I'm not gonna bother you all that for 1 hour about this, but I'm gonna give you a very quick example that you all can relate. So, imagine in real life, you have a construction business and you could make one wall, one roof, one floor and one window. You make it all work together, and from there, you're not only building your house, you're actually building the whole town, and then the whole state, and then eventually the whole universe. Right? That's what air libraries are. Obviously, the result, if you could do that, it would be much cheaper, much faster, and above all, you wouldn't have a fruit salad of assets, which was what we had in the hair not too long ago. And by fruit salad, I mean several artists working through the years, each one of them applying their own workflow. Everybody's at different levels of quality, of course, different minds, different ways of seeing the same problem. So, at the end of the day, fruit salad, right? And we wanted uniform quality. So for that, air libraries are a great solution. We also decreased the time of production of hairs. So, it was taking us 20 to 40 days to create one hairstyle per artist, okay? Right now, it's going from like 3 to 5, 7 days per hairstyle, which is great news, okay? So yeah, that was a major achievement. Cool. So hair libraries are just a thing. We love it. It's not just picking up a texture and putting it there. If you do that, like, you need to actually see the scope. Gladly, we have some of the best artists in the world on hair working with us, so we managed to achieve this at the scope that we wanted. Now, on the shader side, there was...
Me estoy planteando una cosa, chavales. O sea, quiero verme... O sea, evidentemente, pues, tengo que estar informado de las cosas y me quiero ver todo. Pero estoy pensando en verme el atracón de la con entero. O sea, de vérmelo ya entero y hacer ¡bumba! Pero es que yo creo que es una animalada, ¿no? Igual me caliento, porque me queda todavía una hora por aquí, más lo que vayan metiendo. Bueno, de todas formas no están metiendo todo, o sea, faltaría todo. Sería character... Bueno, esto es más pequeño.
And a few years ago started to...
Este es más pequeño, o sea que...
Plenty of changes as well. Some of them are very techy, very cool as well. I'm going to run through fast some of them so you guys can understand the scope of what we're dealing with. But let's just understand, like, at bake time, so bake time is prior to runtime. Runtime is where the game runs. Bake time, we're preparing the asset to actually put it in the engine. At bake time, we calculate the custom normal and we store it per vertex. So each vertex gets a custom normal. That makes, in a practical sense, for those who are not too technical, it basically makes the card, the air card, not look like a card. So the normals is help with the way the light reflects. We kind of do more smoke and mirrors on it and make it look not like a card.
Debe ser el siguiente, el de 37 minutos, Ray.
On the
El de los
ambient
bunkers.
occlusion, we store two baked ambient occlusions onto the color channels of the vertices as well. Now, each vertex on a mesh in any game has a color to it, okay? You might use it or not. Imagine in a car, you have a trunk. You can use it or not. It's up to you. It's not silly to use the car without using the trunk, of course, but if you have a luggage, you can put it there or in the back seat, wherever you want. Now, we decided to use this because it was free. The trunk was already there, so the vertex color was already there, and we just decided to store two ambient occlusions on it. These two ambient occlusions work this way. Light hairs, like a blonde hair, obviously needs more shadowing, or less shadowing than a dark hair, right? And so we store two. The length of the card is now baked onto the last one, and that gives us a metric of where the card starts and ends, and allows a lot of cool things you're going to see on the videos I'm about to show. So, one last thing before we can start looking at videos is that, and this is really creative, total credit for the people, for the tools programmers. I personally had nothing to do with this. This was already at CIG when I joined. It's absolutely amazing. So, we have an hairstyle that was ready, that you can see over there. And we have a hair cap. An hair cap is basically a mesh on top of the character's head, which is invisible, transparent. It is just there. Sometimes we use it for shadowing. That thing has an UV. And so we project the hair, or where the hair starts, onto that UV, and gives us that image that you see on the middle, right? And so we now have a 2D space that relates to a 3D location. Meaning that if I want to have hair like mine, which is white on the sides and dark on the top, I could just paint this part and get it white on one side and then dark on the top, which is an insane advancement because cards normally are stacked on top of each other. So when an artist is placing cards, if you paint one card to make it white here, well, it's going to be stacked on top of the other and you're going to get spots all over the place and no control over it. So this allows us to give control. And what you see on the last image is the possible results. For example, now I can paint one side of my 2D representation of my 3D space and get this possible result, which is pretty amazing. So, next video, we're going to take a look at our tools, okay? This is not the way it's going to be exposed to you guys in the character customizer. You'll know more about that later, okay? This is the tools we use we are able to actually create the hairstyles. So let's take a look at this video.
Qué chulo. Se ve muy bien.
You have the full range, so you can go for full white. These are melanin ranges, so realistic ranges. Fully white up to black. Obviously, you can go redhead as well. Get out of the way. You also have the dye feature, where you can see all the things we talked about implemented.
Los tintes.
You can go a bit more wild on this.
Muy chulo. Muy chulo porque se le ve la raíz que está... O sea, se ve que es tintado, ¿no? El pelo. Está muy chulo.
And this is why important, the length of the card is stored in those vertexes. And obviously you can fade it as well as much as you do. So all the possible combinations between the realistic melanin ranges and the dye layer, okay? This is how the occlusion is working, so you can see these shadowings, creating more negative spaces, more structure to the hair. And if you look at the temporal line here, you can see how this pixel depth of set helps us with the transitions as well. Cool. By the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets, ready to go to PU?
O sea que esto en teoría pues debería de estar ya para el 22. Para la 3.22 deberíamos de tenerlo. En principio.
So, now that we understand a bit better how the hair is working, that's why the boring part that I told you just before, you can examine these images with a bit more of an informed opinion. That is basically the example. Now, that's all very exciting, but we want to show you hairstyles that are actually in Star Engine and working. So that's the video we're going to take a look next, okay?
Está muy guapo, Monkey. Buena reggae. Está también el pelo, tío, que estoy hasta pensando en ponerme pelo yo en la vida real, tío. Fíjate lo que te digo.
Great, guys. So I can see by your feedback that you really enjoyed the dye, so I'm going to try and direct things that way next time. Pretty cool. Okay, yeah, these are game-ready assets as well. Now, like I promised you, we're trying to make this diverse and get away a little bit from this type of hairstyles you just see now, which is a bit more military. And for that, we'll have the next video. Now, it's important for you to understand if there's any 3D artists, character artists, air artists out there, you will know. Some of the hairstyles you're going to see next are some of the hardest things you can do in hair for games. In a practical sense, if you can do what is going to be shown next and render it at 60 frames per second on an MMO, you can do pretty much anything, okay? It's our glimpse into the future of what type of diversity we want to achieve. We're not only going for this style, but just showing you that if this style is one of the directions, then the full range will come. I hope you enjoy.
Bastante guapo la rasta, bastante logrado.
Thank you, guys. So yeah, like I've been saying, these pictures you see here, they are all rendered as you see in real time, depending on the light conditions and stuff. But there is no tricks here. This is actually how it looks. And that's why we're really proud. Like I said, it doesn't end up here, okay? We're pushing this forward. This is just to replace the stuff that was there. I'm pretty sure you guys were tired. Nobody at CIG was happy with what we had. I can assure you that. Yeah. Especially as an air artist, right? So, but we finally arrived. Now, we've seen all this. What does this mean in a practical sense for you guys? It's the question you may have. Well, let me tell you really fast. We made over 75 hairstyles since like 6 months ago. On the last 6 months, we made 75 hairstyles. That is a lot. That was possible with all the changes we made. Yeah. Yeah. That is a great achievement. Now, we cannot hand them all to you right now. It's very simple. It's very simple. It doesn't end up here at the artist end, okay? After this, there's a tech art pass where they need to skin it, they need to make it work with hats, with goggles, with everything that needs to work, right? So it's a process that takes time, but we wanted to have a certain amount, a quantity that would be enough to replace all the stuff that it's there, give you enough variety for you to start, and that's what we're going to see next. Now, it also tells you when are you getting it. So, as a last note, I'll leave you with this video, and next, Forrest will come here to talk about this stuff. So, let's take a look at this, guys. This is actually what you're getting. Into the PU.
Vale, o sea que sería para ahora.
You're all gonna get to enjoy these hairstyles. It was a pleasure to be here with you today, guys, and see you in the bus.
Another round of applause for Andre and getting new hairs into the game. I can't wait to put new hair on my character, I'll tell you that. And for Ian and his awesome character team and the amazing characters they showed us earlier. Absolutely fantastic. I'm gonna run through this, we don't have a lot of time. I'm gonna talk to you about character heads. We've talked about hair. We have talked about outfits. I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about the heads and our pipeline and getting us
Muchas gracias, Adriu, por la
the actors that we hire to do the photogrammetry all the way to the game characters. So we have a DNA pool, expansion, and customization I'm going to be taking you through. We made a data-driven pipeline for adding new heads. So what is a DNA pool? DNA pool is just a bunch of heads that we put into the game. That way you can modify the ears, the nose, the chin, the mouth, and you could interpolate between all the different heads. A DNA pool. We want to expand the pool and allow for more selection and range. So we scanned 60 new heads for our DNA pool, 60 new heads. And we processed them internally. We also added customizable facial features, skin tones, complexion, makeup layer on top, revisited the eyes. These characters look new and they look great. All right, so our current pool, there's the 18 heads right there, but that wasn't enough. We need more. That is our new pool. Very exciting. Right now in the PU, when you're playing, see that center row? You get 9 females and 9 males. And now we're going to be getting all these characters. It's for Squadron and the Persistent Universe. How do we do it? Well, we partnered with Clear Angle over in Pinewood, London. And they have this thing called the Clear Angle Dorothy Scanner. The scanner improvements allows us to get shoots done in 4 weeks of sessions. Custom coded flash that just kind of does it automatically, all calibrated. In seconds. To give you an idea, our old process for doing this took hours to calibrate. This thing does it in seconds. Talk about state of the art. Average of 4 scan actors per day now. We used to be doing 1. What this means to you is we can get you characters faster. We can get you new heads faster. Polarized image data resulted in improved spec, blah, blah, blah. Those are awesome texture maps that we could put on the head. That way we can
Como la
render them,
F8 y el
make
pack
them
ese te
look
da.
really good.
Como, Reggae. A ver, para.
Photogrammetry captured in raw images at...
Que la F8 y el pack ese es que supuestamente te da el acceso a Pyro. ¿Pero te has pillado la F8, Reggae? A ver, el Goodies Pack en teoría da acceso a Pyro. ¿No qué? A ver. Utilizaremos un proceso de selección random tirando de propietarios de Digital Goodies Pack, Concierge y nuestros testes más activos. Seguido por nuestro proceso de wave habitual. Sí, pero escúchame una cosa, Reggae. Te paso una cosa por teléfono. Pero, ¿y la F8 qué? ¿Pero tienes el Golden Ticket ya? Ah. Ahí te envié una cosa por privado, Reggae. Léetela. En Twitch. A ver. Insisto, léete el mensaje que te he pasado. A ver,
At 8K texture map resolutions, hyper accurate scan results. Now, close your eyes if you're a little sensitive to light. This is the process we use to get the pictures, to build the photogrammetry, to calibrate the cameras.
Oh, relax. So the rig
All right. So we got some characters here on the screen. Those are all built using all these things that I've briefly mentioned. I want to talk to you a little bit about skin tone though. Skin tone's tricky because we want to apply it. We want to be able to customize it. We want you to have the ability to do whatever you want. So what you see is some really weird looking characters. We see a head with some yellow. Yellow's good in this case. What we're trying to do is we're trying to find the average skin color. Once we find the average skin color, we can figure out what that skin tone is, and then we can apply it. The blue means it's further away from the average skin tone. So when you apply your skin tone, it has less influence, keeping those high details, keeping the color, the blemishes, the imperfections. That middle one, that whitehead, that's where we get once we've extracted the data. It's now ready to apply the skin tone, which you see at the end. All right, so here's a little more detail what I'm talking about. We knew that we were going to get a pull for these heads, this pool of all these different awesome shapes, noses, ears, lips. But now, with what we're doing currently, you can see that we have calibrated all of our source photos of our actors. And with that, we could figure out exactly what they're supposed to look like. And then once I extract and do the average thing, I'm able to get a value. And that value translates into a skin tone. And that skin tone translates into a chart that you can customize your character with. And what's great about this is as we grow our pool and we get more heads, we get more skin tones. So our skin tones aren't based on, you know, whatever it should be, what should it be, what does it look like? These are real data. These are real data that we get from these incredible clear angle scans and the incredible tech that is written by our staff. And the skin tone will grow along with our head data and along with our heads. And there's an example of me just applying it and showing that in practice. And now here's another look. Here's a couple more characters that I put together with this stuff. And here's what's great about that. I did that with our brand new character creator, character customizer for Squadron 42.
Hostia.
Every head you see in here, which will also be applied to the persistent universe, so all heads are in the verse. And as you can see right here, here's a little scene I put together using the outfits, using the hair, using the skin, using the heads. And I did that all with the new character creator. And here to show you that, if the live demo of the character creator, I'm going to bring back my good friend Sean Tracy.
Oh, Sean Tracy.
Thanks, buddy.
Vaya tela.
It's awesome. All right, so what's this all mean to you guys? Let's show ya. Time for live demo. All right, so I want to welcome you to the Biotic Corp Calliope machine. All right, so here you can see we've got the, whoa, I'm getting feedback. You can see we've got two body types that I can select from at any point in time.
¿Qué le pasa al micro, tío?
So we're going to start in right away. Now, you might recall how the character creator currently works. You would have a whole bunch of source heads from our DNA pool. We would select one of the facial shapes, and then we'd blend it up or down, depending on how much you wanted that certain facial shape. Now, this was pretty good, but it's not the most intuitive of systems. So instead, what we wanted to come up with was a much more intuitive way to control this. And what we've now introduced is sculpting mode. So it's quite interesting to know what's going on behind the scenes, and this wasn't an easy problem to solve, but our animation programmers and tech artists and everybody came together, and they figured out a way to basically make it so that from the DNA pool, we are making a selection based on what you want out of it. So it's going on between all the different options. Now, I'm going to start making some changes here right away. So I want to wind up the nose.
Vale, chavales. Necesito café. Café. Porque yo creo que me lo voy a ver de pleno. Y además quiero evitar el... Quiero corregir ya con dónde es el jet lag. Voy a la cocina. Vengo ahora. Café. Vale, chavales, está terminando de hacer eso. Más o menos. Ahora vengo.
You can see that it's all very intuitive, it's fast to use. I'm going to make the lips a little bit bigger here. There we go, something like that. I think that looks pretty good. I'm going to adjust the brow here, maybe make a little bit of a heavier brow. Now we can adjust the eye shape, we can go more almond eyes, we can go more oval, we can have a heavy lid. You know, I can find a whole bunch of different options within here. So here, we're starting to look pretty good. I want to give him a little bit more of a hero chin. And there we go. I'm liking that. Yes. That's cool. All right. So not to spend too much time on that, I want to show you some of the other features. And speaking of features, we go to our skin tone. So finally, you're not just selecting a preset skin tone. You can move through the whole gamut of the lookup table. And this is melanin and hemoglobin at the same time. so at the very top of it, I've got a texture slider. So instead of the whole head sort of selection, we can go between all the different textures now. Like Forrest mentioned, we're going to have 30 of these for one body type and 30 for the other body type. So here, I'm kind of liking, what am I like? Oh, I like this one. So here, and I'm just going to set a skin tone that I kind of like. Something like that. That's cool. All right. So the next step in our skin tone is the complexion. And complexion, we've added freckles. So here I'm just blending in and I'm blending out the amount of freckles. Now I've cranked it all the way to the top just so you guys can see it. But for my character here, I'm going to keep it kind of subtle, like this, but quite a few of them, something like that. We've also got sunspots. Now this is, a little more weathered skin. We'll give this sort of look. And we've got a whole bunch of different blemish masks planned for you guys, whether that's sunspots or liver spots or anything to that effect. Now, I'm going to give this guy kind of a weathered look because I think the skin tone looks pretty cool like that. Yeah, I'm digging that. All right, so next up, eyes. So no longer do we have the green and the brown, just the full selection. You've got a full RGB chart of what you want to select. So if you want to have bright green eyes, if you want to have hazel eyes, if you want to have blue eyes, if you want to have any of these eyes, this is all very, very nice. So again, we can go with deep browns. We can go with sort of a steely blue, which I'm kind of digging for this skin tone. I quite like that look. That's cool. Oh, well, we'll get into some funky colors. Don't you worry. All right. So one of the other things we've added, and it was mentioned before, we've added a makeup layer. And with the makeup layer, we're totally inclusive. Any of the body types can have makeup. Now, I don't want to spend too long on it here because we're going to get into it in a couple minutes. But I just want to show you sort of blending that in, blending that out for this particular body type. So next, as Andre talked about, we have all the hairstyles that you could want. So I'm just going to pick a couple different ones. There's a reality for some of us and another reality for another one of us. There it is. That's what I want my reality to be here. Something like this. I'm digging the mohawk, though, for this one. He's got a bit of a Mr. T look to him. I kind of like this. Yeah, I pity the fool. All right. So it might go without saying that we've got beards now. So if you want to select a full beard, you can select a full beard. If you want just mutton chops, you got your mutton chops. You want your handlebar, you got your handlebar. All right. So we've got all the different beard types that you could want, and we're going to add as many as you guys really want. So I'm kind of digging the full beard for this guy. Yeah, I'm digging the full beard for this guy. Even further to that, we've got eyebrow selection, which is, you could go with no eyebrows. That's a very real. You could have bushy ones. You can have a little bit more, normal, kind of straightforward ones. But it was mentioned before during the hair and with Forrest's discussion that we've got the hair dye as well. So with the hair dye, you can affect all the hair at once, and right now I've got all selected, so I can go through the gamut of all the different hair melanin that you can set. So here I'm just going to darken it up a little bit, and if I wanted to dye the facial hair, I could just dye the facial hair all by itself, setting a dye color here, something like that. But in the end, I'm really digging the jet black on this particular one. So I'm going to frost these tips a little bit. I think that's going to look kind of cool. Let's set a bit of a blonde here, turn up the dye amount. And then what's really cool about this, and I'll show this in a minute, is that we can actually control the fall off of it. So again, if I just want this on the tips, I can just blend it right.
Esto está muy guapo, chicos. Yo la verdad que mi idea es tratar de hacerme a mí mismo en
He
el
looks a lot
personaje.
different
Pero
than
a
how
ver.
that started, and I think that's actually pretty fun. Now, there's a lot of stuff in here, and I can't wait for you guys to explore it and spend as much time as you want customizing and expressing yourself as a character. So once you're done, you've got to sign off a personal declaration that the physical appearances that the calliope process has allegedly caused are okay with you. So let's go to our next body type. All right. So I'm going to go to town here real fast, right away. And you might think it looks a little off or so, but I don't know. We're going to get there. Let's make some changes here. I'm going to adjust the bridge of the nose, maybe a little bit of the cheekbones here. That's maybe a little extreme. Let's go back here, something like that. And I'll make the lips a little bit smaller here, and I'm going to lengthen that chin for a little more of a triangle kind of face here. So you can see, you can tweak to your heart's content. You can spend a lot of time doing this. And I don't really like the brows. I like a little bit softer of a brow for this particular character. And that's looking pretty good to me, actually. So next, just like we did before, we go into features. We can do the skin tone. I'm going to select a certain texture here, just because we got to get going on time here. Let's go. Something around here is looking pretty good to me. Cool. All right, we go into the complexion the same way that we did before. So we start with the freckles. And I kind of like a real freckled appearance on this particular character. And I'm going to turn down the sunspots.
I don't know, yo sí que quiero
So
hacer
we
ahora
move
mismo.
forward to the eye color
Inmersión
again.
a tope.
Ooh, I'm really digging the green. Yeah, I like the green kind of look. And we get to the makeup. Now, this is where I wanted to spend more time. Now, I'm arguably not very good at this, but I will do my absolute best to show you guys how you can use it. So first is the eyeliner. So the eyeliner, we can do any color. You can go as crazy or as chill as you want to go with this. But for this particular, I'm going to go quite dark here, just in the dark sort of fuchsias and purples. Here, we're doing the inner lid eyeshadow. And that, I'm kind of keeping the same theme, I think. Yeah, and we're going to do the same thing with the broad eyeshadow. So again, we can go as crazy or as calm as you want. So what I've had good success in doing is kind of having it cranked, and then I just pull it back to a little more of a natural blend, something to this effect here. Next is the lips. We can do the exact same stuff on the lips. Now what we have is a whole bunch of different makeup masks, and you've got 3 different channels within those masks, so basically 3 different colors that are affecting different areas of it. Now for the lips, we can go with the same sort of theme if we wanted. And I think I'm actually kind of digging that. And let's go on the lip liner, a little darker. And then lips are a lot more glossy, so we can increase the gloss there, so that looks a little more like a lip gloss. Yeah, that looks pretty cool there. And then, like I was doing before, I kind of just pull it back a little bit. And there we are. So next. I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. I have no business doing that, that's for sure. Same thing on the hair. Again, we've got a whole bunch of different hairstyles. These will all be shared between the 2 body types, but for this particular demo, we've got the ponytail, we've got the slick back kind of look. Yeah, I'm not finding one I'm really digging yet. Ah, yes, now we're talking. All right, so cool. Now, again, we're fully inclusive here, guys. So if you want facial hair on any body type, you got facial hair on any body type. That is up to you guys. So on the eyebrows, I'm just going to leave them because we can't really see them anyways. But for the hair, I really like dyeing this hair a certain color, sort of, something in the darker range. I'm going to turn that down. I like the nice jet black. Look at the makeup bounce out. That looks cool. I'm going to turn up the dye, though, and I'm going to try to carry my same theme forward here. There we go. And then I'm going to give it a bit of a fall off, as we can do, so it's just on the tips there. So let's see that in action. All right. So now, you know, at first, we weren't sure about that character, right? But in the end, I think she turned out, definitely. So you go to a review, sign off your declaration again, and head to game. So, you know, I'm really lucky to be able to sit in front of this. And again, it was a huge amount.
¿De vuelta sí volvió? ¿Sí volvió?
Internally as a tool. That's why it's me up here demoing this. This is our tool internally for creating all these heads, for creating all the NPCs in the verse. Because as Chris put it one time, he doesn't want his NPCs to look lame. He wants them to look cool. And this gives you cool looking characters. Thanks a lot, guys.
Bien. Bien. Quieto. Quieto. Vamos a ver. O sea que el siguiente sería Destination Adventure. Vamos a por él. Una pregunta, ¿a los que les tocan algún extraño de idea? No. No, zorro.
Hello and welcome to Destination Adventure. My name is John Griffiths. I'm the lead environment artist for EU Sandbox 2. And I'm the product of Destination Adventure. My name is John Griffiths. I'm the lead environment artist for EU Sandbox 2. And I'm the product owner for the distribution centers.
Vale, con John es con quien estaba hablando. Con quien os dije de que hablé sobre el tema de los búnkeres y demás. Vale.
Before we delve into, I'll put my slide on for a start. Before we delve into it, everything that you're going to see is currently in grey box, so just keep that in mind. So, these distribution centers, what are they? Well, first off, they're the biggest location we have on the ground outside of landing zones. The reason why they're so big is intentional. We wanted them to accommodate as much world and mission-based gameplay as possible. Each location supports multiple landing pads and hangars, making them accessible to as many players as possible at any one time. There's even a road network to support transit from the planet's surface, into the main building and to any berth ships. So every distribution center will be owned by a faction. You know, depending on the faction and where the distribution center is located on the planet will determine its specialism. Now, each specialism will lend itself to different missions and gameplay opportunities. So let's talk about some factions for a moment. So, an example of a major faction would be the UEE. Now, at their distribution centers, they're likely to be more specialized towards military supply, research and development, or communications, you know, depending on which branch of the UEE it is. They will have a much stronger military presence in the area, and missions here may be more hostile with combat-orientated, team-based raid opportunities. Other examples of hostile gameplay that we're thinking of is hacking and stealing, searching for and destroying a specific item, tracking and eliminating any VIPs, and, you know, everyone's favorite, eliminate all. Grey Cat Industrial would be an example of a minor faction. So their distribution centers will be more specialized towards gathering resources, manufacturing, assembly, shipping. There would be a security presence here, but it won't be that as strong as a major faction. Our missions here would be more suited to friendly gameplay loops, though we won't be ruling out hostile missions like corporate espionage. Yes, some other friendly gameplay types. Cargo hauling, like I said, resource gathering and mining, maintenance of the location. But you know, that's enough.
Hablando de hackeo y de movidas.
Enough of me talking about it. How about we show you where we're up to with these distribution centers? Thank you. So to talk you through the corporate spaces at these locations, please welcome Rainer Rick to the stage.
Hello, hello. So my name is Rainer Rick. I'm a lead.
Vengo ahora, chicos. Ya estoy por acá.
Artist at the Montreal studio, and we've been working with John's team on the distribution centers. So John just showed how massive these locations are. He also presented the industrial sections on the ground level, And I'm here to present the administrative area of these facilities that the Montreal team has been working on. So, they're located above ground, just below the tower highlighted in the picture. Inside, you'll be able to explore the corporate office space and interact with the administrative personnel. Accessible via the lifts in the hangars and also the industrial sections we saw earlier. In addition, we've added also landing pads in front of the lobby, specifically designed for smaller ships and ideal for short stays like pickup or delivery missions. And we can't ignore the fantastic views we have from these platforms, a reminder of the vastness of these facilities. Now, let's step inside the lobby. You'll find the atrium, which is a central point of the administrative area, providing access to various locations of the corporate space. Within this space, you'll find the reception desk, and as a newcomer, you'll be expected to report here first. So here you can hand over your deliveries or pick up packages and earn reputation points with that faction. So also expect to see corporate ownership reflected through branding, color schemes, and product placement throughout the corporate hub. And with the use of overlays, we'll be able to swap these out depending on the ownership. And here's an example with Grey Cat showcasing their vehicles and some shiny armor. And back on the topic of reputation, as it grows, you can expect to gain access to the executive office spaces. From here, you'll meet with unique quest givers, and depending on your reputation level, you'll receive various mission types, either friendly or hostile. And finally, the distribution centers were designed as an evolving location. We've built this with future expansion in mind. And in the back of the lobby, for example, doorways could eventually lead to additional office space. So, enough talk. Just before I show our progress so far, I want to give a big thank you to the Montreal team for their work on the administration area. Thank you.
Esto está confirmado nuevamente que son...
As John mentioned, we're still in gray box space, so just keep that in mind. But let's take a look.
Esto está confirmado nuevamente que son los de tamaño medio, ¿de acuerdo? De tamaño medio, y se espera que quepa una nave tipo C2 Hércules. Arcar es de tamaño L, ¿de acuerdo? Y son de tamaño medio. Y obviamente pues todo está hecho de forma modular, todo tal, y eso se podrá pues reutilizar en otras cosas, ¿vale? Ya cada quien que use la imaginación que crea conveniente para pensar. Acordarse que luego pues la carga va a tener que utilizar el sistema de montacargas y los diferentes lugares del verso, etcétera.
Thank you very much. And now let me welcome back John on stage. He's going to continue the presentation. Thanks a lot, guys.
Muy simpático también este señor.
Team did a great
Muy
job with that
agradable.
video. Okay, so Something we've been working on that's unique to this location is raids. Click on. So raids are team-based missions with a focus on high-risk, high-reward operations. As Carl mentioned previously, you'll be able to choose how you gain entry to these locations. Coming prepared and geared up will make the difference between success and failure. Ultimately, you'll need to work together in order to succeed. So these raids will have you breaching the interior of the main structure, highlighted here. Now, each interior will comprise of rooms that reflect the location's specialism. For example, a shipping-focused distribution center will have rooms dedicated to the storage of cargo. Looking to the future, we're planning on having distribution centers with subterranean levels that will be accessed from this interior space. These will expand upon and increase the difficulty of these raids. Now let's take a look at one of these raid missions in action, but please note that this is early gameplay prototype of a raid.
El carrito está guapísimo, sí.
So, as you saw in the video, the team took a more aggressive approach to getting inside and taking what they wanted. But this isn't the only approach you can use. Multiple points of egress allow you to be stealthier, and it may make it easier for you to avoid obstacles in your path. Now, reputation will also tie into these raids. Missions will have varying objectives depending on the player's reputation level, and dynamic events may also be triggered during the raid, so players will need to adapt to an evolving situation. This could range from dealing with additional security personnel to other players arriving to defend the location against you. Something else we've been prototyping is how we can utilize the multi-tool to create gameplay puzzles. Physically interacting with the environment around you changes the puzzles for everybody. With multiple add-ons for the tool available, you may have to get creative when finding a solution to the problem in front of you. In this next video, we show you how using the tractor beam attachment can open up new paths to your objective, but it's up to you to decide what path you can create with what is available. Let's watch the video.
Esto tuve oportunidad de verlo un poquitito, esta parte de aquí, justo este cacho. Y me impresionó bastante. Es que con esto hasta podemos organizar carreras de obstáculos nosotros. O sea, puede ser la risa.
So, yes, thank you. Now, obviously, it was, this location would be possible with several people at CIG, so my thanks go to Manuel, John, Jack, Martin, Farouk, Luke, Chris, Mustafa, Sam, Tom, and Rob, you've been excellent. Thank you to Rainer and his team in Montreal. You know, none of this would be possible without their efforts. And yeah, thanks to everybody here and online watching. Really appreciate your support. On to the next one.
Muy simpático este señor también.
Hello. This is a good segue from the distribution centers, as I'll be talking to you about different aspects of cargo and freight on behalf of Art and Design. My name is Nick Etheridge, and I'm an Assistant Environment Art Director. So obviously, cargo isn't just about boxes. It's a big part of the game. Almost every aspect of the game has some kind of involvement with cargo. And I'm going to briefly go through some of them now. So let's start with missions. How will hauling contracts work in-game? We'll be introducing the Interstellar Transport Guild, as well as formalizing some of the main hauling and cargo companies that you'll be working with. As you do more hauling contracts, you will build up your reputation and relationship with the guild. This will lead you to gaining more lucrative contracts for specialized cargo and destinations, such as different forms of hazardous cargo, perishable cargo, riskier routes, and more. So what do I mean by hazardous and perishable? Well, as you know, there's lots of commodities in the game, and different commodities have different properties. As you know, with events like Xenothreat, we have some special cargo types, different attributes, such as time-sensitive cargo, or quantum-sensitive cargo. But those were a small selection for the event, and they were the two-handed carryable types anyway. We'll be expanding those types, plus lots more types, to the wider game and to these hauling contracts. So how does this affect gameplay? It will affect the choices you make when you are handling, storing, and traveling with the cargo. For example, with size and weight. Is it carryable? Do you need a tractor beam? What type of tractor beam do you need? Is it a handheld one or a ship tractor beam? Some containers can only be moved with ship tractor beams, for example. With health, has the container got good integrity? Is it holding fragile goods? Do you need to handle it with care? You can't just throw all containers about. For temperature control, do you need to ensure the container is powered so it can keep the contents cool? Or do you need to get to your destination quickly, otherwise the contents may perish? For security, can the container be locked or hacked? Can the contents be scanned, or is the container tracked? Will there be pirates or law after you when you're holding this container? Hazard containment. Is it radioactive? You might need the right protection against it, as you may have seen in Jens's presentation earlier. Can it explode? You might not want to put these containers on a more exposed section of your ship. And many of these attributes are going to be visually distinctive. So conversely, if you want to steal, for example, some cargo on a hull C, which does have very exposed cargo containers, you might want to avoid shooting blindly and accidentally blowing up your potential profits. So look out for those types of containers. Back to mission progression. We'll be introducing perks and rewards as part of fulfilling contracts and raising reputation with these companies. For rewards, we'll have branded ship and tool skins, branded clothing. There will be collectibles to decorate your hab, hangar, or ship, or you can put them anywhere you want. And there'll be more exclusive rewards that we'll be revealing later. Thank you. For perks, you'll get access to more items in shops and discounts on specific items. And all of these rewards and perks you need to earn in the game. You cannot just buy them. Next, let's have a look at freight elevators and hangars. I knew you'd be excited for this. I'd like to show you a short video to demonstrate how freight elevators will change how you view your hangars and how you use your hangars.
Ah, esta parte la vi, esto fue una animalada. Los vehículos y todo el rollo, ¿no? Sí, esto lo estuve viendo, sí. Tengo oportunidad de ver esta parte. Ah. Esto es la pasada. Está muy bien pensado el tema del carrito. Muy bien pensado en realidad. Con las cosas que han ido aprendiendo y tal. Está muy bien pensado que sea de esta manera.
No.
Y esto fue una locura. Esto la peña se volvió loca. Pero loca en el escenario.
Thank you. Thank you. So, as you can see, hangars, they will become persistent and personal, meaning you can stay there as long as you want. Whatever you leave there will persist and will be yours to use as you see fit. Your hangar won't just be a place that you leave from in your ship. It will become a key base of operations to handle your inventory and storage needs, and you'll be able to request your ships from an ASOP terminal from within the hangar itself. Location inventories won't be magic and instant anymore. This means that the freight elevators will be one of the main ways you interact with your local inventory. Items stored at the location can be requested via the elevator kiosks and will be brought up in a physicalized state to do with as you want. This would be done through a dedicated interface screen to manage large volumes of items. It won't be using the personal inventory system. The change is obviously a really big quality of life improvement to retrieving ground vehicles. No longer do you have to travel thousands or millions of kilometers to specific places in the verse to get your vehicle. You will get them straight from your hangar. You'll also be able to bring up ship components, so your hangar is now more of a maintenance bay and outfitters where you can do repairs and swap around items and things like that. So in short, persistent player hangars in combination with freight elevators will dramatically change what you can do in your hangar. It will be a home to do as you want, which has always been the dream. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
Muy guapo esto.
And I will pass you
A
over
nivel de
to
gameplay
Todd
está muy
Pappy.
guapo. A nivel de gameplay está la polla.
CitizenCon.
Come on, I can't hear you. All right.
Top Papi también tuve oportunidad de saludarlo, no pude hablar con él, pero sí de saludarlo. por lo
So,
menos.
we'll be talking today about something special. It's an update on something that we talked about a little while ago, but we feel it's the future of Star Citizen, and it's the actual culmination of multiple different game systems coming together. So why don't you play the video?
Y aquí es donde Railker se hizo caca, ¿no? Efectivamente, ¿no, Ray? Aquí es donde no... Ya, supongo, tío. Supongo, todos los que estábamos ahí estábamos flipando, en persona al ver esto. Esta parte sí la pude ver en persona, ¿vale? Y estábamos flipando, tío. He visto, Ray. Esto es eso, ahí te he respondido. Sí, no solo montar bases, sino que la Galaxy va a tener un módulo de base, Randur. La Galaxy va a poder construir bases, tío. Es un pelotazo, Uno de los módulos de la Galaxy para bases. Lo que tiene que salir es el combo del builder, ¿sabes? El combo del base master o algo de esto. Que os saquen la Pioneer LTI a los que la queréis con la Galaxy y toda la mandanga. Para que os arrodilléis como puercos ante el gran combo del pack, del constructor, Si sacan eso, vamos, caéis pero como moscas. Y no me digáis que no. Os sacan eso y vamos. Estáis ahí, gling, gling, gling. El Constructor Pack, efectivamente. Claro.
All right, so base building. All right, it breaks down into two really large gameplay sections, planning ahead and prepping, and then you've got the on-site where you're actually going to build. So with that, you need to figure out what your goal is. Is it to have a home with a nice view and relax? Is it to have a trading post where you want to create and sell items? Is it to gather resources available and move on to the next area? Or is it to be off-grid and be completely self-sufficient? So with that, with your prep and everything like that, we've got blueprints. So the recipes. Everything in the game is fabricated from a blueprint. Players acquire blueprints via reputation rewards, missions, or rare NPCs. With any blueprint, you can actually do research on it and then create different variations. With materials, ranging from the common to ultra rare, you might find them at the local shop or have to travel around the universe to collect them. Unrefined, refined, simple materials, or even complex components will all go into the fabrication. With this, then you've got location, location, location. First area is high security, so you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because the planetary shield tech.
Esto me lo quiero.
Security will show up to protect it.
Esto me lo quiero ver bastante bien. Vengo ahora un segundito. Sin querer hay una movida y por acá.
As well, you pay for the privilege. You're taxed. So at this point, you won't have the best resources available on the planet.
Muchas gracias, Nali, por esos 56 mesazos.
The shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and will collapse. But this is low risk, low reward.
A ver, un momentito, porque
then
esto...
you've got is high security. So you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because the planetary shield tech. A security will show up to protect it as well. You pay for the privilege. You're taxed. Refined, simple materials, or even complex component location. First area is high security. So you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because the planetary shield tech. A security will show up to protect it as well. You pay for the privilege. You're taxed. So at this point, you won't have the best resources available. You won't have access to the best resources available.
O sea, nos está diciendo que las bases en las zonas de alta seguridad son invulnerables. Esto no sé si me acaba de... Debido a la tecnología de escudo planetario. ¿Tendrás también seguridad para proteger la base y demás? Bases invulnerables. No me acaba de gustar mucho esto.
On the planet. If you don't pay your taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and will collapse. But this is low. The shields will go away after. At this point, you won't have the best resources to protect it as well. You pay for the privilege. You're taxed. So at this point, you won't have the best resources available. You won't have access to the best resources available on the planet. If you don't pay your taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and...
Vale, o sea que tú tienes... Si no pagas por tus tasas, por tus impuestos, te quedarás sin los escudos y el Opus eventualmente se quedará en ruinas. Tampoco tendrás como eso, como los mejores recursos, ¿no? En esta zona, este tipo de zonas.
Will collapse. But this is low risk, low reward. Then you've got low security. So again, you must purchase the land. It's owned by an independent corp, gang, or faction. Again, you don't have access to all the best resources on the planet. The base is vulnerable, AI NPCs will show up and protect the base if it's attacked. The protection will escalate over time. Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well. And then it's medium reward, medium risk. Then you've got lawless. So this is no protection other than what you build. There's shields, anti-air. Players can disable the shields by getting close to them and destroying them. High risk, high reward. Since there's no taxes, no protection fees, you get a high return on the resources that you collect.
Claro, o sea que sería como tres versiones, ¿no? Tendríamos una versión en la que sería... una versión que sería de alta seguridad, que son para jugar a las casitas y para que la peña se haga su movida y poco riesgo. O sea, jugar a las casitas lo mismo sentido, o sea, peña que la deja tener su movida y tal, que no se quiera meter en problemas, que simplemente quiera disfrutar de su vivienda, entiendo. Lo que pasa es que eso, bueno, llevará unas tasas asociadas. Luego estará el tema de low security, que parece que es una solución intermedia. O sea, te van a podrás comprar lo que es el terreno, pues a una facción, ¿no? O a una facción, la que sea, bien sea legal, entiendo que puede ser legal o ilegal, ¿no? Y luego tienes protección parcial. Dice, bueno, pues que puedes contratar seguridad y tal, pero que la base sí es destruible. Y luego estaría la versión del Rust, de la base, ¿vale? Es como el Rust o como el Ark, en plan tú de hacer la base y que la fuerza te acompañe. Que yo creo que la más interesante va a ser esta, obviamente. O sea, estaríamos hablando de... Entiendo que habrá que mirar esto muy bien. Pero probablemente se tenga una de estas. Esto ahora, yo pensando de cómo podríamos trabajar como clan, ¿no? Tener una de estas tendría buena pinta y luego quizás tener una de las medias. Habría que mirar si esto compensa, porque al final lo que va a compensar de una base es, la parte de los servicios que te da, es el poder almacenar cosas, ¿no? Al final el poder almacenar cosas pues es interesante. Es decir, especular con botín, ver a ver dónde se puede ubicar las cosas, porque bueno, sí que es cierto que nosotros vamos a tener un hangar y tal, y vamos a ver cómo permiten el tener diferentes hangares a lo largo del universo. Hangares personales estoy hablando, pero esto yo lo veo más como casas de clan, ¿no? En el estilo que a mí me gustaría verlo, lo veo más en ese sentido, ¿no? No me veo yo haciendo bases, por ejemplo, de este tipo, del tipo de la derecha, para 4 colegas. O sea, a ver, creo que sí se puede hacer, pero si lo vas a hacer, vas a ser bastante esclavo de la base, ¿no? O sea, tiene toda la pinta. O sea, realmente tiene que ser algo que durante un periodo de tiempo te sea lucrativo o algo. Hay que mirar. Hay que mirar muchas cosas, ¿no? Porque quizás sí que pueda compensar estar... Bueno, este fin de semana vamos a hacer una base y si se puede hacer en ese fin de semana, durante una semana. Y decir, durante una semana ni me ducho ni cago y, y me construyo una base... Y nos construimos una base minera, ¿no? Entre 3 colegas ahí o 4 o los que sea. Y ahí a picar piedra, ¿no? Como el que más. Vamos, como sería en el Rust. De que te tomas un fin de semana y dices... ¡Ah! ¡No tengo vida! Y así, ¿no? Bueno, vamos a ver en qué acaba eso.
There's some cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will kind of adjust this design in the future, but we'll get into that later once we're really building it. So from here, you've got the tool. So this is what we would consider a surveyor. With this, we want to actually cater to everybody's playstyle, whether you're solo or in an org. With this, you've got different buildings that you can produce, from small, medium to large to XL or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings. With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures. And then obviously with the Pioneer, with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium.
¿Habéis visto que hay un vehículo de construcción? Que yo no me había fijado en esto, un vehículo de tierra de construcción de bases. Claro. A ver.
size buildings. With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures. And then obviously with the Pioneer, Pioneer can do it all. And it still works as a mobile base. And we'll talk about some of the more expanded features that we're adding to it later on.
O sea, que dice que la...
With the Surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings. With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures. And then obviously with the Pioneer, Pioneer can do it all. And it still works as a mobile base.
O sea, funcionará como base móvil la Pioneer. No solo para poder construir cosas, sino que también funcionará como base móvil. ¡Ojo!
And we'll talk about some of the more expanded features that we're adding to it later on. So, and then it's also, we're exploring what can be done in space, not just on the planet. So from here, you set off on
Claro, y
your
luego
journey
esto también es importante.
later on. And then obviously with the Pioneer,
Esto también es muy importante lo que está haciendo ahora.
Pioneer can do it all. And it still works as a mobile base. And we'll talk about some of the more expanded features that we're adding to it later on. So, and then it's also, we're exploring what can be done in space, not just on the planet.
Claro, estamos explorando qué se puede hacer en el espacio, ¿no? O sea, lo de construir en el espacio ya os dije yo que tocaba, porque lo habían enseñado con el raster. Estaba claro que íbamos a poder hacer bases en el espacio.
So from here, you set off on your journey. So with the land claim, you put your tool down where you want, you launch the drone that is built into the machine, and then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode. With the land claim modes, the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim, and it also shows you the cost and taxes associated with it. If it's in a taxable zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it. So if you own land or it's in a lawless area, it'll automatically go to base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the resources beneath the surface, and then you can also place multiple buildings before you actually build. So you can see how it will all kind of come together. You'll see the resources that are needed for it. And then you can also switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you link basically power generators to consumers. And then the player can move or deconstruct existing buildings right now with no charge. Fabrication. So when you basically build these buildings, they don't come with any furnishings. And if you didn't bring any with you, then you want to build a fabricator. So depending on what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships.
¿Cómo?
Which are showing off the resource network and how you link basically power generators to consumers. And then the player can move or deconstruct existing buildings right now with no charge. Fabrication. So when you basically build these buildings, they don't come with any furnishings. And if you didn't bring any with you, then you want to build a fabricator. So depending on what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships.
¿Cómo? Vamos a ver. Vamos a ver.
Bring any with you, then you want to build a fabricator.
Vale, querrás construir un fabricator. Un fabricador. ¿Vale? El fabricador. Vale, pero el fabricador...
So depending on what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations,
apoya a edificios para decoraciones,
armor, weapons,
armaduras, componentes,
components, and even ships.
Claro, pero es que aquí es...
what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships.
Sí, o sea, parece que sí, que naves.
So like base building mode, you need blueprints, resources to craft what you want. Everything fabricated is produced from it produces a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will depend on the quality of the materials actually used. Once you've done that and you've built your decorations, now you can actually fill the room the way that you want to fill it. So furnishings can be purchased at different locations, or they can actually be fabricated. You can do that via first person or in a dedicated mode in the surveyor's tool. With that, you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight elevators, landing pads, storefronts. And then you've got extractors. So with extractors, we want to make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed. So as Nick talked about before, there are different types of commodities, radioactive, perishable, etc.
A ver. Serán, según de qué tamaño. Tampoco creo que fabriques una Idris, vamos. A ver, yo lo que entiendo es que habrá diferentes tamaños y habrá blueprints, habrá planos. O sea, entiendo que si son naves, es cualquier nave, Riker. Yo entiendo que es cualquier nave. Yo entiendo que es cualquier nave. Ahora, vamos a ver hasta dónde llega, pero son diferentes tamaños, diferentes... O sea... Tampoco están... Me refiero... La única diferencia que puede haber entre fabricar una Idris o fabricar una nave como una Constellation es el espacio que necesitas para fabricarlo, pero me parece que el terreno que tú reclamas con las bases es más que suficiente para hacerlo, y la cantidad de materiales que necesitas. Al final es una cuestión de tiempo y materiales, ¿no? Haciendo F8 como churros. No creo. Yo creo que los planos, los blueprints, porque una de las cosas que dice que se van a poder modificar, tal, los blueprints parece como una especie de consumible. ¿Entendéis? Que no puedes tener todos los planos que te dé la gana. No tiene pinta de que vaya por ahí. Tiene pinta de que son consumibles, ¿sí? Parece que son consumibles. Si no, no tendría mucho sentido, ¿no? No lo sé, o sea, no sé cómo será, o sea... O que si te aprendes el tema del plano de una Idris y ya está. De todas maneras, hay que pensar que a la hora de fabricar cosas ya están diciendo que necesitarás diferentes materiales. Puede que tengas todos los materiales para construir casi la Idris al completo, pero que te falten el conjunto de materiales más importantes que puede ser para hacer la planta de potencia de tamaño capital de la Idris. Y que esos materiales sean muy jodidos de conseguir, o sea que tampoco creo que... Porque el limitante no está solo en la cantidad de materiales, sino en la rareza que puedan tener ciertos materiales. Imaginaros que pues uno de los materiales tiene un drop súper bajo y te pide 20 o 30 o 40. Sí, o sea, te pide, yo qué sé, 40 de lanite, ¿vale? Y que eso solo cae cuando, yo qué sé, cuando un Tebarin caga en metal y eso pasa ahí 200 años al sol, ¿sabes? De Pyro, por ejemplo. O sea, me refiero por poner un ejemplo. ¿Qué superficie? Son 8, 16 y... O sea, es un... son como 4 kilómetros de largo y hay otra de 8 kilómetros de lado, ¿vale? Cubos. Lo que pasa es que aquí son como... Debe ser eso, 4 kilómetros de... Son como... ¿Qué serán? 2 kilómetros de radio, más o menos, aprox. De 2 y de 4 kilómetros de radio serán. Sí, así a ojo. Más o menos. De 2 y 4 kilómetros de radio. O sea, con 2 kilómetros de radio está bastante bien. O sea, 2 kilómetros de radio, pues es... O sea, y cabe de sobra... O sea, cabe de sobra una Bengal, ¿entendéis? En el terreno. Tiene que ser complicado o tardar mucho tiempo en fabricar naves pequeñas o medianas. Yo creo que lo que tiene que haber es una serie de habilidades a aprender y que habrá ciertas naves pues que no sean tan difíciles de fabricar, ¿no? Al final es un poco eso, dependerá de los materiales, también tendrás que proteger los sitios. Yo creo que aquí lo más... Lo más complejo de la fabricación de naves, que es algo que han soltado ahí, así como... Es la adquisición de una licencia de vehículo operativo, ¿no? Es decir, cómo poder inscribir esa nave en un seguro, cómo poder... porque tiene que ser una nave que efectivamente pues adquiera un número de serie y tenga su bautizo, ¿no? Tiene que tener su bautizo. Entonces eso es un tema complicado, ¿no? Venga, Raque, descansa. Es un tema complicado. O sea... Pero romper la economía, ¿por qué? Pues al final lo que dependes es de los materiales, Randur. Los materiales, pues tienen su dificultad, tendrán su demanda. ¿Qué más te da? O sea, ¿qué más te da que por ejemplo, pensando, ¿no? Tú tienes una Constellation que cuesta 300.000, ¿vale? El comprarla en tienda. 300.000 te cuesta en comprarla en tienda y te cuesta 200.000 el fabricarla tú, ¿vale? Pero te cuesta 150.000 el material que necesitas, que te falta. O te cuesta, yo qué sé, 250.000 y te vale 300.000 en tienda. Pero el material que necesitas, uno de los materiales vale solo ese material 150.000. Entonces no hay problema, ¿sabes? Todo se puede balancear. ¿Sí? Porque al final también hay que meterle en la ecuación no solo lo que cuesta, sino el tiempo que tú tardas en hacerla.
What you'll be doing is pulling out full containers. Then from there, it'll be repairing, or there's wear and tear associated with it, or even misfires like you saw in Thorsten's talk and Guillermo's talk yesterday. There's also upgrade paths for making them more efficient or resilient. Power generators. So with different types of power generators, there'll be some that are more cost-effective as well as effective in different areas. Solar panels will not always work in darkness. Fuel generators will need to be filled up every now and then batteries to store excess power. Then you've got producers.
Hablando de una cosa bastante evidente, hay una nave que es un blueprint, que no es una nave, y ya la tenemos en el juego. La Javelin es un blueprint, chavales. Esa nave no es volable, según el día que salga y tal, la gente que la tiene en posesión, el día que sea la Gold, la gente no la puede volar directamente. Es un blueprint. O sea, le faltan los motores, no tiene motores.
So things that will require the players to combine different resources to produce new items. And then you've got defense. So anti-air, anti-personnel, and then shield generators. And then the big one. We start development Q1. So that's me. Thank you all. Thank you for coming. It's wonderful to see you.
Ok.
Hello, everyone. You know, am I too early? No. It's a real pleasure to be here at CitizenCon in person. I've had so much fun. Thank you all. But my name is Jens. I'm here from Manchester. And I'm going to talk to you about some improvements to player traversal. So we're going to start in 0G, where we've been rebuilding the EVA experience from ground up. So So the first thing you should see is that we've made the exit from gravity less disorientating. Oh, we're gonna face plant. Ah, we made it. All right, so we made the re-entry much more forgiving. So this EVA has a new prone lateral pose, and this is really important to us because it allows us to get close to surfaces, and it allows us to walk across them. So we can see that in this video here. Okay, and as it gets to the end, we're gonna jump off. Okay, here we go, into that. And this smaller profile lets us get into spaces we couldn't get into before, or not easily with the old EVA. We're gonna traverse through here, thread the needle, and also the collision is much more forgiving. We're gonna slide off at slower speeds, so we're not gonna be spinning away. Okay, big reveal. Love this station, this is amazing. And we're also adding grips, so in interiors, you might be able to hold on to grips to do interactions and walk between the grips to get better control. Now, thank you very much.
Está bastante guay el EVA, todo lo que han hecho con el EVA.
So now prone has long been a problem motion set for us, right? But taking these EVA posing solutions we saw, we can now rotate around the camera without any lateral translation. So we're not rotating around the hips anymore. And it allows you to aim much better. We're also not moving the body, so we don't need to worry about the external collisions anymore, right? We're not gonna get pushed around. Of course, prone isn't all about looking around. We want to traverse as well. So we're going to head down this vent. And here we put in a new collision style. So this is all about letting you have control in narrow, small spaces, smaller than this. We're going to be able to push around the corners. We're going to go around tight bends. And we're going to be able to reliably go up and down slopes. And this is where prone led the way. So we then took this and we put it into the EVA. So if I turn off gravity here, which I'm not going to do, but if I did, the EVA would have been able to traverse the exact same place. And by having these motion sets so similar, we can exchange success between them. And that could then be done to other horizontal sets, like prone light sets, for example, like the water world showed it yesterday. We might be able to take you swimming there one day. So. Okay, we're gonna move from the horizontal to the vertical. So with ladders, we put in some new subtle and significant improvements. So we got midpoint markups that lets you enter the ladder as anywhere. We're gonna let you look around so you can do 360s. We're gonna let you lean on the ladders so that you can avoid obstacles or peek around corners. And this all got a full new animation set. It looks amazing, especially with all this beautiful star cloth. You know, you got both the hood and the cape there. It looks amazing. Okay, so with combat, we wanted to add more speed to the encounters. So what we've done is we've removed the weapon penalty, so you can move at the same speed with and without the weapon out. We've reduced the inertia, so you're going to be able to push up to your desired speed faster. And this is already in 320 and 321, and we got more things like this to come. Right, so I didn't just want to talk about improvements. I've hinted at swimming, but I'm going to show you a different feature, right? So sliding. So with the power slide, you inject a burst of speed. This doesn't just take you from A to B faster. You're going to have a reduced profile. You become a smaller target. It doesn't come for free. You know, you're sprinting, so that's going to cost you stamina. You're sliding, that's going to add some stamina cost. And when I do it back to back like this, my heart rate is just pumping, 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 right? So you got to be a bit careful. You can't just slide your whole way from the hubs to the spaceport. Okay, so another thing that is really important to us is that with the slide, it's a short duration, but we want interactivity as soon as possible. And that's true for all our motion sets. We're going to go through all of them and give you interactivity. So with the slide, we want you to be able to aim around as soon as possible. The moment you hit the ground, you're going to be able to aim around, all right? And the direction is locked. So if I was to slide from one end of the stage to the other, I would be sliding this way, but I'd be looking this way, right? And look at you guys, hey. But while I'm sliding, I can hip fire. And as I come out in the exit, I can ADS, I can lean. I could go back to sprint right away. So I could do back-to-back slides.
Tiene que perder bastante puntería haciendo eso. Es una locura que pueda apuntar tan bien haciendo eso.
Now you saw this yesterday in the UI demo. I lost my phone. Bone, can you press the button? That's it. Okay, radiation, right. So radiation, for that, it's a new addition to this active status system. And we need to look at the bottom left here. So in the middle, you got the amount of radiation that being pushed on your body. If you have a directional source, it's based on your body surface and your distance to that source. So by going behind the cover here, I can completely cut off all the radiation. So I can use that. And then on the left, we have an icon that has a shield around it. Now, that shield works in two ways. Right? First of all, it comes from your outfit. So depending on what you're wearing, you're going to have a better or less accurate shield, right? It has a threshold. As long as your radiation doesn't exceed the threshold, the shield will hold true. It'll scrub all the radiation off, and you can stay there as long as you like. But as the shield starts peeling off, when the radiation gets higher, the shield will peel off. And you know the radiation sickness kicks in right at the end of the video here, and my health just deteriorates super, super quick. So yeah, that's not great. Okay, so we're gonna see some more radiation in the next section. So I would like to welcome Inesh up on the stage. Thank you very much, everyone.
Why are we showing that? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Inês, and I'm a gameplay programmer here at CIG. And I'm here today to tell you all about, thank you. And I'm here today to tell you all about the features we've been working on to improve the player interaction experience with the physical objects in the world. So let me start by telling you what we've made to make it easy for you to identify and interact with these objects in the world. We have introduced in the new interaction prompts, which are AR cards that appear over the objects as the player gets near them. These, combining with scanning, will help the player to easily identify the interactable objects in the scene. So we have improved the algorithm that our interaction system uses to determine the current item in focus. So you'll have a smarter detection and selection as you move around and look around the scene. So the prompts will show you the active interaction and the keybind that you can use to quickly trigger it, like you see on the pictures. So we are trying to minimize the friction of the player to interacting with these objects. You no longer have to go into interaction mode to bring up the cursor, then drag it over, and to select using the inner thoughts. So we're removing that. So what happens if an object has more than one interaction? Well, for that, you can just simply hold F, and this will bring you the new interaction wheel. So this is our new interaction wheel. It will be focusing on the item. And you can see that up to 2 of the interactions have a star icon. So this is related to another system that you are bringing to you that we call in the default item actions. So this allows us to have a primary interaction, that's the one that shows on the prompt, and a secondary interaction. So these are default actions that you can easily trigger using shortcuts. So these actions will change based on the combination of the item, the player, and the environment state. And although designers do choose the default actions that we bring to you, you are fully able to customize them to fit your preferences and playing style. So let's take a look at this in action. Here you can see the prompts that change depending on your focus. So let's bring up the wheel. And you know, I really like my plushes, so I want to inspect them when I find them around. So I'm changing that to my primary. And you'll see that does not affect only the item they're interacting with, but any item that falls into the same category.
Ok. O sea, está guay porque
Okay.
Ahora un segundito. O sea, está guay porque, coño, agiliza un poco. Si te dedicas a lotear o te dedicas a otra cosa, agiliza un poquillo, ¿no? Un segundito.
So I've shown you some features that improve. Thank you. So I've shown you features that improve the readability and easiness of interacting with the objects in the world. But the other part of our focus was to...
Lo que... A ver, dice Regalo, supuestamente todo lo que han enseñado en la cola implementan dentro de poco en el live o le queda mucho. En principio esto es todo para corto plazo, Reggae. Todo. O sea, me refiero. El tema de las bases, van a trabajar en ello. Empezando lo que es a partir de 2024. Sí. Pero la cosa es que todo lo que estamos viendo aquí, pues en principio para el año por estas fechas deberíamos de estar ya o cerca o jugándolo. Esa es la idea. La idea es que hablando con developers me han comentado que la CitizenCon de este año pues iba a estar centrada en sobre todo lo que viene para ahora, que no querían hacer una CitizenCon que fuera de futuro distante. ¿De acuerdo? Es todo lo que hay ahora. O sea, todo lo que van a enseñar ahora es para corto plazo. ¿Sí? Esa es la idea. O sea, en teoría la mayoría de las cosas que hay deberían ser eso para corto plazo, para allá, ¿no? Evidentemente sabemos que es un desarrollo abierto y que puede haber algún retraso o algún tema de que algo no les cuadre como les tiene que cuadrar, pero la idea es eso. Que todo lo que hemos visto, incluido el server mesh, pues esperemos que para el año podamos estar ya con todo. Sí.
Bridge the disconnection between the player and the object you are interacting with. In a fully physicalized world that we want to provide you, a tactile experience is very important to sell the experience. So we've introduced a new system that allows us to play animations on the player of actually reaching out and physically touch the objects in the world. Yeah. So our main goal was to give you a better immersion, but at the same time minimizing the friction and the control we take away from you. So this really was an exercise between code, design, and animation to give you the best experience possible. Let's see some of this in action. And you know, pressing buttons has never been so satisfying and fun. And you know, I just kind of like go. And okay, so let's continue with this theme of tactile experiences. The next thing I want to talk to you about are usable interactables. So usables are objects that have existed in our game for a very long time. And you know, designers have had a variety of tools to build these really interesting and complex sequences for the AI. But up until now, what we could do for the player was very limited. So this past year, we've been building up our tools that provided for designers that designers could build these really interactive experiences, but for the player. And the advantage of using the usable system is that anything that the player will be able to do, the AI will also be able to do. So let's have a look at a simple demo that one of our designers put together to see what we can now achieve.
Vamos a por Piro.
Muchas gracias, Roy.
So in this scenario, the player has to go forward but can't go forward because of the toxic water. So he has to go over to the valve to turn off the water. So before we could maybe play a simple animation when you interacted, but now designers can give full manual control to you. So you, by pressing specific inputs, you will be driving the system. So, but this is not enough. We needed to be able to give designers a way to try.
Vamos a ver, pero si Pyro lo van a sacar ya el 31, Merras, para poder jugarlo en el PTU. No tiene sentido lo que preguntas, ¿sí? O sea, vamos a tener Pyro de forma paralela para ir siendo probado en PTU. Será por oleadas, igual que son todos los PTU. No, vamos a ver. Esto va a ser por oleadas, eventualmente saldrá para todo el mundo, chicos.
Translate what the player is currently doing and affect other objects in the world in specific ways. So this is what is happening here. As the player is turning the valve, is controlling the flow of the water that's coming from the pipes. And what should happen when the player is no longer in control? Do we want to keep the state, revert back to the initial one, or maybe trigger something else altogether? Well, it's up to designers to define the type of experience they want to bring to you. So let's finally turn off that valve, rush over before that broken valve starts turning off, and then see another small example. Oh, let's go. So yeah, you'll see another small example where you won't be able to open the door by a press of a button, but you have to manually interact with that pump and manually open it. So you'll have to...
A ver, chicos. Lo primero que se va a hacer, ¿vale? Porque creo que ahí hay tema. Lo primero que van a hacer es van a sacar Pyro y con Pyro van a probar el tema de la Replication Layer, separada de lo que es los DGS, ¿vale? De tal manera de que eso lo que una de las cosas que va a habilitar es que si el servidor crashea, se recupere y se lea otra vez la Replication Layer, porque nosotros estaremos conectados a la capa de replicación. ¿De acuerdo? Eso es lo primero que va a haber. Y luego habrá más cosas. Irán probando más tecnologías que ellos necesiten probar. Ok, cuando eso esté tiki-taka, se lo calzarán al PU. ¿De acuerdo? Al live. ¿Sí? Esa es la idea.
To time your inputs to slowly open the door. So this is just a small taste of the level of interactivity that we can now have with these objects. We had really nice results for Squadron, for the mess hall line, and I can't wait to see what the PU designers will create and bring up to your hands.
Porque va a haber eso, va a haber una versión estable para jugar para la gente. A ver, hay que entender una cosa, la gente, los jugadores nuevos o los jugadores que no tengan tantas horas, es decir, mítico padre de familia con 2 criaturas, ¿verdad? Que llega de currar y de atender a los críos y le quedan horas para jugar, pues a ese señor, si le metes en el PTU, lo jodes vivo. Porque ese señor lo que quiere es un momento de paz, de tranquilidad, de poder evadirse con el juego y disfrutar de una partida. Entonces, lo que van a hacer es, efectivamente, la versión de Live, que va a ser algo más estable, que además va de cara al futuro. Pues necesitamos ya tener una versión de Live que sea realmente estable para que se distinga de lo que es la versión en desarrollo, de alguna manera, ¿vale? Para que pues ya dé un poquito más de estabilidad al proyecto para la gente que quiera desarrollar el juego de otra manera. Es el camino hacia una beta y hacia la Gold, ¿no? Y luego ya pues esta parte de PTU, pues que será para los jugadores más hardcoretillas, ¿vale? Que quieran meterse en la aventura, pues que simplemente les apetezca a cualquiera, ¿no? Que le apetezca pues meterse ahí un fin de semana a probar Pyro, pues lo hace. Pero teniendo en cuenta de que es un entorno pues que es mucho más inestable, etcétera. Y que en caso de que se queme o lo que sea, pues sabe que tiene la posibilidad de volver al live y seguir disfrutando del juego con mucha más estabilidad y mucha más fluidez, ¿no? Y poder seguir haciendo sus cosas.
Thanks. Okay. Let's quickly talk about kiosks and terminals. And let's be honest, it's really hard to interact and get a good view of these ones. So we made a small little changes to make it easier for you. We've created a new focus mode that will walk the player to perfectly align with the kiosks. So we can better perfectly frame the screen on the viewport. At this point, the interactive screen will steal the input focus until you actively chooses to leave. So let's take a look at this in action. And look at that, when you trigger it, and like, yeah, so this is a very small quality of life improvement, but it will make it much easier for you to interact with these kiosks. And finally, let's talk about looting. This is our new looting screen. It's not replacing the inventory, but it will be used when you're looting a body or any other lootable that you find in the world. It was specifically designed to improve this experience. So since looting is a common action during FPS combat, especially if you haven't fully prepared ahead, we wanted to make it as easier and quick as possible, so you could spend the minimum amount of time to grab any items you need from your target. So it displays the current loadout and a simplified version of the inventory. Looting space favors speediness, while the inventory is there so you can fully manage your loadout. So we're still actively working on it, and this is especially on the UI and art, but I want to give you a little sneak peek how this all works. Okay, let's go over to so you see the player loadout is on items are on the bottom, the target is on the top. You can if you hover the different widgets, you'll see a tooltip that with the different quick actions you can do. You can just simple press. Yeah, it'll be so much easier. So yeah, you can quickly press to just equip or swap. You can even use your mouse wheel if you want to change the target. You can drop anything, store anything, just really quick actions. And you'll see in a minute that we also can trigger ammo repooling. So this will grab all available ammo, either from your target or from your inventory, and will fill up the magazines in your loadout and get rid of any empty magazines. So yeah, looking really good. Yeah, so it's looking really good, and I can't wait to see the final art. So that's all from me, so thank you so much for listening, and I hope you have a great time.
Right, hello everyone.
No sé si me acaba de gustar ese tema, de que simplifiquen el inventario. No me acaba eso de gustar, ¿no? Pero bueno.
It's an important part of our stealth encounters. So this is where we're going to add some player skill progression. So it's going to move you through different action sets. You're going to start out by struggling. You might fail. Of course, this sort of added time and the extra noise you're making is really going to increase the risk of detection. You're going to get faster the more you do it. And then you're going to reach maximum efficiency. Check this one out. So he's so fast, you can barely see him do it. And then he guides the body to the floor, so it makes almost no noise, right? We're going to explore some more variation beyond our unarmed and our knife takedowns, like sedative injection pens and contextual takedowns. So this guy on the railing here, let's see what we can do about him. So by using the environment, we can do a more efficient takedown than maybe our skill level would have allowed. And it certainly looks a lot cooler. And we're going to be able to use this to get to enemies that might be otherwise difficult to get to with our normal takedowns, like a pilot strapped into his pilot seat, sneak up on him and take him out.
Claro, poder hacer eso con un piloto en un asiento, pues está bien.
In that last video, we incapacitated that enemy a lot. I'm going to introduce you to a new weapon, a new item, sorry, and that's the restraints. So with the restraints, okay, let's take him down first. One more. Oh. Okay, so with the restraints, we're going to turn him over. We're going to cuff his hands. We're going to cuff his legs. Now, if he wakes up, he can't chase us down, right? But he could call out for help. So what we're going to do as well is we're going to add places in the environment where you can stash a body. You can hide them, either unconscious or dead. And that way, it should be easier to remain undetected and keep you in that stealth bubble. Now, this is another thing we talked about in the UI demo, which is the ping. And we saw it in Inesh's presentation, how she did a short ping to highlight a door pump. Now, of course, we allow you now to charge up that ping. And by doing so, we can see further, and we can see through obstacles, and we can populate more information into our data bank that then shows up in our box outs here. So So you get the name, and you maybe get the race, and maybe the faction. And you can use this information to figure out where's the weak link, which enemies can I take down.
A ver, esto contra jugadores va a molar mucho.
There's a risk here, okay? So there's a charge up time, means you can't do it all the time. It's going to recharge slowly. You see the bar at the top slowly going down. Until that goes all the way down, I can't ping. I can't even do a short ping. And it's going to spike my emissions or my signature. So an enemy with the right equipment or tech level might discover me. Okay, so let's move on to some talk about weaponware.
A ver, el tema de que hayan puesto el inventario así rápido, la putada es que efectivamente sí, dices, bueno, vamos a poder sacar mirilla, silenciador y tal, pero la putada es que eso parece dar a entender de entrada que las armas no van a tener excesiva complejidad. Sí. A mí me gustaría que las armas tuvieran bastantes más modificadores o partes. De todas maneras, también es cierto que ahora mismo, pues, esto es una versión en la que pues están en trabajo en progreso y que puede evolucionar y cambiar, ¿no? Yo espero que las armas pues ganen en complejidad. Por lo menos pienso que un arma de mano debería tener tanta complejidad como una nave. La nave tiene misiles, coolers, subcomponentes de todos los componentes, tiene quantum drive, tiene planta de potencia, tiene baterías, tiene todo el sistema de gestión de energía, tiene munición, tiene armas propias. Creo que las armas en sí mismo deberían de tener componentes. No solo mira tal, un cristal que se vaya jodiendo para el láser, que tengas que hacer algún tipo de mantenimiento al arma, que tengas distintos percutores para lo que viene siendo, o distintos tipos de modificadores de cañón para lo que viene siendo las armas clave, ¿no? del juego, como puede ser la P4, la P8, etcétera, ¿no? Creo que esto sería interesante. Que le daría, o sea, yo lo veo algo necesario, ¿de acuerdo? Porque sería además una manera de aumentar variedad, dar muchísima variedad, muchísima versatilidad también a las armas y dar un poquito eso de evitar la monotonía de que tú ves una P8 y es una P8. Sin embargo, ves una P8 modificada y puede no tener nada que ver con la original, ¿no? Esto lo vemos en Escape from Tarkov como ejemplo y la verdad que creo que ahí pues puede ser muy interesante y pueden tener también un montón de cosas como skins y para las diferentes piezas y demás.
So here we're going to see a simulation of a weapon getting more and more worn over time. We're going to expand this beyond weapons to other FPS items like your armor, your clothing, your helmets. In actual game, this would be triggered by weapon usage, right? So the more you fire your gun, the more worn it's going to get. And this is going to affect its efficiency, it's going to affect its reliability, and it's going to reduce its resale value. Each item is going to wear at its own rate and persist at its own rate. So you could have a worn rifle with a pristine scope or a pristine rifle with a worn scope. Check this one out. There you go.
Desgaste de las armas también va a ser en otro tipo de cosas.
So the geometry isn't the only thing they're going to change as your weapon wears. So here we're going to see a pristine Gemini pistol in the little window and a worn one in the big window. And you can see the visual effects. It's belching out smoke here because it's very worn, right? It's telling you.
Estáis viendo cómo han cambiado la Gemini, ¿no? Que la han puesto como la Glock automática.
You know, it's time to get this one changed. And you should be able to hear the audio as well. It's get growlier. Okay, on to some consequences. So it's not all visual, so we're going to start with misfire. So the first thing that's going to happen is you press the trigger, your gun doesn't fire. The second thing that happens in this video, you got... I hope you guys know what's happening. So he goes, and then it goes click. That's the bullet getting lodged in the chamber, right? So we've got to fix it. So it's telling us to fix it. We're hitting the button, Our enemy's firing on us. So you got some options. You don't have to fix it. You could holster your gun. You could pull out a new gun. You could use that new looting interface that Ines showed to grab a better gun. Okay. Okay, I'm going to finish this section with the features that's tangentially related to wear, and that's the dirt accumulation. So here again, we're going to see a simulation of dirt accumulating over time on the same rifles we saw before. But in the actual game, this would be based on your activities and the environment you're in. So if you're running around in a sandstorm, you're rolling in mud, you leave your gun outside proper storage, it's going to accumulate dirt. And that's going to increase the rate at which it wears. So the dirtier your gun is, the faster it will wear out. And this is true for other biome accumulations, like frost. So let's take a look at this one as well. Oh, or not. Okay, so yeah, so in the future it's going to be really important that you keep your guns clean and repaired. I'm now going to welcome Zach on stage, and he's going to talk to you more about the FPS weapons. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Zach Priest. I'm a senior FPS game designer. I'm here to share some of the new, interesting FPS things we have to bring you. So if you play modern shooters, you'll have noticed the quality bar has gone through the roof in recent years. Things from visual recoil to VFX, just overall general weapon feel. As you know, we recently did a pass on our weapons to get them a bit more up to speed, but we couldn't hit that quality bar that we really wanted to, because guns are violent in nature, and we couldn't portray that as much as we wanted to. So we made a new tool. And it allows us to show the violent nature of weapons while, creating greater weapon-to-weapon variety, So, this new tool also integrates better with other systems. For example, you just saw like wear and dirt and things like that. And I'm extremely proud to show you the new weapon recoil.
Sí, a ver, lo del punto de mira es un tema más.
Flat, you're not really getting that like oomph that you want, but you've probably shot this a million times. Now the new P4, it has these nice little bop downs, and you feel it getting close to the camera, and the overall aggression of the weapon is a lot more there. It feels a lot more visceral when you fire it. This new tool gives us granular control over the movements of the weapon. So essentially what we have in one of our tools now is almost an animation tool where we can control the rotation and the location of things. So this is the old PA SMG. This is a new one. And in general, it's bringing the house down now. So recoils are just, in general, easier to tweak now. And they're a lot more impactful, and we can create weapon variety in just far new, more and interesting ways. Cool. Okay. Thank you very much. Cheers. We also have new procedural animation over our ADS. So previously, if you play right now, you basically have a linear pose-to-pose transition. And sure, it's there, but now we layered some of this procedural stuff on top. So for example, if you have an SMG, it can come up a lot quicker, it can flick up, you feel really cool. LMGs can be a lot more heavy. So before, it basically just do, move from pose to pose, but now we can keep it longer down here, bring it up slowly, and overall it just feels like you've got an LMG, or it feels like you've got an SMG. We're just using things like, ease in and ease outs, and just give more life to the overall weapon.
¿Qué arma es la que tienen? ¿Es el rifle de Bolt o qué? Creo que sí.
There we go. And we also have new iron sights. So, sci-fi weapons are chonky. They're full of detail, they look really cool, but a lot of that detail can potentially get in the way sometimes. So you've seen, this is a change to the Kana, where we have raised the weapon sight and given what we call the target acquisition window more room to breathe. So if you're aiming at somebody, you can just generally see a lot more, so optics aren't a crutch anymore. So you can see this on the Ravager.
Ya ves, está mucho
and
mejor.
You can see this on the Custodian.
Está mucho mejor hecho.
Now, weapon functionality changes. So as you imagine with the new recoil tool, we're going to do a pass on all the existing weapons. They're going to look and feel great. But while we were looking at our weapons, we also realized that some things don't necessarily, align with their manufacturer, right? You look at something like a Gemini pistol. Now, Gemini overall, it's rule of cool. That's what Gemini is supposed to be. So the LH86 pistol should be fully automatic, realistically. So we have a video to show you of the pistol. And as you can see, it goes ballistic when you fire it. The magazine count has also increased to allow for that just crazy feeling that the pistol gets.
Está guapo.
Cool.
Necesitaba porque la pistola se estaba quedando atrás.
Right, and
Se le estaba
moving
quedando
on
atrás.
to our new vault weapons. So, it's the other video. That's the optic one. There you go. Thank you. These are the vault weapons. So, vault is primarily based around controlling a heat of a weapon. These weapons have the potential to overheat. And if they overheat, you will be unable to fire. And they will enact differently. So some weapons will just basically be beams from the get-go. Some will go into beams. Like you see, this one goes into a beam once it reaches a certain level of heat. And it's really fun because, these are quite powerful weapons, and you basically want to manage the heat and, keep it in that ideal spot. Okay, cool. And scope improvements. Now, this was shown yesterday, but I want to dig in a little bit more with this one. So, to get if anyone plays a modern FPS, they know that optics are just gorgeous now. In all modern shooters, they look fantastic. And as you can see, we have zoomed in optics in the center. So and then we have other things like parallax, like you see in real life. And they look gorgeous. And so in general, all our sights and scopes have been overhauled to be more realistic with things like parallax, pin cushion distortion, and things you'd expect from having a scope in general. And it differs manufacturer to manufacturer, right? So some things are purely digital, some things are purely physical. So if you get hit by an EMP grenade, for example, we're using something like a television sight, like something like Cluey might have, then your optic would turn off. All right, thank you.
Claro, si tuvieras un EMP, que también vi que estaba en la traducción, si tuvieras un EMP, apagará las ópticas, si la óptica es digital.
And weapons are ultimately as only good as they sound. I'll be quiet for this next bit, but as you know, we've done a lot of work on our audio propagation systems and just in general how guns sound. We've also switched out some noises and made them feel a lot more beefy.
Qué guapo. Esto ya lo podemos ver ahora. Ya suena así.
Fantastic.
La FS9 ya suena así, ahora mismo.
I think all of California heard us there. So, backpack reloading. In real-life combat scenarios, you often grab magazines from other surplus areas. I want to simulate that in our game. So, to show you this, we have something called backpack reloading. If you run out of ammo in Star Citizen, you have to open a menu, put things on. It's a little bit clunky, it's a little bit awkward. So if you have magazines in your backpack, you will now be able to grab them at the price of a longer reload animation.
Okay.
You will also be able to tell when you have a backpack reload coming up because it will be displayed on the inventory with the backpack symbol. So there's no surprises, no catching of, you have all the information you need. And this has been shown, and it has been teased a little bit, the dynamic crosshair. Now, no more third-party dynamic crosshair, well, crosshairs now. So, if you have a look at this, this is our new crosshair. It's a crosshair that fits the aesthetic of Star Citizen. It's a crosshair that follows the barrel of the weapon, so you'll see exactly where a bullet is going to land. And it's projected from the visor using AR. Some visors won't have access to this crosshair, but some will use modified combat lenses. So if you don't want to use the crosshair, you can just use a different visor. As you can see, it works with recoil, and overall, it just looks gorgeous.
O sea, que lo dan como una propiedad de combate, la
And on to more
cruceta.
data things, we're going to provide an improved PvE experience. The accuracy calculator for NPCs is coming over from Squadron 42. Some people have been playing it in the venue and here.
Hay una movida aquí que tengo que mirar otra vez.
At the price of a longer reload animation. The prize is dynamic crosshair, well, crosshairs now. So, if you have a look at this, this is our new crosshair. It's a crosshair that fits the aesthetic of Star Citizen. It's a crosshair that follows the barrel of the weapon, so you'll see exactly where a bullet is going to land. And it's projected from the visor using AR. Some visors won't have access to this crosshair, but some will use modified combat lenses. So if weapons, so you'll see exactly where a bullet is going to land. Modified combat lenses. Visor using AR. Some visors won't have access to this crosshair, but some will use modified combat lenses.
Claro, o sea, algunos no tendrán. O sea, esto es como que para las armaduras de combate sí, pero para las que sean de otra cosa no. Vamos a ver qué... Vamos a ver qué puede haber, pero que puede haber modificaciones, ¿no? Incluso. Vamos a ver con qué nos salen en el futuro con eso, pero que bueno.
And on to more data things, we're going to provide an improved PvE experience. The accuracy calculator for NPCs is coming over from Squadron 42. Some people have been playing it in the venue and here, and I've been harassing them, whoever's doing the hangar mission, to get their feedback, and it has been overwhelmingly positive. We also have new NPC archetypes, what we're temporarily calling the Juggernaut, which is basically a very high damage resistant enemy that has an LMG or a shotgun. As soon as they see you, they fire, they walk up to you. And overall, it's been playing amazingly, and I'm really happy for you guys, well, I'm really excited for you guys to get your hands on it at one point. PvP, we want to increase the time to kill. This allows for more varied weapon balancing. You know, we can lay into like sort of different aspects of the element more. It leads to higher skill ceiling and less unfair deaths. It will no longer be a game of whoever shoots whoever first. Speaking of which, force reactions. We're reworking them. We're aware it's frustrating, and we are going to rework the system to work beautifully. And we're also working on some other highly requested PvP changes. I'm very happy to say a lot of this work has been dialed in. Squadron 42 is in a very good state, and we're bringing this to you soon. Now, over to the AI director, Fran, to share some exciting updates on combat AI.
Vale, lo que tienen que hacer es que al disparar de cadera que sea un puto escándalo lo que se vaya el arma. O sea, porque si no la vamos a liar. O sea, eso tiene que ser algo que tienen que conseguir.
Hi, everybody. So, I'm Francesco Roccucci, as you said, and I'm the AI director in CIG. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you guys. It's fantastic. So, what we're going to do today is to explore how all the work we've done for Squadron 42 is going to flow into the Star Citizen experience. So we wanted to make the AI presentation about how you guys are going to experience the tech and the features we have been working on. So from the player perspective, you've seen how many new opportunities you have. And now it's interesting to see how the NPC are going to react to that. So the goal of Star Citizen is to build a breathing and living environment where your actions matters, and the NPC you will find in the universe needs to have the same opportunities and same limitations that you have. So when we play a game, we want you to spend the time that feels memorable, that feels special, right? Something you can remember and talk about. So we want you to give you a challenge to overcome, but also a challenge that is fun and doesn't feel repetitive and boring. So when we look at FPS Encounter, we want to build variety. We want to give the designers, like Zach, the ability to craft combat scenarios, not just to put NPC in the level. And we need to make sure that he can tweak something such that he can experience the unique play style and the play space that you have. So Star Citizen can benefit from tons of unique environments. So for those environments, we want you to have different type of fun. So what we look at today is some of the tools that they have to achieve this goal and bring the AI to the next level. So the first tool we're going to look at today is the NPC trait system. So we spoke about this in the past, and we have now available for designers the initial set of traits they can use to influence their behaviors. So those are some of the ones that are available to the designers. Today we're going to focus on the combat traits, because we have traits that also apply to the peaceful situation and the social environment, but those are the ones that influence NPCs during a combat scenario. And traits, you can imagine them as characteristics NPCs have or don't have. So through the usage, we can make sure the combat feels different from one encounter to another. Traits in tech-wise, are just traits and tags that we can apply to character instance, character classes, but code can also apply them automatically based on specific rules. For example, if you see somebody with a rocket launcher, those will apply, an example, the sentry trait automatically, because those weapons are weapons that work well at range, so you want them to not push forwards to you. So they allow to block, or actually, they allow or they block specific section of the behaviors to run, but they also influence the likelihood of some logic to happen, or they modify the outcome of specific actions. So let's imagine we want to model a pirate faction, something that you can actually experience in the Pyro playground. So we want them to feel aggressive, but also not very trained. They are not very military. So how do we do it with the traits? We can start adding to this faction either the aggressive or reckless trait. Those are traits that increase the risky behaviors. So for example, fighting more in open space or expose themselves longer when they are in cover. We can then assign to some of those pirates the ignore fire obstruction trait. As you've seen, for example, in Chris Rain's presentation during the CTG demo, we have now destructible environment. So what the NPC will try to do is to keep shooting at the position the enemy has been hiding into. So you will see destroying environment, but you will also see them being less careful and managing their ammos. For others, we could use the undisciplined trigger finger trait. So this trait is, for example, meant to
El gatillo indisciplinado,
convey
chavales.
the inability to control their weapon when they are emotionally engaged in the fight. And what it will cause is them to trigger the weapon much longer also just a bit longer compared to what the behavior is asking. So being bad at preserving their ammo means they will also run out of bullets much quicker. So this offers interesting opportunities for players because they can now shoot at them while they reload or while they scavenge the environment. So traits are building blocks we can use to define how character, faction, or encounter should feel. And designer can now create a wide variety of encounters for you guys to enjoy the game. So I want to paint a picture for you guys. So this is the bunker mission in Pyro, right? And we have a set of enemies that are defending the environment. So this is imagine an infiltrate and destroy mission. Those guys are there defending the bunker. You need to take it over. You need to basically kill them all. You are now fighting against enemies that they defend the environment. So before we go to the next slide, imagine the same environment, very similar enemies, but different traits, same behavior. So now you are defending an environment, and they are aggressive towards the environment. They want to take it. So what you will see here is that created a mix of enemies, some equipped with, for example, shotgun and aggressive traits. Now they will push towards you. They will force you to take actions and to react to them. They reload. Some will cover up. Obviously, this is with God mode on, so Zach was not dying. So this is possible to set up with a tick of a box. But this is not just enemies, because in Star Citizen, we want you to hire your own crew members. And those crew members, those characters, will have different personalities, different traits, different training level that they can build up. But when you look at their traits, we want you to see their strengths and their weaknesses so that you can pick the one that either match your playstyle or compensate your playstyle.
O sea, están hablando de NPCs que puedas contratar. Esto está bastante bien.
So one good thing that we want to show you today is the medic. So there are some NPCs that can carry, obviously, med pants, but not everybody is able to use it well or wants to use it in a specific encounter. So we want to tweak this, and we have the medic trait. Here we combine a lot of the tech that we have spoken in the past, usable tech, behavior tech. And as Jens showed you, players now can just not only kill enemies, because before our NPCs would just die, but now you can take them down, you can restrain them. So the eye perception is to carry all this information about the different actor states. So he needs to know if he's down, but if he's still alive, or if it's just, somebody that you need to wake up. So a medic in the regular combat flow can, when it's safe to do so, and at the right time, attempt to heal his mate that can be helped. So now you can imagine guard patrolling the environment, you take down a character, the guard finds this body on the ground. He doesn't know if he's alive or not. So he can go there, he can check it, check the pulse, see the state, and if he can be helped, he can basically execute the right healing process. If he needs a med pen, he will use the med pen. If he needs to shake him to wake him up, he will shake him up. And if he needs to unrestrain him, he will unrestrain him. And your crew members can also do the same with you. So if you are down in critical condition, they can come and help you out. We'll see now an example of this, where two factions are fighting. And you will see that at the right time, when the guy retreats, this guy can go there and heal his mate. And obviously, he needs to pick up a new weapon because he just dropped it. So as we mentioned before, and as you've seen here, NPC can run out of bullets, but can also lose their weapons. So what we have to do right now is that, first of all, we want NPCs to have a concrete ammo pool to use. We don't want infinite ammos anymore. So the ammo pool is actually constructed by the ammos the NPC carry in their weapons, the one that they carry, the one that might have, and all the magazines they carry. They don't have any more bullets out of that. So NPC must properly use those items to fight. And the longer the engagement, the more likely it is they will run out of bullets and they will have to scavenge the environment. How do they do that? It's through the NPC, the usable system, as you've seen with Ines as well, Ines' presentation. You see that anything the player can interact with, the NPCs actually can, in the same exact way. So the dead bodies can be looted, same as dropped weapons. Ammo crates will have physically inside some weapons, magazines. They can provide you with items. An NPC can understand where you can find ammos that are actually functioning with their own weapons. And they actually can decide. For example, if it's better to reach an ammo crate and gather some new ammos, or if that is too far or towards the enemy, they can decide to pick up another weapon. So you will see that also already in Pyro, you might see it. And once they decide to do so, obviously they don't have bullets, so they cannot fight you. What they can do, they can also switch to their sidearms. And the sidearms is less effective, obviously, compared to the primary weapon, but it is still better than nothing for them to protect themselves while they go around and they loot the environment. So we'll see here an example where some NPC run out of bullets. Obviously, in this video, we give them a chance to go and loot as well. And this is a proper ammo crate that allows them to get back magazines. And another NPC arrives, and he will loot the dead body. This is the same dead body you might be able to loot, and you will not find ammos after that. But you will probably find it in the other one once you kill it. So, last but not least, another tool in the FPS arsenal is grenades. Grenades are a great tool. NPC can now fully react and use grenades in the environment. So grenades are a great tool, especially when an NPC needs to counter a player that is camping or a player that is hiding or say in a location that the NPC cannot reach. So grenades force the movement and keep the action going. But they're also very dangerous. You've seen in Ali's presentation and my presentation that a grenade can make electronics explode, ignite a fire, and then the fire can propagate in the environment. So NPCs need to properly understand the environment and not jump into the fire and get damaged. So how do we do that? Is we have a new full system to handle hazards. Basically, a hazard on the technical side can create a navigation volume modifier, and the navigation module modifier gets registered in the navigation system, and our basically mesh can be modified, and it will carry semantic about if that is a danger, something better, and how much costly it is to go through. Because maybe you have a suit that allows you to go through the fire, so that is fine. You will not, the NPC can understand that. But if they can't, they will try to find positions that are safe for them to position themselves, but also paths that will avoid those dangerous areas. And now we'll see an example of that. You know, this is a safe environment, still fighting, but safe, safer. And what will happen now? Fire ignites and propagates. This is fully dynamic, so it's fully controlled by the fire system. The fire system modifies volumes in the navigation system, and we really know where we can and not pass at any given moment. So this is a subset of the things that we worked on and we wanted to show you today. Thanks very much for listening, and now back to Jens.
Right, I want to thank Ines, I want to thank Zach, and I want to thank Francesco for joining me on stage today. We want to extend a massive thank you to everyone who contributed to, supported us, and made it possible to show what we showed today. Now, with relentless optimism, we're looking forward to bringing you this all to the Star Citizen and more. Okay, we're going to leave you with a quick peek of a demo in Hangar 14 of Checkmate with some of these new features. Enjoy.
Esto es en la estación Checkmate, la estación Jaque Mate, la que se podía jugar en la demo de allí. Puede que no esté tan mal el inventario. Hay que darle una vuelta, o sea, hay que jugarlo primero. Ok. Pues está desangrando, está en good mode, ¿no? Está en good mode. Sí, está en modo Dios. Sí, sí está en modo Dios. ¿O no? No, no, está bajando la vida, ¿no? Es 42, sí, sí que lo está bajando, sí. Me gusta porque hay un buen time to kill, en realidad. O sea, puede dar mucho juego en PvP. O sea, veo que hay un time to kill decente.
Right, thank you very much. I urge you all to come and join us in the Pyro Playground pit and have a go at Hangar 13 in Checkmate. It's a really great encounter. Thank you.
Ok, vale. ¿Qué nos queda de todo esto? Nos queda... Bueno, nos queda un montón de cosas. Nos queda el Ship Talk y todo esto, ¿no? Es que nos quedan un montón de cosas. Un segundito, voy al servicio. A ver, chicos, entonces aquí hay... bueno, primero vamos a ver esto, porque hay que verlo. No es...
Whenever someone is in need of hope, you can feel it in the atmosphere. The spirit of Crusader. Keeping the universe safe and secure. Forge the future you want to see. The A1 spirit from Crusader Industries.
A ver. Os voy a decir lo que estuve haciendo ayer con la nave, ¿vale? Con la Crusader Spirit.
The future you want to see.
Con la Spirit, ¿vale? Ayer estaba jugando con Chucker y tal, y dijo, buah, la que está montando aquí una Corsair, una Piscis y una Garra. Metí un bombazo en el suelo e hice que se empezaran a desplazar las naves. El segundo bombazo que metí se lo comió la Piscis. El tercer bombazo que metí se lo comió de lleno la Corsair. Y luego pues hicimos un destrozo tremendo y finalmente le metí otro bombazo a la Carra, que buenas noches. O sea, es una locura esta nave. O sea, la potencia de fuego que tiene es una barbaridad. ¿De acuerdo? O sea, esto es Dios. O sea, es jodidamente terrible esta nave. ¿De acuerdo? Para atacar objetivos de tierra es una animalada. Aparte de que me pareció bastante preciso a la hora de apuntar y todo. Las bombas me refiero. Bastante preciso. Supongo que habrá que verse... Podemos vernos esto. Que sabemos que es la parte final, pero bueno. Vamos a vernos esto y ya, ¿no? Ni siquiera me he visto esto. O sea, ¿esto de qué va? Okay. Vamos a ver más cosas. Vamos a vernos esto. Muchas gracias, Das, por esa raíz.
Archangel 6, come in.
Go for 6.
I'm getting a faint contact on bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning now. We're clear. Commercial vessel out of Vega 3. Reminder that civilian traffic is restricted under lockdown.
Copy that.
Archangel. Archangel. This is Krugeri.
Come back, Krugeri.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that. On our way.
A ver una cosita. Tengo para un momento porque es importante. Con esta parte de aquí, ¿vale? ¿Qué cojones es esto? Es decir... ¿Qué cojones es esto? Esto es un... O sea, es una bengal con... ¿Qué coño es esto, tío? O sea, ¿qué animalada salvaje es esa? O sea, estamos hablando de que una bengal tiene en la parte de abajo, tiene 4 cañones del 10, ¿de acuerdo? Una torreta con 4 cañones del 10. Es en la parte de abajo, ¿sí? Pero esto también tiene encima. O sea, ¿qué coño es esto? ¿Vale? Esto es una animalada de potencia de fuego, ¿de acuerdo? Is Gauntlet.
I know I just wrote you, but a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other
side of the jump got twigged. Word is it might be that clan we've been battling with. I guess that last fight didn't scare them
off quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to
pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know.
I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe. Your loving son.
Esto lo comentábamos, que ya no hace falta enseñarle a la gente cosas antiguas para decirle que es Star Citizen. Con esta CitizenCon es suficiente. El resto sobra. O sea, esto es Star Citizen. Ya está.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddies. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren, to the bridge. Captain McLaren, to the bridge.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
Aquí nos volvimos locos y pensábamos que estábamos viendo el sistema Sol de verdad. Y nos cagamos por la pata abajo. Y esto es el sistema Sol, pero en la realidad.
Games Manchester Studio. I'm Chris Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce we have just passed a major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
As Chris says, we've moved into the polished phase of Squadron 42, which means extra emphasis on ensuring things feel fun.
This means focusing on the small and large elements of the game, such as dialing in.
Momentito, por favor. Tiki 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 tiki. Tiki 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 tiki. Tiki 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 ti 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 ti. Tiki 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 tiki. ¿Qué cojones es esto? ¿Qué cojones es esto, tío? Ah, son las arañas de minería. Las arañas de minería.
Small and large elements of the game, such as dialing in combat encounters, but also looking at the feel of how you control your character or vehicle and making sure it's immersive as possible. We've paid extra attention to how your character reacts when in their ship, so that you feel like an actual pilot, whether that's firing your weapons, taking hits, or punching the afterburners to get to cover. Ship AI has also seen huge improvements, with closer engagement distances and more varied behaviors. And with our new precision targeting mode, the action has never been as close. With the aim now on polish, we've organized the project into self-sufficient strike teams, so we can focus on individual areas to deliver the best experience.
Esto es una pasada.
This allows us to bring all disciplines together with a unified vision of enhancing the gameplay by seamlessly blending it with polished visuals, final cinematic performances, and our ever-improving technology.
Claro, nos van a vender otro barquito. Nos van a vender otro. El barquito nos lo van a vender. Qué guapo está el cuadro de la Gladius.
We're also dialing in gameplay features, such as the ship flight model for both atmosphere and space, which covers master modes, control surfaces, and our gold standard HUD and MFDs. Our interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen additional improvements, allowing us to hone and craft environmental puzzles unique to each location, while allowing us to tell the story of the world around you. The military multi-tool is an essential piece of equipment for every pilot that integrates all attachments into a single handheld device and allows us to create really interesting challenges, including physics-based puzzles using our updated rope tech.
Que esto es la multitool militar, o sea, que eso es la movida, o sea, no creo que esté accesible al público, ¿vale?
Unidentified vessels, this is the UEE Navy. Power down your ships and stand by for processing. There you go, f*** off the coil's eyes.
Our scanning, targeting, and marker system has also seen
No
an
creo que
overhaul,
tengamos acceso.
allowing us to highlight only the essential information that you need.
La
such as
multitool
key
militar
objectives,
no tendremos
mission
acceso a
targets,
ella
and
probablemente.
high-level scan information, while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
That skank! Skank him off me!
Tactical FPS combat and stealth, which has seen a suite of improvements, from improved looting, weapon feel and balance, realistic scopes, and smoother locomotion, alongside our new and improved FPS radar and scanner that provides you an overview of the battlefield, but at the cost of ramping up your own emissions. We've also seen the introduction of our Maelstrom-powered destructible environment, which adds a layer of dynamism to the experience alongside our improved AI, that can now have hundreds of combinations of traits that allow us to create unique and challenging combat encounters that really push your tactical awareness and skill.
Va a estar muy guapo.
We play and review the builds regularly and call out action points in each level from start to finish on where we need to improve the gameplay.
Sí, parece que no hemos visto el inventario normal, que es verdad.
This is an incredibly rewarding stage of development for me and the team, as the ultimate vision of the game is realized, allowing us to craft an experience that we can be really proud of. One specific area that I'm excited to dial in is the feeling of the player interacting with the world around them.
Patching you in.
As it's a core component of Squadron and really grounds the world that you inhabit. We've made sure that any interaction in the environment is physically represented by a character animation to keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the experience that we've created. Ultimately, this is the final phase of gameplay iteration before we fully transition into optimization and stability
Qué locura el salto.
on the road to release.
Qué locura, por favor.
Here's your trail. This is Colton. Come back. Always trips me out to see terraforming setups like this. Webb tried explaining how atmosphere processors work. Really shows how far we've come. What the hell is she?
With the transition of Squadron to Polish phase, we've had the opportunity to find additional moments within the existing narrative to add subtle interactions where appropriate. It's been tremendously exciting to play through these areas and find places to augment the mood, support gameplay, and further embellish our story and characters.
So yeah, man, I can't believe it. They said I've got to wait another 2 years before I can reapply. So that's why I figured I'd get a job trying in security, because that's you know, I can get some hours flying in the cockpit and whatnot. Can't hurt, right? Exactly.
We've also been capturing pickups for our lead female player character, as well as wildlines for our various enemies that you all will encounter throughout the game on both foot and in your cockpit. These consist of a range of responses and reactions that you as the player can trigger, which has been the culmination of efforts by the gameplay and AI teams. This means that you're going to have to tangle with some very smart and reactive bad guys to complete your mission.
El movimiento que hace Neva es una locura. Es súper fluido.
At the heart of this immersive adventure, you'll find cutting-edge cinematic storytelling, thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you into your story.
We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. Men and women of the Second Fleet, I am proud to stand with you today. Good luck. Bishop out.
Bishop fuera.
Nice speech. Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Well, let's get into position.
Qué pasada la cabina, Qué locura. motores, los detalles, todo. Es increíble.
Throughout the polish phase, our team is taking every opportunity to push things to the next level.
Tell me you're expecting company?
This is not good.
The Cine team is focused on finalizing edit lock on all of our big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off of the Galactopedia.
Yeah, probably, but I think their solar mass calculations are wrong, though.
Well, this is ridiculous.
How so?
We are now able to adjust our shot composition to final cameras thanks to recently crafted space vistas and level art being content complete now.
It'd be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
More like a hellstorm, Blue. One you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
Now, I hadn't seen another ship that wasn't trying to kill me in days, let alone a hauler, let alone a Jean. So you can imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible. And we're making sure our cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft them so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wexler, this is Lieutenant Commander Colton.
Oh, Commander, hey. Julian Wexler, I'm the field manager of this little operation. Welcome aboard the Archon. What brings the Navy to this little corner of the universe?
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
As others will share, this is the most rewarding chapter of development, which allows us to truly experience the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments that our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
I'm not sure I handled anything. It helps to remember that stuff like this is supposed to hurt.
I've never been good at dealing with problems I can't fix.
Well, this is one that you don't have to do alone.
That's good to know.
For the animation teams, polish phase means refining the social aspects of Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions and getting the behaviors implemented across all of its chapters. Here we're dialing in the hangar to make it as immersive and believable an experience as possible.
That'll do it. Done.
Okay, all right. Let's do this.
I have to switch out so the interchange front make it back. We're getting a weird afterglow.
¿Cómo se ve? Dios.
I feel that.
Anyway.
For example, we're launching off a space carrier, but we still ground the feel in real-world actions, refueling, repairing, and inspecting, and making sure that your next flight mission is a success. This means we're looking out for pops, hiccups, or awkward transitions, and ensuring that everything flows and looks like all the great mocap performances we've captured.
Let's ready some extra ice packs out of storage. Whenever gunners are on full rotation, you can always count on at least one of them getting hurt.
We also have you covered in everyday life. The medical staff work diligently for their patients, whether they're players or crew. We really want you to feel part of an authentic crew, an important part of the UEE Navy in an enormous universe of people going about their everyday lives.
Let's go ahead and clear for takeoff. Ground crew, prep bay for takeoff.
Copy that.
Hangar, ready for launch. Takeoff approved, Baron 2. You have the ball.
Ready and hold on as you're launched off the deck of the carrier.
Baron 2, you are cleared for launch. Have a safe flight, Baron 2.
want you to not only decide how you play the game, but to feel as if the people you interact with are in that world with you.
I would have never thought a shotgun could be so pretty. Damn, this R97 is sleek as hell. Like a lot of other weapons in Gemini's arsenal, it has a higher rate of fire than most guns of its type.
Una pasada este arma, es muy buena. Muy buena.
We're working to support a feel of authenticity through world traversals, running, jumping, and climbing, interactions with objects and the environment, solid weapon gameplay and enemy reactions, as well as combat realities, such as weapon malfunctions. Or in close encounters of the more lethal kind. Ooh, that's gonna hurt in the morning.
Esto es una pasada.
As we continue to focus on the quality experience, we've been working closely with our art teams, and it's been exciting to see their environments come to life alongside us.
While animation and design have been populating the locations, polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments. We've established our standard with recognizable characters like Mark Hamill, Gillian Anderson, and Gary Oldman, and we're now applying this to the rest of the cast and identifying any remaining tech requirements that need to be closed out. The story of Squadron 42 takes you through a variety of diverse locations of varying scales and styles. We shared glimpses of several environments before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover. One of the main challenges the art team has had to face during the development of Squadron 42 is ensuring the visuals are complementary to the narrative of the script. The mood and feeling of a space is just as important to us as it is making sure we hit the visual quality that CIG has become known for.
Oh, good. We can't hack it from this side. Graves, we got a locked door. Can you give us access?
No, I'm afraid that's a negative, Steve. I would have to add you to our system to give you override permissions, and there's a lot involved in that. It won't happen quickly.
Okay, we'll figure something out.
Everything you see during the campaign has been heavily inspired by the classics of 70s and 80s sci-fi, but with a modern twist. We want everything you see to feel like it has a soul, its own personality, and tells of a history long before you arrived.
El decoy es una pasada.
Crafting interesting flight spaces and their connecting tissue has been one of the more unique challenges we've needed to overcome for Squadron. Developing our VDB tech to blend seamlessly between tighter traversal spaces and into wider space vistas and planets has proved incredibly difficult but rewarding, ensuring that Squadron flows seamlessly from one chapter to the next, without interruption. Creating a diverse array of locations is essential to us. Our environments need to work from a variety of scales. We need to pay close attention to detail, whether we're working in a dirty engineering vent or navigating the debris of a dying star, wondering what may be around that next corner, or even who may live there, how would they have survived, and what state of mind may they be in. We've worked closely with our social teams in delivering a cohesive social experience when you're taking some downtime from our refined flight and FPS missions, or even missions of the more eerie kind. We'll be introducing new space stations on a massive scale, all brought together and designed to be as tangible as possible. We've thought about their function, their age, and tried to ensure there's a progression in artistic style with each station as you progress through the game.
Muchas gracias, Toaster, por la raíz. Acabo de verlo.
As you can see today, the teams are working incredibly hard, ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our vision for Squadron 42.
Now, I know you're all asking, when can I play it?
42. As you can see today, the teams are working incredibly hard, ramping up the detail and quality to
¿Qué cojones es esto?
match the breadth of our vision for Squadron.
Oh, nena. Oh, nena. Es que podría ser. Solo digo que podría. Solo digo que podría, porque puede que le hayan hecho un retoque. ¿Vale? Puede que le hayan hecho un retoque. Puede que le hayan hecho un retoque. Y solo puede. ¿No creéis que esa nave que aparece ahí podría ser perfectamente esta que está aquí? Que se ve de lado. Esto. ¿Dices que eso se ve de lado, Monkey? Atrás. Más atrás. ¿Dónde se ve de lado esto?
Squadron 42.
Now, I know you're all asking, when can I play it?
Este es el carguero que se ve antes. A ver. ¿Te refieres a...?
Trying to be as tangible as possible.
A
We
esto.
thought about their function, their age, and tried to ensure there's a progression in art.
¿Te refieres a esto?
Through the game.
O sea, en serio.
We
¿Crees
thought
que es
about their
esto?
function.
Pero tú la otra imagen la has relacionado porque sí. No, no, no. Pero la otra imagen no tiene... No, 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 no. Porque yo he visto tu post, pero no te ha contestado ningún dev, ¿o sí?
Try to ensure there's a progression in artistic style with each station as you progress through the game. As you can see today, the teams are working incredibly hard, ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our vision for Squadron 42.
Now, I know you're all asking, when can
Sí que es cierto que tiene como estas aletas aquí debajo. Es cierto que tiene estas aletas aquí, ¿vale? Podría ser lo que tú dices, Monkey. Podría ser.
Now, I know you're all asking, when can I play it?
When can I play it?
When we have the locked release date, you will be the first to know. Now, we're in polishing phase on Squadron 42. You will start to see a lot more things coming to Star Citizen, as well as overall progress on the persistent universe. The polish phase can take some time. We have come this far, and we want to make sure Squadron 42 delivers on the promise of being this generation's wing commander. Now, even though there's only a few of us in this video, I'd like to extend a big thank you to all our staff around the globe who have been putting their heart and soul into bringing Squadron 42 to life. And I would like to thank everyone in the community for your patience and your support. To paraphrase Admiral Bishop, when people ask, what did you do in the development of Squadron 42? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line. I'm proud to stand with you. Thank you for making this game with us.
Ah, la Cleaver. La Cleaver, chavales, qué locura. Qué locura la Cleaver, ¿eh? Qué locura la Cleaver. Aguanté la línea. Que sería aguanté el tipo. Mantuve el tipo, mejor dicho. Lo que pasa es que, claro, la traducción es un poco... A ver, chicos. Faltan paneles por salir. ¿Vale? Faltan paneles por salir. Y yo creo que... Me da la sensación, Me da la sensación de como faltan estos paneles por salir, yo creo que es mejor verlos como los hemos visto hasta ahora, ¿no? Porque como que están los subtítulos y como que puedes, aunque los subtítulos no sean perfectos, es más rápido y más cómodo, ¿no? Si lo hacemos así. ¿O realmente queréis que me vaya al bot y lo veamos entero? Porque podría perfectamente hacerlo, ¿vale? O sea, no... Si queréis. Pero ya... O sea, porque sería el Ship Talk, es lo que vendría ahora, creo, ¿no? Me parece que... Bueno, vendría lo de ingeniería, vendría un montón de cosas. ¿Preferéis que esperemos a que salgan? Son las 2 de la madrugada. O sea... Tú decides. Es que claro, es que si no estamos haciendo... Nos metemos una... Tú dale. A ver... Creo que va a ser más participativo para muchos de vosotros si dejamos los subpuestos, ¿no? Y ya. O no. A ver, yo tengo muchas ganas de verlo. Yo todavía no lo he visto. Esto también hay que decirlo, que yo no lo he visto, ¿vale? Yo no lo he visto y tengo unas ganas de verlo que te cagas. Pero... Vamos a hacer una encuesta. Encuesta. Venga. ¿Qué queréis que hagamos entonces? ¿A full todo y doblaje o esperar y subs? Ahí tenéis la votación para poder votar. O sea, full todo es que no nos movemos de aquí hasta... Hasta que acabemos. O sea, básicamente pueden ser las 7 de la mañana tranquilamente, que aquí vamos a estar a pim pam, toma. 60-40... Nalidano. ¿Qué dice Nalidano? ¿Tú qué dices, Nali? ¿Le damos hoy todo entero ya del tirón o esperamos a mañana? A ver. Hay mucha peña que dice a full, ¿eh? O sea, esto es un tema serio, ¿vale? Este es un tema serio. Estamos hablando de verla con entera o simplemente pues esperar a los paneles y ya, ¿no? A que se lo suban al YouTube. Si lo subieran si los hubieran subido al YouTube, la respuesta yo creo que estaba clara, ¿no? Pero... Vemos la parte de las naves y ya. Hacemos la parte de las naves, el ship talk. A ver, hay un 50-50. Está cerca del 50-50, ¿no? Yo esperaba, no creo toda la peña esté viendo a las 6 de la mañana. Sí, es cierto, a ver. ¿Cuántos paneles quedan? A ver, pues queda todavía lo de... En teoría queda todavía lo de... lo de ingeniería, quedan unas cosas, quedan unas cuantas cosas, ¿eh? O sea, de aquí hasta las 7 de la mañana no nos vamos. O sea, vamos a estar claros. Ese es el plantel. Que el ship talk está por aquí, ¿no? Talking ships, aquí está. Sí, pero... Está claro, no más me apetece, pero... Nah, chavales, mañana. Mañana, chicos. Mañana. Porque si no... A ver, hay una cosa que está clara. Si creyera que es adecuado hacerlo ahora, pues no hubiera preguntado nada. Yo creo que es mejor esperarlo hasta mañana y ya. Ir dosificando un poco porque... Al fin y al cabo me noto también que... O sea, me he tomado café y tal y todo eso, pero también noto que puede bajar el rendimiento. Y es un panel importante. Es un panel importante. Mañana hacemos lo que quede. Con la calmita. ¿Sí? Mañana con la calmita hacemos lo que quede. Yo creo que es lo más sensato. Y sí, porque si no, dentro de 15 minutos voy a notar el cansancio, lo voy a pagar. O sea, al final, tener en cuenta que me vine ayer, o sea, antes de ayer vine de viaje, o ayer. O sea, es que sí, es que me vine ayer de viaje, coño. Me vine ayer de Los Ángeles, o sea, no me va a descansar. Lo he dicho, chicos, de verdad, un montón de gracias por cómo estáis apoyando el canal, la verdad que se agradece un montón. Tanto la gente que me raidea como la gente que se suscribe y me da una pasta al canal porque se agradece un montón. La verdad que ha sido una sangrada que te cagas el tema de... Ha sido una sangría que te cagas el tema del viaje. O sea, estamos hablando de que son cerca de 3.000 pavos. No es ninguna broma. Las cosas como son. Daros las gracias entonces de verdad por esto y bueno, pues ya con la mentalidad de ir a la siguiente con. O sea, esa es la mentalidad, ya es ir a la siguiente con, ¿no? Creo que también estos días tengo que mirar a ver. Vamos a ver cuando cobre de Twitch el mes que viene, ¿vale? Pero es posible que me tenga que pillar una palanca de gases nueva. Me toca las pelotas, pero es posible. Voy a tratar de hablar con Virpil a ver qué me dicen y tal, pero bueno, son muchas horas que le doy aquí a esto. Y no sé. Tengo que mirar a ver, porque la verdad que no sé cuántas horas de uso tendrá la palanca, pero 3000 horas no se las quita nadie de uso, ¿eh? 3000 horas no se las quita nadie. Lo he dicho, chicos. Mañana me... ¡Oh! Hasta luego. ¿Cómo se hacía esta movida? Ya ni me acuerdo, tío. A ver. Un momento. Pues eso.